Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Became an Enigma Researcher? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. He was lost. Not lost in the way that one would think. He wasn't lost in the literal sense but rather the figurative sense. He didn't know what he was going to do as a career yet, and he was already nearing the end of his second year in college. It was making him anxious. Midoriya Izuku was someone who picked up things fairly quickly. He was smart, innovative, and a good problem solver. Hell, he even managed to get into one of the best universities in Japan. Everything always came so easily to him, so usually studies weren't a problem. But apparently what he wanted to do with his life didn't come as easily. He was hesitant on picking a career path. For one, he had so many interests that were so different from each other, so he couldn't possibly combine them into a single career. Two, the careers that he had been thinking about were either unfitting for him or one that was high risk. And by high risk he meant either getting injured or being harassed. Because apparently alphas love to try to put their D in everything that moves. Even if Midoriya himself wasn't all that attractive, he still had a few instances where an alpha tried making a move on him. In his world, there were three secondary genders: alpha, beta, and omega. He was at the bottom of the food chain, a lowly omega. And a male one at that. Male omegas were something especially rare, something alphas would drool over and pay a fortune for. As in, people would buy and sell male omegas illegally, kidnap and take them away from their families just to make some money. Which is why he and his mother had a huge talk about it when he presented. Luckily he was old enough, around 13, to understand why he couldn't reveal his secondary gender. Him and his mother concluded that it was best for him to conceal his identity as an omega. He would use scent patches, neutralizing scent spray, and things of that nature to help hide it. This way he could appear as a beta when the doctor had given him a checkup. He concluded he was a beta and documented Midoriya as one. It wasn't very difficult to pull it off. As he grew older he grew taller, unusual for an omega to grow as tall as he was, but it worked in his favor. No one would suspect an omega to be 6 feet and 4 inches tall. His so-called omegan curves had been easy to hide as well. Most people chalked up his big thighs and wide hips because of the fat that was distributed all over his body. His hips and thighs may have been bigger than his torso, but his big tummy, arms, and chest had drawn attention away from him. At least, attention away from what his second gender might be, not necessarily away from him. He would notice how people would stare at him, stare in disapproval of his chunky body and chubby self. There were only a handful of times that Midoriya could recall being verbally called out for his weight. Even so, those handful of times stuck with him and damaged his self-esteem. The only reason Midoriya knew alphas were going for him was not because of his status as an omega. They were all under the impression that he was a beta. It was because of all the extra squish he had. He was fat. The only reason alphas looked his way was because of his body, oddly enough. They probably wouldn't even pay attention to him as a person, but instead pay attention to his fat butt, big hips, and thick thighs that he knew alphas would eye hungrily. They didn't care for his personality. They wouldn't try to reassure him either about his weight. Some would even make comments like, "I had a fun time but I don't think this is going to work out." And that boiled down to, "I'd date you if you weren't so fat." Which is why Midoriya came to the conclusion that he wouldn't get a mate. He wouldn't bother with a boyfriend or girlfriend, he would just get a little pet or something to keep him company. Though being alone for the rest of his life was the least of his problems now. At the moment, he was too preoccupied with looking through job listings. Not for another job, he was already too busy with his current part-time job in school, but instead an internship. He wanted to see if he would have any luck figuring out what field he should study. Most of the ones he found either didn't fit his schedule, weren't in his area, or something he just wasn't interested in. He sighed and pushed his laptop aside, putting his head in his palms. He decided to slide his food bowl back over to himself, picking up the chopsticks and eating the food he let become cold. "What's wrong with you?" Midoriya didn't need to glance up to know that the person speaking was his roommate, Shinso. "Stupid career stuff. Midoriya grumbled before popping some food in his mouth. Shindo had been one of the only alphas Midoriya could tolerate. The purple-haired male was laid back and wasn't one to judge people. At least, not based on appearance, more so personality. Midoriya had witnessed it firsthand whenever he and a blonde-haired beta on campus had interacted. Monoma Nito had a sour personality in Midoriya's opinion, especially when he had made a backhanded comment on Midoriya's weight. Him and Shindo weren't great friends back then, but that didn't stop Shindo from slapping Monoma and almost starting a fight with him. Ever since then, Shindo and him started to get closer to each other. Shindo would be like his guard dog in public, except not as verbal. Shindo would usually send glares to people who stared too long at Midoriya or tried to hit on him. If it got too out of hand, Shindo would pull Midoriya behind him to hide, which didn't really help since Midoriya was a couple inches taller than him. Shindo was around 6 feet tall. Though, that didn't stop the alpha from protecting him. Still? I thought you wanted to go into something science or healthcare related. Shindo raised an eyebrow slightly. Midoriya glanced off to the side and sighed. I do, but it's just so confusing. Midoriya had since pushed his chopsticks back into his bowl, pulling his laptop back near him. He opened it. There are so many options, too many. Shindo huffed out a little laugh at that, making his way over before pulling a chair over by Midoriya. The purple-haired alpha placed himself down on the chair, leaning in to look at Midoriya's laptop with him. Well, let's see what you got here. Midoriya sent a small side glance to Shindo with a pout on his face, turning back to the laptop shortly afterwards. They scrolled through a couple of things, Midoriya waving a dismissive hand at most of the things they took a look at. Either that or they didn't fit his schedule or they weren't a reasonable distance from Midoriya's house. He did not want to commute 30 minutes for his internship every day. Midoriya almost loses hope, Shindo does as well, seeing the way the alpha grumbles when Midoriya rejects yet another option. But then one caught his eye. A research assistant? Midoriya murmured in question. Shindo perked up at that, with Midoriya's voice having a little intrigued lilt to his voice. And he was intrigued. 15 minutes wasn't too bad of a drive, especially considering the location was near a train station. The hours were perfect. They were listed as flexible, which made Midoriya almost a little excited. And a research assistant wasn't half bad. It would give him a glimpse of what something more intense would look like. Plus, it looked like it paid pretty well considering it was an internship. Sometimes internships didn't pay at all. Midoriya took a moment to think about it before he bookmarked the page. I'll go back to it later if I don't find anything, he mumbled aloud for both himself and Shindo to hear. The purple-haired male just huffed out a sigh and pushed his hands against the table. In turn, the chair he was sitting on moved away from the table and Shindo stood up. Well, good luck with that, I'm gonna take a nap. K. Midoriya murmured distractedly, too engrossed in his laptop to give his full attention to the alpha. He started to click through the job listing, reading through what a typical day might look like and things of that nature. He saves it in another tab to look at and compare to other internships later. Though, he never finds another one as good as this first one that he's offered. He held his breath before reaching out and emailing the company to say that he was interested and would like to see if it was possible to schedule an interview. Midoriya sighed after sending it, leaning back in his chair and shutting his laptop. Now, all he had to do was wait for them to email him back. He stood up and decided to be productive. He didn't want to sit there and worry, stare at his laptop and wait for a notification to pop up from his email. No, he would much rather spend that time distracting himself. And one of the best ways that he liked to distract himself was shopping. Yeah, he supposed it fit the stereotype of Omegas loving to shop, but Midoriya couldn't help it. It was just fun to look around and see all these new and cool things. Plus, they kind of needed more groceries. Midoriya didn't waste much time in getting ready, grabbing his keys and wallet, and heading out of the door. Midoriya found himself humming a little in the grocery aisle. The song being played was one that he had stuck in his head for a good portion of the week. He was trying to remember if they had bread at the apartment when something, or actually someone, bumped into him. It caused Midoriya to fumble with the things in his hand and drop the gallon of milk in his hand. It fell and hit the floor, bursting open and getting all over Midoriya's clothes. The green-haired male felt embarrassment, shame, and sadness rising up in him all at once. He stared at the liquid on the floor, barely remembering that anyone had bumped into him in the first place. "Oh, sorry," was all the person that bumped into Midoriya had to offer. Midoriya would have thought it wasn't genuine if not for what the guy had to say when the freckled male turned to look at him. "I can pay for that. Or, I can pay for all of what you're buying." Warm, brown eyes looked up at him and Midoriya opened his mouth to answer, but the guy kept talking. "I was too focused on dashed." He cut himself off and trailed off, on getting stuff for my mother. The gears in Midoriya finally started turning when he realized what he was being offered. No. "It's okay really. You don't have to pay for everything." "Well, it wouldn't be very kind of me to just turn the other way, would it?" The shorter male smiled a little and Midoriya would be lying if he said that it didn't make Midoriya feel butterflies. Admittedly, the guy was hot. Not that Midoriya was interested in dating him. People can acknowledge when other people are attractive without wanting to date them, right? Besides, Midoriya wasn't looking for a partner. What's with all the mumblin'? "Worry doesn't look so good on a face that cute," the guy interrupted Midoriya's train of thought. The green-haired male squeaked at the comment, but the guy paid no mind as he introduced himself. "Shindo yo. Midoriya Izuku," was all he could mumble. The moment he said his own name, the guy, Shindo, looked to have an odd glint in his eyes. Midoriya ignored it, guessing it was probably the lighting in the store that made it seem that way. His mom had wanted Midoriya to make new friends. Or actually, probably just friends in the first place. Not that she had directly said that to Midoriya, but he could guess that it was the case, especially since he never talked about having friends in elementary through high school. Plus, he could essentially feel the excitement rolling off of his mother through the phone when Midoriya mentioned going out with his friends for a bit. Those friends included an odd bunch. Shinso, this girl named Kami, some people from their university like Aways, Kendo, and Kaibara, some other universities. It was a party. But Midoriya couldn't say no when Shindo had invited him. Plus, this would be the first time that Midoriya would introduce Shinso to Shindo. The purple-haired alpha was getting a little antsy whenever Midoriya would mention going to hang out with Shindo. For whatever reason, Shindo always preferred to hang out whenever they could or, when they're calling, to make sure that they had video chat on. It made Midoriya uncomfortable sometimes to do video chat, but if it were for his new friend, he would just have to deal with it. Shindo had given him his phone number after the incident at the grocery store. Midoriya wasn't entirely sure why, but the man had done it. And what Midoriya had come to find out was that Shindo was an alpha as well. It made Midoriya a little wary to contact the man because of that, but he supposed he gave in, remembering what Shindo had briefly mentioned of his ill mother. Midoriya felt like it wasn't right to venture further on the topic, but he was eventually able to provide Shindo with a bit of relief. The alpha showed gratitude at Midoriya's kind words. Shinso, however, was skeptical. The purple-haired alpha was practically his watchdog and helped Midoriya whenever any sort of difficult social situation came up. While Shinso wasn't all that social himself, he would stand up and take the lead for Midoriya if that's what it took for him to be comfortable. Midoriya was always so thankful to Shinso, which is why he valued the alpha's opinion about his newly made friend. Plus, the party would be a good distraction. Midoriya didn't really like parties all that much given the big crowds and all of that, but he really needed to get his mind off of work. Turns out, that same day when he had met Shindo, the company had already replied to Midoriya's email about scheduling an interview. Midoriya was more than surprised at the quick response he had gotten, with it being around 3 hours or so after he sent the email. He was even more surprised when the email said that the company was more than happy to set up an interview. Miraculously enough, Midoriya had gotten through the interview and only stumbled over his words a little bit. Within a few days, he had gotten an email saying that he was accepted and he can choose which date that they have offered to have him start his internship. That day will be tomorrow. Midoriya was a bundle of nerves and he felt like he should try to do something to distract himself, and the only way to do that was this party. So, he put his brave face on and looked into his closet for something to wear to the party. Midoriya saw Shindo in the center of a group of guys, and the green-haired male immediately tried to find something else to do. He could just try and talk to Shindo when there was a lull in the conversation. There was no need to interrupt him and for Midoriya to make a fool of himself. Though Shinso didn't think anything of it. Isn't that him? The purple-haired alpha gestured. Towards Shindo's direction, brownish black hair, brown eyes? Midoriya found himself stumbling over his words. No, I mean yes, but… He's busy dash. Shinso gave him an odd look, but from Midoriya could tell, the alpha wasn't going to take that as a reasonable answer. Midoriya was then promptly dragged over, with Shinso saying something about how he didn't want to stay there for longer than he needed to. When they got over there, Midoriya could feel the stares of all of the guys around him. Shinso was the first to speak. Shindo yo, right? Yes. Midoriya got nervous when he heard how flat and bored the man's voice sounded. Did Midoriya pick a bad time to talk with him? Midoriya knew that sometimes Shindo would get a little moody and Midoriya was hoping that it would stop soon. He wanted Shinso to approve of his friend. I don't remember inviting you. The green-haired Omega Beta went to intervene, but Shinso was quick to give his response, and I don't remember you being described as such an a-hole. Shinso had since put his arm protectively in front of Midoriya and stepped in front of him. Though obviously Midoriya was still able to see over the puff of curly purple hair. Shindo's eyes trailed up to Midoriya and a look of recognition passed through his eyes. Midoriya, he greeted. This is my friend I said I was going to bring, Midoriya announced as he shifted over to where he wasn't directly behind Shinso. He looked down at Shindo, slightly able to ignore the stares on him as he spoke to the alpha. This is Shinso Hitoshi. Thankfully that somewhat did the trick and Shindo introduced himself to Shinso. A massive headache had implanted itself in Midoriya's head. He didn't realize that smelling all of those scents at once would be so overwhelming. At some point last night Shinso must have noticed and led him back home. Midoriya remembered walking to his room and collapsing on the bed afterwards, completely exhausted from the party. Unfortunately it seemed that Shinso did not take any sort of liking to Shindo, something Midoriya was a bit upset about. Though Midoriya guessed that not everyone can be friends with everybody. He didn't have much time to think about it now. Seeing the time on his phone told him that he would be late to his first day of work if he didn't start getting ready soon. His first day of work. How could he forget? He needs to take a shower, get some appropriate clothing on. What clothes should he wear? Would it have to be nice? What was the dress code again? Was there one? He would have to check his phone to see and find the address of the place as well. He was running out of time. He needed to use some scent neutralizing spray as well as some scent patches. Scent patches. Did he have much left? Maybe he would have to run to the store to restock on them. And Odesh. His hair. What was he going to do with his hair? Maybe he should stop asking himself those questions before he was late. Midoriya looked down at his phone before looking up at the building again. His nose crinkled and he felt something churn in his stomach. He's not sure why, but he had a bad feeling about the place. The building, well, the building didn't look all that bad. It might have looked a little older, but it looked nice overall, so Midoriya wasn't sure why he felt so skeptical about the place. Maybe it was just his nerves? Yeah, that was probably it. He definitely shouldn't judge a book by its cover. He put on his brave face and stepped inside. Midoriya was surprised to find the place looking a little deserted. It surely wasn't as lively as he hoped for it to be, but now that he looked around more, there were a couple of rooms as he looked down a hallway that had people walking about. It was probably so empty because he was in the reception area. He approached the man at the desk meekly. Hello. I'm Midoriya Izuku, here for the research assistant internship? The man's hazel eyes went wide for a split second before going neutral again. He smiled up at Midoriya and stopped typing on his computer as he turned to the phone on the desk. All right, one moment please. Midoriya nodded and looked around more, messing with his hands, something he often did when he was nervous. After Midoriya heard the phone being placed back down, he heard the shuffling of the papers as the receptionist, a beta as far as Midoriya could tell, sifted through the papers before handing Midoriya one. The man handed Midoriya a pen. I just need you to sign here. It's nothing really, just a common procedure. Midoriya picked the pen up and hesitated, eyes skimming the paper. In signing this I agree to the above terms, Midoriya read at the bottom where he was supposed to put his signature. His eyes drifted up the paper and he read things like, I will not share information learned here. All information is confidential and I understand that action may be taken against me if I share any information I gather here. Midoriya's eyebrow quirked up at that, but he supposed that it was reasonable since it was a research facility. He read on, I understand that my peers, my superiors, as well as XXXXX on XXXX Street are not responsible for any injuries I may sustain during my time here. That part. The man hummed out, as if he was reading Midoriya's mind. Or maybe Midoriya had mumbled that part out loud. That's what makes everyone a bit hesitant, but I'm sure you don't have to worry about it. Midoriya nodded in a silent agreement and continued to read. He only hesitated for a minute before moving the pen along the paper and signing the thing. Sure, that one bit might have been off-putting, but honestly, what's the worst that could happen? He was probably just going to be running around and passing along papers to his superior or getting coffee for them or something. It's not like they were dealing with weapons or anything destructive, right? A woman came along and led Midoriya away from the reception area once Midoriya signed the paper, the thing being whisked away out of his sight by the receptionist before he could think twice about signing it. Enigmas. Midoriya had come to find out that the thing that he was helping his superior research were enigmas. It was alarming to hear about them. Midoriya was told about how important and crucial this information was, and now he understood why he had to sign that agreement in the first place. He listened and took notes. That would have to stay at the facility, but he can get access to them when he was there, when he was told all that he needed to know about these creatures. Midoriya was trained and given information about them for the first 2 weeks, fear settling in when he heard of how dangerous and feral enigmas were. But part of him was curious. He wanted to know more about these enigmas and study them. It was so fascinating and exhilarating that he had the opportunity to help with this research. Someone reassured him that he wouldn't be harmed. The place was highly secure and all the data for the enigmas was gathered through cameras set up in the rooms that the enigmas were held in. Additionally, there was a way for them to observe the enigmas through a thick glass while the enigmas had their food. Midoriya had yet to see one over the past month now that he had been working there, but maybe it was for the best. Though he did have a knack for information, Midoriya thought it was best that he didn't push his luck. He was content with getting paid to run papers around and occasionally go down to the kitchen area to tell the chef. Midoriya wasn't sure why they had one if it wasn't for people, but he would just keep his mouth shut about it. About dietary changes for one or a couple of enigmas that his superiors thought would work better for research purposes. On his way to the kitchen once, he saw someone with what looked to be full-on medieval armor or something that looked about as obnoxious as that on. Midoriya didn't want to question it, but his curiosity got the better of him when he asked about it. He was told that they just needed to go let some of the enigmas out to eat, and that Midoriya should hurry back to the observation area. Midoriya didn't second-guess their warning and went on his way. Midoriya was content with his internship. It melded perfectly into his schedule, so he wasn't overwhelmed with going there and doing his schoolwork. The only person not happy about it seemed to be Shindo for some reason. What do you mean you can't come on Friday? You said you didn't have any classes that day. Shindo spat through the phone and Midoriya could see how frustrated he was. Tilt your phone down more. Can't you do anything right? Midoriya felt a lump in his throat as he lowered his camera to show more of himself. Apparently Shindo never liked to talk to the ceiling. I didn't before, but now I have my internship on Fridays, Midoriya explained softly. Oh, doing what? Going to a science fair or stuffing your face with as many cakes as you can? Shindo hissed as he punched his wall. Tears threatened to fall from Midoriya's eyes. He knew Shindo didn't mean it, he was just angry, but it still hurt. Midoriya looked away from the phone and tried to pull himself together. He knew Shindo was a good guy. The alpha always took him to places like the movies, invited him to parties, and one time he brought him to a festival. No, Midoriya's voice shook. Oh no, Midoriya, I'm sorry, Shindo began. His voice sounded upset, and still a little angry, perhaps at himself. I just really want to see you, and it'll probably be one of the only times this week that I can. I have to take care of my mother for the rest of the week, and it's just stressing me out, I'm sorry. Midoriya swallowed the lump in his throat and wiped his eyes. It's alright, I get it. I know you care a lot about your mom and being the only one to care for her is hard. Midoriya knew that from his own mother. She's one of the reasons he took the internship as well. He would be able to send her some of the money that he made since he couldn't be there for her. Yeah, but you really can't spare an hour on Friday? Not even one. Shindo persisted. Midoriya sighed and took a moment to think, still trying to calm himself from when he was about to cry. I guess I can tell my boss that I might be running a little late that day. Hell yeah, alright, well I gotta go, see you dweeb. Shinso smiled at him and Midoriya smiled back, familiar with the way that Shindo talked by now. The call ended abruptly and Midoriya sat back in his chair. Now he would have to pick out another outfit for Friday. Movie is on me, Shindo offered, more so stated because Midoriya couldn't say anything to convince him that Midoriya could pay for the ticket himself. They went into the theater and Midoriya couldn't help but look at the door across the hallway that was supposed to be playing the newly released movie about a series Midoriya grew up loving. It was the newest All Might movie and Midoriya suggested it to Shindo when the alpha mentioned the movies. Shindo, however, countered it saying that they should just see a movie they both wanted to watch, a new horror movie that came out. Midoriya thought for a moment and hated himself. He was selfish, wasn't he? Suggesting a movie that he only wanted to watch. So, Midoriya turned away from looking at the All Might poster and walked inside the other room to follow Shindo. A little into the movie though, the alpha somehow ended up with his hand on Midoriya's thigh. Maybe the alpha didn't notice he had done so. Yeah, he probably didn't. Midoriya leaned over to ask Shindo to remove his hand but the alpha shrugged. It's the least you can do for making me buy the tickets. Midoriya opened his mouth to protest and say that he wanted to buy his own ticket. Though the theater was quiet and the movie was still playing. Midoriya hadn't wanted to cause a scene, he shouldn't cause a scene. Maybe it was his fault. Maybe he should have tried harder to buy his ticket. Maybe Shindo thought he needed to buy the ticket because he was an alpha and Midoriya was a beta, or supposed to be one anyway. Midoriya stayed silent as the movie played. Shindo had kept him well over an hour, leaving Midoriya to run as fast as he could to work. He was breathless when he made it in the building, barely saying hi to the receptionist before he headed to one of the back rooms. The back room would look normal to anyone at first glance. Hell, it did to Midoriya on his first day, but he found that once you wheeled a certain cart out of the way, it revealed a steel door that required a passcode. Midoriya knew it by heart now, and quickly typed it in. Rushing into the door and down the hallway to the elevator, some of the researchers were older. Midoriya was told there was a staircase beforehand but they decided to just implement elevators instead. The green-haired male fidgeted with his outfit and made sure he looked somewhat put together before the elevator reached his floor. What he didn't notice, however, was that he pressed the button for the lowest level and not the 2 floors above that one that he usually worked in. He rushed out and hurriedly started his apology. "I'm here. I'm sorry I'm late." He was about halfway down the hallway when he realized that he wasn't on the right level. What level was this again? He didn't think that he had seen this level since he started working here. His immediate thought was to get back to the elevator and go to the correct floor, but the inquisitive side of him sought answers. He ventured down the hallway, the place eerily quiet. Perhaps this was just the floor for storage items? Midoriya knew there were a lot of papers and stuff that he ran back and forth, so maybe there was a copy machine down here somewhere too. Maybe there were also supplies or other things to help their research with enigmas. His attention went to look at a huge door that blocked him from going further down the hallway. It had a passcode. Midoriya knew it was something that he shouldn't be doing, but he walked up to the thing and tried the same passcode that he always used to get into the research area of the building. The thing clicked and the door opened slowly. He peeped around the door and when he saw more of the hallway to walk down, Midoriya pushed the door open. His nerves shot up when the door involuntarily clicked shut behind him. He glanced at the other side of the door, wide-eyed and close to panicking, though he relaxed when he noticed that the other side had a password as well. His shoulders dropped in relief for a split second, until he heard thunderous bangs against the big metal doors that lined the walls down the hallway. He tried to breathe, only to pick up heavy scents all throughout the air. Midoriya realized they were pheromones and that they were so overwhelming. What kind of alpha has a scent that strong? The answer came when something appeared from down the hallway. Something, or rather someone. They looked like a giant. They were a giant. Midoriya may be tall, but this person was well over Midoriya's height. Midoriya isn't even sure he would be able to reach their elbow with his head. He didn't know what to do when their red dilated eyes started back at him. Midoriya didn't know when he started shaking or even crying, but he guessed that one of his plans of not moving or not showing fear wouldn't work now. His body finally started to move again when the giant creatures started moving their way briskly down the hallway towards Midoriya. Midoriya's brain was scattered when he reached the door, desperately trying to put in the password. His fingers slipped and he had mis-entered the password. Midoriya could essentially feel the giant person behind him, and it's the first time in his life he ever felt this fear that he was going to die. He was shaking so much and his vision was so blurry behind his tears. He couldn't find his voice to scream when he felt himself caged in by the large being. Something warm hit his back and he panicked more. Was it possible that he was going to drop? He knew that some omegas, usually before death, go into drop from the immense stress. Midoriya could barely register a tugging sensation at the back of his jacket before he heard a loud ripping noise. That's what caused Midoriya's voice to finally work as he started to bawl uncontrollably. Did he just get part of his body ripped off? Midoriya didn't know, he felt numb. He gave up trying to put in the passcode, with him barely being able to see the numbers correctly. He just hoped that his mother knew how much he loved her. He wished he could have seen her and said goodbye to her one last time. The pounding on the highly secured metal doors around them continued to bang loudly, though they dimmed down by the second. Not that Midoriya could tell over his sobs, though. He was waiting to pass out or die from blood loss, or perhaps this being wanted to rip Midoriya up quickly. He couldn't tell. Oddly, the moment never came. Midoriya struggled to breathe and finally had the courage to spare a glance around to see what was taking them so long to kill him already. Only he wasn't met with murderous eyes that wanted to kill him. Their red eyes looked almost guilty. They were lying on the ground and a few feet away from Midoriya now, putting distance between the both of them. Those red eyes kept staring at him, and when Midoriya did dare to look into them, the being in front of him whined. The red-eyed giant whined like a puppy that realized that they were doing something bad and wouldn't get any treats for their bad behavior. Midoriya was still sobbing, and the huge being, what looked like a person, human, only had to move an inch closer to Midoriya for the Omega to wail louder and push himself against the door more. Midoriya heard yelling down the hallway, though it seemed like it wasn't directed at him but rather this large human. Midoriya could only hear a number being called out and orders being barked out by someone, or maybe a group of people, down the hallway. When the black-haired giant never took his gaze off of Midoriya, he heard 092. 092. Kirishima. 092. Listen when your number is called. Get over here now. Don, make yous put you to sleep. The large being shook the floor when they growled, scaring Midoriya more when the black-haired giant caged Midoriya in their arms. Midoriya wasn't sure what happened next, with his eyes rolling to the back of his head, leaving his vision to turn black. They had a nurse. It was funny, wasn't it? Midoriya had been working at the facility for a month and he didn't even know they had a nurse, actually nurses, apparently. Just like he hadn't known that the facility was doing tests on these people. Nurses hovered around him as he stared at the wall across from him. He didn't know what to say. He didn't know what he should do knowing the things that he does now. His mouth felt dry, but he didn't pay any mind to that now. One of the nurses, a beta, actually all of the staff that Midoriya knew were betas, had started pestering him and asking questions. She shone a light in his eye and asked him questions like what his favorite color was or what year it was. He didn't answer any of them, because he had questions of his own. What were they? His question was asked as he looked up to meet eyes with one of the people that bossed him around, Amori Imiko. The woman looked at him carefully, as if she was trying to figure out if she should grant him that kind of information. That he was an enigma, wasn't he? The creatures were supposed to be researching. She met his gaze but didn't keep it all that long, her baby blue eyes looking elsewhere. Yes, she answered evenly, pausing to say something else but keeping her mouth shut. Something horrible twisted in Midoriya's gut as he looked at her. She didn't seem guilty or fazed by the admission, she was just calm and stoic. It was like she didn't have any sort of remorse for treating these beings that looked so human. Midoriya stood up off of the bed he had been sitting on, paper crinkling under him. He didn't care if he was hurt. Actually, now that he paid attention, he realized that he didn't have any sort of pain anywhere in his body. But why keep them here when they look so human? Don't you all think it's horrible? Don't any of you feel any remorse when you decide to treat something that looks just like us, like your friends, colleagues, and family? Midoriya asked as he looked around the room, expecting looks of guilt when all he saw was deadpan looks. Midoriya's anger morphed to confusion before he was pulled forward by the collar of his shirt, looking down to see Emiko glaring at him. They might be human, but they're no less than monsters. You could have gotten killed down there and all you want to do is spew nonsense about. What's right and wrong? Midoriya wanted to throw up at the information that what they were researching were humans. That makes it even worse. They're human, and they should be treated as such. They probably had friends and family. And what did you do? Rip them away from the ones they love with no regard for their feelings. Emiko shoved him away with the fist that had been gripping his shirt and Midoriya stumbled back a little. Midoriya, she said with a sigh, sit down. Midoriya protested, no. You might be done with the conversation but I'm Dash. There are 4 secondary genders, Emiko cut in, quickly dismissing the nurses out of the room. The nurses filed out of the room while Midoriya stood there in shock. Omegas, betas, and alphas are all known to the public as the 3 secondary genders. But there is a 4th one that is far more powerful than any of the 3. Enigmas have heightened abilities, some that even go beyond what we thought humans were capable of. They're a far more intense version of alphas, though they cannot be tamed as easily. It's similar to having an alpha that is constantly feral, although far more dangerous. Midoriya took all the information quietly and tried to get a better grasp of the situation. It still didn't sit well with Midoriya that these people were kept here against their will and used for research. And even then, Midoriya isn't even sure exactly what that research entailed. He didn't know if they just observed the enigmas or used things like injections to get the results that they wanted. Midoriya isn't quite sure if he wanted to know that information. When Midoriya didn't have anything else to say, Emiko made a shooing motion, now go. You can work today but for the next week you'll be off. Too much stress can be dangerous, even for a beta. Reluctantly, Midoriya nodded and walked out of the room, going to the elevator and pressing the correct button this time. No work today? Midoriya stopped typing on his laptop and looked to see Shinso munching on an apple. Well, look who's back from the dead, Midoriya teased, earning an eye roll from Shinso. And no, my boss told me to take the next week off, apparently I was wearing myself out according to her. Shinso huffed out a sigh. Yeah, that does sound like you. Midoriya was glad that the alpha believed the lie. Now it was time for Midoriya to roll his eyes before he started typing away at his laptop again. Are you almost done with that paper? Midoriya hummed. This? Yeah, I'm about to wrap it up. Why? Well, I was gonna go to the store and I wanted to know if you wanted anything or if you wanted to come with. Shinso sounded hesitant, which was odd coming from him. He usually thought of what he needed to say and would just, say it. Oh sure. I can come, just give me like 5 minutes. The paper wasn't hard to get done since Midoriya already had in mind how he would wrap everything up. The only thing that was difficult was choosing what to wear. One of his favorite jackets that he usually wore was torn up and he couldn't fix it. Apparently that's what he heard ripping when he had met that red-eyed Enigma a couple of days ago. The black-haired Enigma had ripped off the back half of his jacket and Midoriya didn't know exactly what happened to it after that. Maybe he could go shop for a new one while they were out. Midoriya ended up going with a different jacket to go over his gray t-shirt and with his black jeans. When he walked out of his room, he saw Shinso leaning against the counter playing on his phone. The alpha pushed off the counter and pocketed his phone so they could be on their way. Most of the week had run smoothly for Midoriya. Well, more or less. His only class for today was cancelled and Midoriya selected the time that he would have gone to class to do his homework, so the rest of the day he was free. Tomorrow he will be going back to the facility, unfortunately. As much as he didn't agree with what these people were doing, Midoriya would rather try to brainstorm ways to help the enigmas if possible as opposed to just quitting because he didn't agree with those people. The only way he would be able to help them was if he still had his job, so quitting was out of the question. He shook his head as if he was trying to will away those thoughts. He was trying to relax, there was no need to think about work. So, he picked up one of his newer manga books that he still didn't get the chance to read and opened it. He was just getting to the good part. Why do distractions always happen whenever the good part of anything is coming up? Midoriya stopped kicking his feet in the air and sighed, bookmarking his page and closing the manga. Well, at least he got to the second volume. He rolled over on his back and plucked his phone off of his bed, confusion grazing his face when he saw that the number calling him was for work. Hello? Midoriya. You need to come into work, it's an emergency. Emergency? But I don't work today dash. People's lives are on the line here, her dash. He didn't get to ask any more questions because the line got cut. Something unpleasant thrummed in his chest as he scrambled off of his bed and got ready. He had been in such a rush to get out of the door that he barely remembered to go back into his room and use scent-neutralizing spray and to change his scent patches. His throat might have felt like it was burning by the time that he got off of the train and ran all the way to his workplace, but he would rather it be his throat burning than someone dying. He felt like collapsing when he was in the elevator, but all he did was lean against the side of it while he waited to go down to his floor. He barely remembered going to the back room and entering the passcode beforehand, but he supposed that he had to have done that to get onto the elevator. The whole floor was in chaos when he got there. People were talking over each other left and right, suggesting different ideas. Midoriya found one of the other interns there, Kodai Yui, and asked her what was happening. Black eyes looked panicked as they settled on green. One of the enigmas, 092, has gone fully feral and he won't stop. We've been trying to come up with different methods to calm him down based on our research, but nothing seems to be working. 092, the number sounded familiar. Was it the enigma that he encountered last week? He decided that maybe that wasn't important now. He took a moment to listen in around him, and he most definitely did not like the suggestions that were being tossed around. What about euthanization? No, he's too young in his prime. 092 is too valuable to keep alive. What about a tranquil gun? That didn't work on Friday, remember? He used his ability. Ability? What on earth were they talking about? Then how did you manage to calm him then? Midoriya, that newbie? Yeah, he fainted near didn't want to leave the kid alone and we were trying everything. Someone mentioned something about needing to get Midoriya so we can make sure he's fine to someone else, and 092 must have heard it and backed off. I don't know what that new guy did but dash. Midoriya. The beta, was pulled out of his thoughts from the sound of Emiko's voice. He turned around and looked down at the woman. I ordered someone to call you here because I needed information, she explained, never giving Midoriya a chance to say anything when she leaned in closer to him. I need you to tell me what you did to 092 to make him rampage like this. Or rather, I need you to tell me how to calm him down. Midoriya looked down at her. I don't know. I don't know what happened. I don't know. Emiko, 2 of the Alpha Guards are down, a man told her, and Midoriya spared a small glance at the man. He looked a couple years older than Midoriya, but he looked scared shitless. Emiko ignored it and gripped Midoriya's shirt tightly. Midoriya. She shook him a little, or tried to. People's lives are on the line, don't you see that? He didn't know what to do. Why did everything seem like it was depending on him? He was the one here with the least amount of knowledge about how enigmas work compared to some of the people that have been here for almost 10 years or something. I don't know what I did. I was trying to get out of there, and then next thing I know he's just laying on the ground like he's waiting for me. Midoriya watched anger leave Emiko's eyes, a little light bulb going off in her head a moment later. She let go of his shirt and Midoriya backed away from the beta. Maybe she finally figured out that Midoriya didn't know anything. Maybe she knew that Midoriya was useless and couldn't provide any sort of help. She surprised him with what she had to say next, though. If you don't know, then why don't we conduct a little research? She asked, her lips curling into a wicked smile. Except this time you'll get to have a more hands-on experience with the research that we do here than you're used to. Take him down. That's all he heard from Emiko before he's dragged to the elevator, too shocked to even fight back. Panic doesn't set in until he's being given gear like he's going to war or going to be a firefighter. He's given an earpiece as well, and before he knew it, He was being shoved out of the elevator when they reached the bottom floor. He tried to turn back to go back into the elevator, but he was left behind, and soon enough he watched the light of the elevator turn off. They shut down the elevator. He was trapped down there. Midoriya, go and open the door like you did the other day. You're going to go down that hallway and turn left. After that dash, Midoriya heard the voice speak through the earpiece, but he was just frozen still. I can't, Midoriya whispered. He wasn't even sure if the earpiece picked it up, but he surely heard Emiko barking out loud after that. Though it didn't seem like it was directed towards him. What do you mean you let 093 out? I said to get him out, not let him out. There was a brief pause before Emiko started up again. Out as in out of the cafeteria so he wouldn't get any ideas from 092. What do? Midoriya didn't know what to do. First of all, he didn't have any say in handling even one enigma, and now he comes to learn that apparently there were two of them out now? He had to take a moment and sit down on the floor, or maybe he just fell down, he didn't remember. All he knew is that he might die here. Point 093 is the calm one. Yeah, no, not cooperating, he's not. Numbers? We can change it after. Elevator is down anyways. The only thing keeping Midoriya from fully panicking was Emiko's voice, oddly enough. She was the one that put him in this mess along with her superiors, who had approved of the plan, but she was the only thing that Midoriya could hang onto to keep himself from falling apart. Okay, Midoriya? New plan, Emiko said, her voice sounding closer and louder than it had before. Was all Midoriya could voice out in response to show he was listening. Just stay there, Emiko mentioned to him. The static noise that usually came when she wasn't speaking had stopped, and Midoriya could only come to the conclusion that they cut off his line. He only found out that it was the case when he spoke into the earpiece and no one answered. He took the earpiece off and tried to fiddle with it to see if maybe he just moved and it accidentally hit something. Maybe he just needed to flick a switch. But nothing happened, and all he was left with was the deafening silence. Upset with the thing, he flung it off far to the side, the dim lights of the hallway making darkness cast onto the earpiece. It couldn't have even been 5 minutes when he heard the same click of the giant door down the hallway. Midoriya felt relieved. Maybe someone had dealt with the enigmas and they were coming to tell Midoriya that it was fine and that the elevators were going to start up again soon. Midoriya was about to stand up to help the person open the huge door, but he stopped in his tracks as soon as he stood up. Blue and gray, red and white. He had to be another enigma. Midoriya couldn't do anything. He probably looked so stupid just looking at this huge enigma, jaw dropped and eyes wide, tears threatening to spill from his eyes. The enigma, on the other hand, looked a little irritated. It only took a few seconds for his eyes to soften? Was that possible? The enigma visibly breathed in deeply before there was a small tug at the corner of his lips. It wasn't quite a smile, but it looked as close to one as Midoriya has a feeling he's going to get. Unlike last time, Midoriya refused to back away. Even though he was scared, he didn't want to. He shouldn't treat these enigmas like monsters. They were human too, weren't they? They had feelings, they had to. Hearing about how they were treated less than humans made his heart hurt. No wonder they acted the way they did. They probably started to believe they were animals from the way they were treated. So maybe what made the red-eyed enigma take a liking to him was that Midoriya looked human. He didn't have any of that fancy gear the staff down here had. He didn't have weapons and stuff attached to him, like he was just waiting for the enigma to attack him. Midoriya was just himself. Slowly, while the red and white-haired enigma was still, Midoriya took off the helmet of the suit he was wearing. The next second, he set it down on the ground, gaze never leaving the enigma before he kicked it away. The enigma didn't do anything, and Midoriya decided to show that he was putting more trust into the enigma by unzipping the suit, breaking eye contact to show that he wasn't afraid, or at least trying to show it on the outside of the enigma. After it was unzipped, which felt much better, actually it was tight, Midoriya set it down and kicked that away too. Now he was vulnerable in front of this giant enigma that he knew nothing about. All throughout it, the enigma watched him with his blue and gray eyes. Once he was done, Midoriya watched as the enigma walked up to him, Midoriya eventually having to crane his neck up to look the enigma in the eyes. Though he didn't have to do so for long, because the Enigma sat down in front of him, crisscross applesauce like Midoriya had remembered doing when he was in kindergarten. The Enigma brought his hand up and Midoriya flinched the slightest bit, but he held his breath to stop himself from making any noise. He felt the ghost of a touch along his face, as if the Enigma was hesitant. "I can tell you're scared," a low voice came from the Enigma, and Midoriya could feel the eyes of the man on him. "You smell upset and distressed." Midoriya couldn't choke out any words to speak. His scent? He had scent patches on, didn't he? And he used some of the scent neutralizing spray as well. Midoriya looked down at his wrist to check for patches, just to see that they were in fact there. The Enigma noticed his confusion. "You're not familiar with enigmas." It was more a statement than a question, but Midoriya slowly nodded his head. "Our noses are more sensitive. We can smell what others can't," he continued, leaning down a little to take a whiff of the air. "So that was your scent. Nice." A little of the fear that had been inside Midoriya had left, leaving his tears at bay and his excessive emotions dissipating a little. Midoriya could only answer with a small, "Huh." The man's eyes ventured up and down his body, and Midoriya suddenly felt self-conscious. Midoriya was waiting for the Enigma to comment negatively on his body, but it never came. Midoriya couldn't help jumping a little in his place when the Enigma's huge hand was close enough for Midoriya to feel the warmth of it. But the hand pulled back before it could make contact, and the Enigma spoke. "Kirishima was right, you are very pretty." The comment would have made Midoriya embarrassed, but he was focused more on the name. "Kirishima?" He finally muttered a word aloud to the Enigma. Why did that name sound familiar? "Oh." The Enigma looked dejected as he looked away. 092. "I'm 093. Midoriya's mouth caught up with his brain fully by now. The black hair and red eyes? His name is Kirishima? The red and white-haired Enigma looked back to him, a bit surprised as far as Midoriya could tell. The man wasn't all too expressive. "Yes," a hesitant murmur came out. "Can you take me?" "I am supposed to help him," Midoriya asked. The Enigma wasn't hostile at all. He wasn't anywhere near what Emiko was describing. He wasn't a monster, he was human. "That was my job," the Enigma announced before he moved to stand. "They gave me the passcode, so it must have been important." It was silent for a little as Midoriya followed the Enigma down the hallway, speed walking a little to keep pace with the Enigma. Their footsteps were the only thing that could be heard in the hallway. Well, that and the clambering of things hitting the giant metal doors of the hallway like they had last time. Midoriya had to wonder if behind each of the doors was an Enigma that was misunderstood and mistaken as being a monster. Midoriya began, starting a conversation again to drown out the noises of metal, "that I was told he had gone feral." The Enigma hummed a little. Midoriya took note of the way that the Enigma's hand hovered over the collar on his neck. "Look painful." Are you scared of him or all of us?" "Whatever it is, you don't have to be scared. He's gone feral because of you, anyways." Somehow, that made things worse, and Midoriya was even more scared. "Me?" he questioned worriedly, gaze focused down the hallway ahead of him. "You didn't return." He was fine for the first couple of days. He had a piece of clothing with your scent on it. It faded away, and today he couldn't take it when it completely disappeared. The Enigma answered. "But why not someone else's scent?" The Enigma gave him a side glance before looking forward again, turning left down the hallway. Midoriya followed him as he listened to what the Enigma had to say next. "It couldn't be anyone but you." Silence ensued, Midoriya unsure of how to respond to it. He wasn't sure how much longer they had walking down the hallway until Midoriya would see Kirishima again, but he wanted to ask the red and white-haired Enigma one question. They might not see each other again after this, but Midoriya still wanted to know. "What's your name?" The Enigma's eyes drifted around the hallway for a second before something seemed to click in his head. Midoriya could barely see it, but there was a small spark in his eyes before it dulled again a second later. 093, I already told you that. Not number, I want to know who you are. I want to know your name, Midoriya insisted. Midoriya watched the Enigma's lips curl up more than they had earlier, a small smile on his face. Todoroki. My name is Todoroki. Nice to meet you, Todoroki. Midoriya hesitated a moment. I'm Midoriya. Midoriya Izuku. Omega Omega. Find Omega. It's all Kirishima's Enigma had been telling him for the past. He doesn't know how long it's been since he'd seen the pretty Omega. A couple days would be his guess, maybe more than that. But he knew that his Enigma had been enamored with the Omega since he saw those emerald eyes. Though, it really upset him when the Omega had cried so hard and tried to get away from him. Kirishima remembered lying on the floor despite his inner Enigma's excitement. He remembered laying down in that hallway, trying to make himself smaller to calm the Omega down. It happened when he had just come back from his lunch and ordered to make his way back to his room. Though, he darted down the hallway and away from the guards that were watching him go back to his room at the smell of the most wonderful scent that he's smelled. Even though he hadn't smelled one before, given he's been cooped up in this hellhole ever since he presented, he knew. He just knew that down a couple of hallways there had been an Omega. His Enigma recognized it right away. He tried to approach the Omega as slow as he could given his overexcitement, but apparently he wasn't slow enough when the Omega bawled. Kirishima took note back then about how the Omega actually looked a bit bigger than all of the betas and alphas he's seen. The betas that would come to inject him and the others with this nasty stuff, and the alphas that worked as guards. So he had to wonder what place the Omega had here. Not that he cared, of course, not about what reason he was there or that he was bigger in comparison to the others. The only thing he cared about back then was trying to get the Omega to calm down back then, though it seemed he failed since the Omega fainted. Or that's what the guards told him when Kirishima hesitantly backed off and away from the Omega so that the Alpha guards could hopefully treat him. Kirishima knew the Omega was still alive. The guards wouldn't lie to him about fainting to save Kirishima from guilt. In fact, they would probably run away or something if they knew there was no hope for the green-haired male. And Kirishima has been more than irritated since he hasn't seen or heard of the Omega since then. So, he took to talking to his only company about the Omega, his two lunch buddies Todoroki and Bakugo. At first, Todoroki and Bakugo were a bit put off by his excitement, but the mention of an Omega caught their attention. Kirishima described the pretty Omega to them, telling what he remembered of green eyes and chubby face full of freckles. When Todoroki and Bakugo still thought it was some wild fabrication he had come up with in his mind, they both argued it was impossible for an Omega to be there. Kirishima showed up to lunch the next day, the only time he saw the other two, with the torn-up bit of sweater he managed to get from the Omega. The scent was faint, but it was still enough for the two to believe him. "Don't get your FNG hopes up," Bakugo warned. "He's probably not coming back." Yet, Kirishima got his hopes up. Which brought him to now. Rampaging when his Enigma finally got out when he was heading to lunch and had enough of not being able to see the Omega. One moment he was walking, staring at dull walls of gray, and the next he was running, seeing those gray walls get splashed with color. He saw red. None of those Alpha guards were the Omega. None of them. They were trying to keep him restrained, away from the Omega. They were trying to stop him. So maybe Kirishima got his hands a little dirty, watching crimson stain the walls as cries of pain rang out. But that didn't matter. They didn't matter. They weren't his Omega. He recalled using his ability, as he heard the beta doctors call it, to fend off the things shot at him. He didn't know what they were, but he surely recognized one of the bigger guns that made him tired and weak, the one that made him pass out. He usually went for those ones first to get rid of the bigger threat, plowing his way with his hardened skin to the guy with the sleepy gun. He wasn't sure how long his Enigma had been rampaging, but he knew the moment it stopped. It stopped when, in a forest of red, he saw green. He looked to see Todoroki standing off a bit to the side, saying something. Kirishima wasn't all too focused on what he was saying when he saw the Omega in sight again. Kirishima bounded up to him again, barely noticing the quietness of the room. Maybe the rest of the guards had retreated. Or maybe there weren't any left. Whatever it was, Kirishima didn't care when he made it over to the Omega. Kirishima's skin unhardened to make himself seem less scary, especially when he noticed the way the green-haired Omega was shaking. Kirishima felt the scent of the curly-haired cutie waft over a little, making any aggression and anger that his Enigma felt just go away. Kiri-Kashir-Kiri-Asashima? The Omega stuttered out, having difficulty speaking because of how scared he was. Kirishima would assume. Kirishima's eyes went a bit wide when he heard his own name come from the pretty Omega. He was quick to nod his head in response. Yeah, he urged the Omega to say more with the verbal confirmation. Though the green-haired male still stayed in his little hidey hole. He was in a place where Kirishima couldn't quite reach him because of his large stature, but still in a spot where they could see each other and talk. Maybe Kirishima could change that. Can you please come out? Kirishima asked the Omega, deciding not to lay on his stomach like last time but rather sit on his legs, knees touching the floor. He still needs to be able to fight if anyone tries to take the Omega away from him sooner than they need to. The Omega looked hesitant and his eyes went elsewhere. He must have been looking at Todoroki for answers, because Kirishima heard the dual-haired male's voice from somewhere behind him. It's safe. He's in control, his Enigma is stored away for now, Todoroki told the Omega. He's probably the friendliest out of everyone, actually. When the Omega was still hesitant, Kirishima decided to show the Omega he meant no harm at all to him and leaned down to where the Omega was. He tilted his head down, baring his neck in SBMs to the Omega. I promise I wouldn't ever hurt you, Kirishima announced as he stared at the floor. A few seconds passed before he felt a light touch on his hair. He couldn't help when his head popped up and his eyes zeroed in on the Omega that jumped back and let out a squeak. The Omega had gotten out of his hidey hole. Yo, you don't need to do that, he mumbled as his pretty green eyes darted elsewhere. But I can't get close to you if you're scared of me, Kirishima pointed out, ducking his head a little in his kneeling position so he could see those doe eyes. The Omega looked a little nervous, still not meeting Kirishima's eyes. I'm Dash. I don't dash. Want to be. I'm trying really hard to not be nervous or scared. I don't know much about enigmas but, the Omega looked up to meet his eyes, that I do know that you're more than just a number. You guys are human. The statement gave Kirishima a flutter of hope, warmth also pooling inside him at just how adorable this Omega was. Kirishima just wanted to scoop him up and nuzzle into him. He wanted to see what it was like for the Omega to be happy. He wanted to know all of these things about the Omega. Kirishima's Enigma was hungry for knowledge about the Omega, no matter how big or small. Kirishima blurted. The freckled male looked a bit confused about the reaction. Kirishima felt his Enigma trying to push out a question, still eager to get information. He knew that he had to be straightforward, so he went ahead and asked the Omega, Can I keep you? You're just so cute. Please? I want you. Kirishima watched red light up the Omega's face, making his freckles more visible. Kadash, keep me? The Omega squawked. I missed you from when I saw you last. If I keep you then I won't have to miss you anymore. But I want to keep Izuku too, Todoroki chimed in from the back. Kirishima grumbled a bit. Well, he guessed he did tell Todoroki about him, so Kirishima concluded that he would have to share. It wasn't manly to brag about something and then refuse to let others see. But he would only share the Omega with Todoroki and Bakugo. That was it. Anyone else that even thought of wanting the freckled Omega would be dead. No one is keeping me. The Omega squeaked, face still red. Kirishima let out a whine. But then you'll leave. He felt panicked just thinking of, now that he realized it, Izuku leaving and never coming back. He'll at least feel a little relieved if he knew that Izuku was going to come back. Can you come back to see us? Izuku seemed hesitant. I'm not in charge of that. I can't decide that. Some idea or thought seemed to come up in the Omega's mind, because Kirishima saw a flicker of something in his eyes. Izuku looked between them. See if I can come back, will you be good? No more going feral, Kirishima? And Kirishima couldn't even think to say no to the pretty Omega, replying, no more rampages. I'll be good, in a heartbeat. Well, no more going feral if Izuku returned, that is. He only promised no rampages if Izuku returned. And will you be good too, Todoroki? Make sure that Kirishima won't go feral? Izuku looked to Todoroki, to which the other Enigma also said his agreement. Izuku hummed and nodded, like a silent, good job. It was enough to make Kirishima melt. Kirishima scooted away a little when the Omega came near, though he was obviously trying to get somewhere else and not Kirishima, unfortunately. Sensing that the Omega might leave, Kirishima suggested, I know you probably have to go. It made Kirishima's chest ache so much to say that, but can you at least walk with us to our rooms? It was slow, but Izuku turned to face both of them and nodded yes. Kirishima and Todoroki both followed Izuku, later having one of them go in front to lead the way and one of them behind Izuku, as they went to their rooms. Each Enigma had their separate rooms, heavily reinforced so that they wouldn't be able to break through. The only time they got interaction with someone was either for tests or lunch, but even for lunch, only 3 Enigmas would go at a time. When they neared Todoroki's room, the dual-haired Enigma hurried up and went into his room before either him or Izuku could blink. Though, he popped back out of the door, having propped it open, in order to hold a torn-up blanket out to Izuku. It was covered in Todoroki's scent as he shoved it to the Omega. Can you take it with you and scent it? Izuku looked uncomfortable and was nervous all over again. It's okay if you say no, Todoroki was quick to say. I won't do anything bad if you say no. If you can't do that, can you bring back something of yours next time? I won't let anyone touch it. Maybe he added that because he wasn't sure if anyone else knew that Izuku was an Omega. Kirishima heard a story or two floating around about how one time a couple of years ago an Enigma snuffed out an Omega. The Enigma didn't know that none of the other doctors didn't know that the woman was an Omega. She had been wearing scent patches. So Kirishima could only assume that Izuku was posing as a beta, with Omegas essentially being non-existent in the building. Well, at least as much as Kirishima could smell of it. Sure. I can do that, Izuku answered. Todoroki had been told goodbye from Izuku, surprising both of them a little bit. Yet, Todoroki recovered and quickly mentioned another goodbye, alpha guards to be heard down the hallway somewhere. Todoroki shut his door and all that was left was Kirishima and Izuku. The trip back to Kirishima's room wasn't far, only a few doors or so down from Todoroki. Kirishima had asked Izuku to do the same thing that he was going to do for Todoroki, which the Omega agreed to do, telling Kirishima goodbye as the Alpha Guards, or what was left of them, shouted something from down the hall. When Kirishima's room door finally closed, he went over to what he guessed he could call a mattress and flopped down on it, or them. The blankets and leftover materials that he had scavenged during Dilvwai Day floated up a bit from Kirishima's weight being so forcefully thrown on the material-covered mattress. When dinner arrived at his door, he took it. He fell into his nightly routine, eating dinner and fixing his bed as best as he could before laying on it to fall asleep. Though for the first time in a long time, he dreamed. His dreams were filled with images of the chubby freckled Omega, his mind conjuring up a life where he got to live freely with Izuku. Where he was able to do all those things that normal people do, living life so happily with Izuku, going to elementary school and middle school. He even made it to high school and college living life with the Omega. Even though that timeline didn't exist, it didn't stop Kirishima from dreaming. He dreamed of living together in a wonderful house with Izuku, coming home and spoiling the Omega when he would get back from work. Maybe that one, Kirishima thought when he first woke up. Maybe he could make that part of his dream a reality. Midoriya had headed back up to the floor that he usually worked in. He didn't think much of what he did after it had happened. Mostly, his mind had shifted to other things like what he should do when he got back home. Or actually, would he be able to go home after this, or would they have him stay and do other stuff since he was already there? He tried not to think about it all too much. He wanted to just relax and take a brain break for the rest of the day. He would have to come in tomorrow anyway since that's when he actually did have work. And knowing that, he would probably have to pay Kirishima and Todoroki a visit. Midoriya didn't quite expect to be bombarded with questions when he got off the elevator, though. There was a sea of betas, seemingly eager for information as they asked him questions left and right, with them being about the enigmas and how he was able to control them. There were some other questions that Midoriya would rather not hear, and he didn't have to, because Emiko was already dragging him somewhere, pushing past some of the others. He was pulled into a room, where she told him to sit down in a chair. He'd done so just as she was pulling up her own chair, sighing exhaustedly as she plopped herself down. Her hands raked her hands through her poofy, gray-blue hair. Her hands then fell, elbows placing themselves on her knees before she looked at him. What the hell was that? Nerves pricked his skin. Well, it worked, didn't it? He didn't know what else to say to her. He knew that he didn't follow the plan like he was supposed to. He knew that he was a bit reckless, but he did his job, so why did it seem like she was frustrated? Yes, I know it worked, she snapped. I can see that. I'm just trying to figure out how. Midoriya began, searching his brain for an answer when he realized he didn't quite know himself. Or rather, he did know, but he doubts that these people would rather shoot themselves in the foot than actually treating the enigmas as human beings. I'm not exactly sure, Midoriya settled on. I guess they kind of took interest in me? I'm sure it won't last very long. Emiko sighed again, though this time with what seemed to be relief, and she leaned back in the chair that she was sitting in, looking up to stare at the ceiling. It better not be long. She took a moment to move her head back down and trail her baby blue eyes back to him. What year are you in again? Second year of college, Midoriya replied. I'm sure by the time I finish my internship they'll get bored. She hummed. Yes, but that might be an issue. If 092 goes feral or even 093, then we'll have no last resort to go to. Maybe going to see them will minimize that issue. That way they can get familiar with them and you can gain their trust enough to convince them that they will need to wear a muzzle when they exit their room. Midoriya almost visibly frowned at the thought, but went along with the first part of her plan, intending to make the request that he promised Kirishima. Actually, when I come into work tomorrow, would it be fine for me to head down there? The beta looked surprised at the question but grinned soon after. Sure, do whatever the hell you need to if it's gonna keep them from causing problems. Which is how Midoriya managed to be stuck dreading Friday for once. He woke up that morning tired and went back to sleep, only to wake up from a video call from Shindo. Wog. Midoriya mumbled sleepily, sleepin'. Sleeping? Shindo scoffed. If I were you, I wouldn't be laying around sleeping. The alpha took a sip of something that Midoriya still couldn't see through his bleary eyes. Speaking of which, did you check out that gym I recommended? No, Midoriya murmured, embarrassed about the thought. Maybe he tossed out the idea of losing weight to Shindo, to which the alpha immediately agreed and tried to help him out by pointing out things that he could do and exercises he could do. I haven't really had the time. But you sure do have a lot of time to spare laying around doing nothing, Shindo commented, seemingly distracted while he was running outside. The observation made shame rise in Midoriya, and he immediately wished that he at least had some evidence that he was doing what Shindo suggested and lost some weight, but he had no proof. In fact, it could have been possible that he had gained a pound or so last night when he stress ate and watched his favorite show in his room. He really shouldn't blame himself when he couldn't help it, especially after the stressful day with Todoroki and Kirishima yesterday, and the stressful one he'll likely have today with them, too. Midoriya couldn't bring himself to respond to Shindo, but the alpha didn't seem to notice his lack of reply. So, does that mean that you can go out with me again today? Out? Midoriya questioned, looking at the time on his phone in the corner of his screen. I have to get ready for work soon, though. Work? Shindo replied, looking as if he was sick of the word. You had work last week. He giggled a little at the alpha. That's how work is. You go every week. Gross, Shindo rolled his eyes. Well, I gotta go anyway. See ya. Shindo ended the call before Midoriya could finish. Maybe he was in a rush? Was he running to get somewhere? Well, Midoriya supposed that it didn't matter to him now. He had to get ready for work, which is going to be very interesting today. Midoriya barely had time to check in and do his regular work at the place before he was being ushered by some of the others to go down to see the enigmas again. One of the higher-ups was a little mad at Midoriya for being late, even though Midoriya had arrived 10 minutes early. Apparently they wanted to observe his interactions with the enigmas and document them for their research. It was a little upsetting to be reminded that Kirishima and Todoroki were only viewed as research projects, but Midoriya headed down to the bottom floor regardless. He was guided, more like pushed, to the room that Todoroki was in first. Apparently it had been Kirishima's time to go to the showers when Midoriya arrived. When they arrived in front of the door, the alpha guard to the right of him went forward and took a glove off, pressing his exposed thumb to the thing on the big metal door. When it clicked open, Midoriya noticed the guards scampering away, making Midoriya all the more nervous. He took a deep breath before he had walked into the room, only taking small tentative steps in before he closed the door behind him. Izuku, Midoriya could hear Todoroki's voice, and the way that he essentially purred out his name in happiness. Midoriya couldn't even turn around fully before he heard Todoroki shuffling around to get up and move towards him. It didn't take long, given how small the room was, or rather how small it was compared to someone as big as Todoroki. He had to be at least 8 feet tall. 8 feet, 9 inches, Todoroki said suddenly. Midoriya covered his mouth, realizing that he had been muttering. Though he seemed embarrassed on the outside, he was actually awestruck at the height of the Enigma. Shindo went to sit down in front of Midoriya like he did last time, causing Midoriya's mouth to catch up with his brain, or rather to catch both up to reality. The green-haired male finally went to say something. "Hello again, Todoroki," Midoriya said softly. "Hello," Todoroki hummed. "You look very cute today." Midoriya had to backtrack, because did Todoroki just call him cute? It was something that the smaller male couldn't quite register, especially from someone as, admittedly, good-looking as Todoroki. The Enigma opened his mouth, looking like he wanted to say something more until he frowned a little bit and furrowed his eyebrows. Midoriya watched his eyes dart to the side before he stood up and walked to the far corner of the room. That's when he noticed the camera that was up. Midoriya couldn't feel any worse. They really were treated like some zoo exhibit, weren't they? Todoroki looked up at the thing, and the next moment, Midoriya watched the Enigma throw something at it. Midoriya might have been hallucinating, but it looked like a chunk of ice. The camera soon broke from the wires and such that held it to the wall, and it fell down to the floor. Todoroki didn't waste any time in smashing the thing before heading back over to Midoriya, his big hand going to grab the smaller's arm and lightly pull him further into the room. Midoriya followed, not feeling like resisting the Enigma since he didn't quite have a clear idea of him as a person. Todoroki asked him to sit and Midoriya complied, sitting on what felt like a really old mattress. The Enigma sat on the one right next to the one Midoriya was on and huffed. They really don't know what an invasion of privacy is. Midoriya didn't know if he was supposed to agree or say sorry, but he had a different idea. One that would hopefully pull Todoroki's mind off of the whole thing. He opened a part of his jacket and pulled out the neatly folded shirt that he had laying on his bed with him last night, solely with the intention of it having somewhat a bit of his scent on it. "I have a shirt," Midoriya presented. Todoroki tried to take it, but Midoriya pulled it back just as quickly. "But there's something you need to know. It's very important. So I need you to keep it a secret." Todoroki didn't look too pleased at the clothing being snatched from under him, but he nodded. "I'm an Omega, so dash. You can't let anyone but Kirishima know. If anyone knows, then I'll lose this job and probably ruin my reputation." Todoroki made a confused noise. "But I already knew that. I already told you, enigmas have a strong sense of smell." Midoriya was a little shocked at the statement, but managed to keep his jaw from dropping. How were their noses that strong to be able to smell the scent through the patches? He kept his curiosity aside for now, opting to finally hand over the shirt to Todoroki. "All right." The moment he had the shirt, the Enigma held it closely and let out a little rumble-like purr. Midoriya just observed, taking in the Enigma and realizing just how simple it was to make him happy. It only lasted a couple of seconds before Todoroki looked down to Midoriya. "Ah," he started, arms falling a little with the shirt in his hand still. "Do you want something of mine? You can take whatever I have." Actually, Todoroki paused a second and tossed the shirt that Midoriya gave him over his shoulder, drawing Midoriya's attention to the collar on the other's neck yet again. The next thing Midoriya knew, Todoroki was tugging a blanket around him, one big enough that it wrapped around Midoriya multiple times. "You looked cold," Todoroki finally said when he finished. "You have to tell me if you're cold or anything, okay?" Midoriya nodded, a bit dizzy from the overwhelming scent that screamed Enigma to him more than anything, because it surely didn't scream alpha from how potent it was. Midoriya had a feeling that he should get used to that too, because it was likely that he would be smelling it a lot more often now. It had been a good 15 minutes, Midoriya would say. He would be lying if he said that this whole thing didn't make him anxious. No, he was definitely more anxious and trying to be as careful as he could be in his entire life. Todoroki just seemed to appreciate his company though, seeing as though the Enigma didn't start any sort of conversation, just opting to lay down and snuggle into the shirt Midoriya gave him. It threw Midoriya off, seeing the way the Enigma would chuff once in a while, rubbing his face against the material as he did so. There was a moment where he whined and asked Midoriya if he could actually scent the thing. When Midoriya asked what he meant, Todoroki gestured to his wrists. Your scent patches are in the way. Would you mind taking them off to scent the shirt more? When Midoriya didn't answer right away, Todoroki stopped himself. Right? Never mind. I shouldn't have asked. I apologize for getting carried away. No. Midoriya was quick to reply after that. It's just, I never really scented anything before. It's risky to do out there, but if you promise to keep it in a safe place, then I don't mind. When the Enigma still hadn't moved, Midoriya decided to be bold and stand up. Well, he had to untangle himself from his blanket cocoon first to go over there himself. Though he wasn't quite expecting Todoroki to look up at him so quickly. Don't leave. Please. Midoriya didn't say anything as he walked towards the Enigma slowly, seeing his shoulders dropped like he was sad at the thought of Midoriya leaving. I'm not. At least not now. Here, I can scent it if it'll make you feel better. He held out his hand to the dual-haired Enigma, waiting for the shirt to be handed back to him. Todoroki finally handed the piece of clothing over, and Midoriya took it and sat back down on one of the mattresses. He set the shirt down in his lap while he took off his scent patches on his wrists, setting them aside so he could put them on when he was finished. He carefully took the shirt and started rubbing his wrists against it, his inner Omega doing happy little flips inside of him at the thought of being able to actually properly scent something. It must have shown in his scent, because Todoroki brought it up. You smell happy. Midoriya limited himself to saying. Otherwise a perm might slip out and then he would be embarrassed. Todoroki trailed off and Midoriya stopped his scenting when he looked to his side to see Todoroki peeking into his line of sight as he leaned down. The Enigma's head was tilted, as if he was trying to observe something. You look nice when you aren't nervous. I'm sorry I make you feel uncomfortable, but I want to see more of that look on your face. When you're happy and relaxed. Midoriya didn't quite know how to respond, staring with wide eyes at the Enigma before focusing his eyes back on the shirt on his lap. Okay, it was all he could stutter out. He resumed his task of scenting the shirt, trying not to look at Todoroki, who had laid down near him and just watched him scent the thing. After a minute more of thoroughly scenting the shirt, Midoriya looked down at his side where Todoroki was laying and held it out to him to take. The Enigma gladly took it again with a small chuff. Midoriya could see the Enigma physically relax as he laid on his stomach and placed the thing under him like a pillow. Izuku? Todoroki mumbled after a few minutes. The Enigma had closed his eyes since then and Midoriya had been up and walking back to the other mattress to wrap himself in the blanket again. Midoriya hummed as his gaze went to the Enigma, eyes previously busying themselves with the small amount of items in the room. Midoriya took in every detail. When you leave this time, are you going to come back? Yes, I promise I'll try to visit when I can, Todoroki, Midoriya replied softly. It hurt a little to hear the question. Midoriya remembered his younger self saying that at a point in his life, tugging on his father's jacket when Midoriya's parents just got done fighting. Though Midoriya never got a reply back for the man, nor had he returned. Shoto, Todoroki mumbled. He sounded as if he were tired. My given name, I would like for you to call me Shoto. Shoto, Midoriya tested it on his tongue before he added, it's a very nice name. A happy rumble came from the Enigma before they were met with silence again. Not even a few minutes passed by before Midoriya noted the way that the Enigma had dozed off. Midoriya smiled a little, seeing how the Enigma fell asleep with the shirt. Midoriya took the blanket he had wrapped around him, getting out of it and pulling it over to do, Shoto. Midoriya placed his scent patches back on his wrist before he started to head off and out of the room. I'll see you on Tuesday, he made a whispered promise before he walked out and shut the door. He didn't even get fully out of the door when he was tugged aside. Midoriya squeaked at the sudden touching and tried to squirm away from the grip on him. No bleeding? No, it doesn't look like it. Well, make sure, P-Brains. We'll get in trouble if he's actually hurt. Apparently he's one of the important beta researchers. Constant bickering filled Midoriya's ears, and he looked down at some of the alpha guards there. He pulled himself out of their hold and looked at them with a confused look on his face. Bleeding? Why would I be bleeding? The alphas all gawked at him as if he were crazy. It took one of them a second to process it before she was whistling lowly, This kid's got ball. Midoriya took note of her long poofy apricot-colored hair and dark red eyes. Midoriya had to admit that she was pretty. Another alpha was quick to explain after that, You kidding? You just went into one of their FING dens without any sort of equipment or help, and you're looking at us like we're the crazy ones. He had muddy orange eyes with dark red hair. Midoriya hesitated. Is that not normal? I thought you just wore that protective equipment just when they go feral. He noted all of the heavy equipment they had now, including tasers, a couple of guns, and other gear hooked on the belt they all wore. Not normal? One of them exclaimed before huffing to recollect himself. He had dark purple eyes. What's not normal is what you just did. What even happened? How did you manage to get out of there? Midoriya gave them all an incredulous look. I just walked out? He fell asleep while I was there, so I decided to leave so I could see Ki, the other one I was supposed to see today. Fell asleep? A female guard gasped. What kind of sorcery are you performing? They never let their guard down, ever. Eyes always wide open and cautious, with their guard up and ready to attack if they need to. Sometimes they'll even snarl at us if we get too close. The others just looked at Midoriya like he was an alien. With them in the way, now Midoriya was a bit relieved that he had to go see Kirishima. He still felt nervous and scared, but there was a bit of relief at the thought of being somewhere where these pestering alphas seemed scared to go. Which is exactly why he started to walk down the hallway towards his room a couple doors down. Though the problem was he didn't quite remember which door. They still followed him, asking different questions. Midoriya didn't pay all that much attention, though a number piqued his interest, the mention of a so-called 091. Maybe he could ask Kirishima about them, because Midoriya didn't really want to spend more time talking to the alphas than he had to, especially with their scents starting to get heavy in the air. Do you know where 092's room is? That's where you're going? One of the male alphas asked in surprise, his light brown hair swaying with him. He was the one that had the purple eyes. Isn't that the one that, went feral yesterday? The female guard with the poofy purple hair questioned. Yes, Midoriya replied, trying so hard to keep himself collected, but all of the questioning by these alphas was making him feel a little stressed. Not too much, but enough to make him uncomfortable and wish he had a blanket to burrow under. He felt like these people were criticizing him. Well, he knew that they appeared astonished of what he had done, but maybe later when all was said and done, they would be talking about how weird and strange he was. Perhaps stupid was a better term. Someone bumped shoulders with him and he looked to see one of the other female alphas. There were 3 of them in total and 2 male guards, just around his height. Or maybe Shinso's height, at around 6 feet. Midoriya watched her pass him as she looked at him over her shoulder and smiled. Come on, cutie. You're not gonna get anywhere talking with these boneheads. He barely noticed how she was purposely swaying her hips as he followed her. She led him to Kirishima's room and she was about to unlock it for him before she turned back to him with her multicolor eyes, a mix of a sea green, cyan, and periwinkle. Her curly turquoise-colored hair bounced a little a second after she stopped moving. She looked like she wanted to say something, but the other guards seemed to catch up. Boneheads? The female alpha with the red eyes and apricot hair questioned boredly, weren't you the one that almost failed one of the easiest classes back in college? The other one seemed baffled and squawked at the other alpha, the same height as her. Midoriya looked over when he heard the door click open. The other 3 guards were standing by Kirishima's door, having opened the door when the other 2 kept arguing. Get in there, the shorter female alpha with the purple hair gestured. I know they're going to be a while. We'll be out here in case you need backup. Midoriya wanted to frown at the mention of needing backup, but nodded as he headed into Kirishima's room. He walked in, expecting to have to search for Kirishima himself, only to see the Enigma already waiting by the door. He was about to say hi to Kirishima, but the Enigma beat him to it. I heard them from here. The walls may be thick, but I can still hear them yapping, Kirishima grumbled, moving closer to Midoriya with a little pout. Midoriya watched him take one small sniff near him before the Enigma made a face, and was bringing him over to his little mattress area like Shindo had in his room. Was that a thing that Enigmas liked? Maybe it was because it simulated a nest like how Omegas use, but at the same time, there was really nowhere else in the room they could go to lay on comfortably. There were just the mattresses and small little piles of clothes or a blanket here and there. The cold gray concrete floor surely didn't seem like a fun option. Midoriya was led to sit down on one of the mattresses just like Shindo had done with him. Kirishima sat down as well, maybe a bit too close for Midoriya's liking. And without warning, Kirishima leaned in and brought his wrists up to Midoriya, rubbing them everywhere he could. In between, the Enigma would lean in and sniff at the area where his wrists had been, either growling a bit and rubbing his wrist more on the area or chuffing and leaving it alone. Midoriya only realized what he was doing when the Enigma tried to rub his wrists against the chubbier parts of his body like his front and sides. Midoriya stopped Kirishima's hands from what Midoriya realized was scenting, pulling Kirishima out of whatever daze he was in. Stop please, he asked quietly, trying to control his emotions as an embarrassed blush crawled up his neck and to his face. Kirishima pouted again but pulled his hands away. Sorry. I couldn't help it. You were covered in their scents. Their scents? Midoriya parroted. Those alphas outside. Kirishima's gaze hardened a little at the thought before it seemed to soften when he turned back to Midoriya. You can't be covered in their scents. Midoriya squirmed in his spot at the mention of those alphas, turning his attention to the arm that the turquoise-haired alpha had bumped him in the shoulder. It wasn't red or anything, it probably wouldn't even bruise, but she did hit it a little too hard just for gaining his attention. Your arm? Why the rubbing? Did I do something? Did I hurt you when I was scenting you? Kirishima hurriedly fired questions left and right. No, one of the alphas just bumped into me. She wanted to get my attention and bumped my shoulder. Kirishima's eyes went a little darker and Midoriya was scared that the Enigma might have gone into rut or something of the sort by how scary they looked for a split second. The Enigma closed his eyes and took a deep breath. But you're okay, right? She didn't hurt you or anything, did she? No, I don't think so. It was just stinging and it reminded me of what happened. All Kirishima did was hum at Midoriya's response. The curly-haired male could have sworn he heard something like a curse under the Enigma's breath, but that might have been his imagination, because the next moment it was like a light bulb went up in his head. The thing. Did you bring something that has your scent on it for me? It's okay if you didn't dash. Oh right. Midoriya recalled, pulling out another one of his shirts that he tucked on the inside of his jacket, but this time for Kirishima. I went to Shindo and he said that it didn't smell too much like me. I can scent it here if you want like I did for him? Midoriya wasn't completely sure if Kirishima would accept the request, but the Enigma gleamed, his sharp teeth on display as he flopped down next to Midoriya. Yes please, the Enigma purred out happily. Midoriya huffed a little, not able to contain the little smile that crept onto his face. Though it resulted in Kirishima cooing at him and he at his smile. He was much more of a talker than Shindo, finding a bunch of different topics to talk about while Midoriya took the time to scent the shirt for him. Kirishima talked a little about his day and stuff since Midoriya asked, though the Enigma sped through it, apparently eager to hear more about Midoriya. There were about just as many questions from the Enigma than from the alphas outside. But somehow this felt different. Midoriya knew how genuine Kirishima was, with nothing to hide and his carefree nature. The alphas outside, however, Midoriya knew there was something fake about them. He was different from them. He chose to stand up for what's right, in treating enigmas like Kirishima as they were human. Not some untamed beast that only had a one-track mind to kill and destroy. Midoriya watched as Kirishima took in all the information he told about himself. And it was odd to be telling the Enigma such things, as Midoriya was a very private person. But somehow, he was able to tell Kirishima these things so easily, like it was some sort of second nature. Midoriya didn't even realize until then that the only times where he truly felt comfortable to be himself in this facility were actually not around the betas and alphas that claimed to be the only human beings in the building, but rather the people they called monsters. Maybe Midoriya could try to prove them all wrong. Maybe he could prove to the alphas and betas that these enigmas were anything but monsters. And that way, maybe then they would set them free. Izuku. Midoriya had gotten accustomed to it by now. It had been maybe 2 weeks since he started to have daily visits with Kirishima and Shoto, or Ijiro and Shoto. The Enigma asked if Midoriya could call him that during one of the visits. Speaking of which, Midoriya started to notice how clingy the Enigmas were. It didn't come as fast as it did with Shoto than Ijiro, but soon enough both of them would be content with curling up to Midoriya's side during their visits. Ijiro started off hesitantly but then grew ecstatic when Midoriya didn't lean away from the touch. Ijiro reminded him of a puppy. A very big puppy. If he had a tail, Midoriya's sure that Ijiro's would be wagging the moment Midoriya stepped through the doors every couple days. Shoto, he reminded Midoriya of a very big cat. He would even purr like one whenever he saw Midoriya, carefully leading him over to the bed before having him sit so Shoto could let Midoriya scent him. Both enigmas always loved when he scented him. And it seems they always loved his attention too. Izuku, Ijiro whined again, nuzzling his head against Midoriya's shoulder. Are you almost done? Midoriya had been playing on his phone for some time now, sorting through his online shopping list, adding and taking stuff in and out of the cart. It wasn't until Ijiro forced his head on Midoriya's lap that he reacted. Gah! Ijiro! Midoriya squealed. He knew his face was already warm from Ijiro being so cuddly with him, but the freckled male felt like he'd been dumped in a bucket of lava from how warm his body felt. Ijiro let out another whine when Midoriya pulled his head off of his lap. Midoriya stood up quickly and paced the room to help cool himself off. After a minute or so, and he turned to face Ijiro to scold him, "Do not do that." When seeing his pleading puppy eyes, Midoriya added, "Please don't. You didn't do anything wrong. I'm just not comfortable with that stuff." At that, Ijiro silently nodded his head, but opened his arms as a silent ask for a quick hug. Midoriya usually allowed one hug per visit due to Ijiro's request for a hug last week or so. The green-haired male sighed and walked to the huge Enigma, being startled when Ijiro lifted him up for the hug, nuzzling his face against Midoriya's. "I'm sorry." Ijiro cried a little. It wasn't the first time he felt bad about possibly doing something wrong, but Midoriya was quick to comfort him anyway. "It's okay, you didn't know," Midoriya managed to wheeze out, "but can you put me down? You're crushing me." Ijiro is quick to put him down on the mattress again, albeit gently. "Sorry, you're just so cute. I can't help it when you let me hug you." "It's all right," Midoriya dismissed. He turned to his phone again and tapped on it a few times. Afterwards, he presented it to Ijiro. "What do you think? I'm gonna let Shoto pick out some stuff of his own later, but what do you want? It has some soft stuff and some blankets and stuff." Ijiro blinked at his screen as he went over the items on the phone. "For me?" Ijiro murmured, "Like a gift." Midoriya confirmed. He always loved to get gifts for his friends, and seeing how Ijiro had to stay cooped up in a place like this for who knows how long, Midoriya thought the least he could do was make it a little cozy. Ijiro was hesitant and he tried to refuse getting anything more than the cheapest item, but Midoriya insisted that he should pick out a couple more items. Midoriya took out the things that Ijiro didn't want and kept the things that he liked. With that done, he tossed his phone aside and talked for the rest of the time with Ijiro. "Come on, pick some stuff." Todoroki stared at the Omega, confused. Confused, he could never refuse a request made by Izuku, so he sat next to the Omega while the other excitedly showed him some things. It was so cute whenever the freckled Omega smiled. His cheeks looked chubbier and Todoroki noticed the little divots of dimples that his smiling left. It made Todoroki's attention fall on the dots of freckles, which always left Todoroki wonder just how many there were. "And I thought you would like this one, look. It's huge, so hopefully you'll be able to lay under all of it. And it's a blue one. I think blue really suits you, so I picked blue. But you can pick another color if you want to get this blanket," Izuku was rambling as he scrolled through some of the items on his phone, telling Todoroki about the items here and there. It wasn't until Todoroki spotted something yellow on the phone had he spoken up. Wait dash. His voice trailed off and he took his hand off Izuku's arm where he placed it a second before to make the Omega stop scrolling. Never mind, Todoroki deflated as he looked the other way. No, tell me, Izuku encouraged as he held the phone out to Todoroki. What? Was it something you saw that you liked? Was I scrolling too fast? Todoroki carefully grabbed the phone from Izuku, seeing as he was offering the device to him, and Todoroki scrolled back up to the thing that caught his attention. He showed it to Izuku when he was done and the Omega took his phone back. Izuku's face lit up. All Might? You know that series? The Omega looked all giddy. Do you want something All Might related? I can get you something. Or I can dash. I know the series, Todoroki carefully interrupted. My father never really liked for me to watch or read the series, though. He claimed that it would rot my brain, and that the series was far too violent for someone like me. Curled hair bounced a little as Izuku tilted his head to the side. Huh? Those are pretty weird reasons. It's just made-up violence too. Fiction, you know? Yes, but… Todoroki paused. My father had a feeling I would be an enigma, so he didn't want me around any sort of violence. He mumbled under his breath. So much for that logic considering he would beat me for getting any less than an A+. Oh Shoto, Izuku said sadly. It's nothing, he replied. I don't have to deal with him anymore. His attention went back to the initial topic. I only mentioned All Might because Kirishima and Bakugo liked that series too if I recall correctly. Bakugo? Izuku parroted. Oh, right. You haven't met Bakugo yet. He's the other Enigma me and Kirishima sit with at lunch. But I remember him telling us something a couple years ago about how he was obsessed with that series. Kirishima was a little less. I know he liked one of the characters, Crimson Riot. Oh yeah, he's a really good character. I like him too but not as much as All Might, Izuku babbled happily. Yeah, I remember him saying something like how he wanted to dye his hair red because of that character, though he obviously never got to do that, Todoroki mentioned as he watched Izuku put more things into his online shopping cart. Are you sure you need to get all this, Izuku? I don't need to, I want to. The Omega chirped. And what's Bakugo like? I want to get to know him and maybe I can meet him. Todoroki took a moment to gather his thoughts. Well, he's loud. Brash. He really likes being angry for some reason. And nicknames. He loves those. Izuku looked like he was taking in all the information that he could get as he nodded away. He sounds nice. Maybe I should stop by his room after this. What's his room number? Todoroki realized that asking for Bakugo's room number was Izuku's way of asking what his assigned number was. Izuku likely hated using numbers to identify themselves as much as they did. 091, the Enigma replied. Izuku just smiled happily. I can't wait to meet him. Maybe a visit with him will have to wait till next time. I don't have much time left here. Todoroki nodded, promptly moving to lay down next to Izuku so that he could savor the rest of the time that he had with the Omega. He also took time to think about what he would tell Bakugo about Izuku. He'll probably give him a brief rundown about this and that, and about how he would bend his arms backwards and break every other bond in his body before freezing and then burning them if Bakugo even thought of hurting Izuku. Maybe he could start off telling Bakugo Izuku's interest in All Might or something. Midoriya remembered how alarmed the guards that would always patrol the Enigma's rooms looked when he told them he wanted to know more about 091. He'd gotten warnings of the dangerous and ill-tempered Enigma. They told him about the dangerous ability that he had. It was lost on Midoriya about what exactly these abilities that Enigmas seemed to have, but he didn't want to bother Ijiro or Shoto asking about it. Lost in thought, he hadn't noticed that the Alpha Guard stopped walking, and he was only halted when the same female Alpha Guard with the apricot hair and red eyes had pushed against him a little to stop him from walking. Slow your roll, big dude. The mention of being called a big dude made Midoriya frown a little. He knew that she wasn't wrong and that Midoriya was actually a very big person. He towered over most, and some small spaces were difficult for him to fit in because of how wide he was. He remembered one time when he had hugged Shinso, he engulfed the alpha in his arms completely. Midoriya's attention was drawn upwards when his feet stopped moving. He was a bit confused on why he was stopped. He was already fairly familiar with visits with the enigmas. It had been a month since his first one and about 2 weeks since the one where he ordered the stuff for the now 3 enigmas. He brought his book bag with him that contained all of the stuff. They were stopped in front of Bakugo's room. "We can't let you in there with that bag, bud." One of the alphas spoke from behind him. Midoriya glanced at his bag and then to the guards. "But I need this bag." "Well, you can have it when you're done," one of them claimed. "But I need it for the visit. Can't you just check it before I go in?" Midoriya reasoned. He just got all that stuff that he ordered in the mail. He was so excited when it arrived in the mail yesterday because he wanted to make the enigmas happy. But now he can't give them their gifts? "No go," one of the male alphas chimed in. "No," the female alpha with the long curly turquoise-colored hair chimed in. "We can check the bag." She took a moment to circle around him and Midoriya felt uncomfortable at the action, especially as she purred near his ear. Besides, he'd never hurt anyone, right? He looks like he knows what he's doing. And if he doesn't, well, I can show him how it goes. Midoriya chuckled nervously before he sidestepped her to hand his bag to the male guard with the light brown hair and purple eyes. It didn't take long for him to search it before he tossed it back and gave Midoriya the go-ahead to enter the room. That is, after they opened it for him. The door clicked open and he was shoved inside quickly, likely because they didn't want Bakugo to get out. Speaking of Bakugo, Midoriya found the enigma with blonde hair and red eyes staring right at him. His eyes might have veered like Kirishima's, but they did not look kind. They looked dangerous and upset with Midoriya. For the first time in a while, Midoriya felt fear while at work. He watched the enigma cautiously, trying to determine what he should do first. But he was too late. Next thing he knew, Midoriya was laying on the ground with Bakugo hovering over him. But he wasn't being playful. He wasn't happy to see him either. Midoriya could tell from his large fangs when Bakugo snarled. Midoriya hoped that he would be able to make it out alive. It was something Midoriya would imagine in a movie. The type of movie that would get your heart thumping with anxiousness, your hands holding on to whatever they could grasp tightly due to the high tension of the scene. Maybe sometimes when it went bad for your favorite character you could pause and take a breather. Though Midoriya just couldn't get up and walk away. He was actually experiencing this. There weren't going to be any directors to shout, "Cut," if he got injured in any sort of way. It was all happening live. Right here, right now. He wouldn't deny the fact that his heart was beating fast in his chest, nor the fact that he had a lump in his throat from how intimidated he was by the enigma looming above him. It was then that Midoriya was able to get a close enough look to notice how much bigger Enigma's fangs are than Alpha's. Alpha fangs looked ridiculously tiny compared to the ones that were inches away from Midoriya's face. "What the F are you doing in here?" Midoriya tried to stay calm. "I wanted to visit you. I've heard a lot about you." Maybe it was the wrong answer, because Bakugo's eyes went ablaze in what Midoriya knew as anger and hatred. Midoriya had to suppress a whimper when hearing the short growl that ripped through the air. "You're FING sick in the head. All of you. You might be able to fool Rockhead and half, but you're not gonna trick me," Bakugo spat. Midoriya felt his omega fall into turmoil when being faced with an enigma so angry, so disgusted by his presence. He knew if his scent was exposed, it would be sour and smell rotten. I just want to help." Midoriya's voice was small. "Help? Like hell you are. Getting all buddy-buddy with those fuckers out there. You probably don't even want to help, do you? You're probably just acting. Acting like you're actually doing something good when you're not. I hate people like you." Bakugo's voice was laced with a deadly venom. "You're a joke. A pathetic piece of shit that likes to see people suffer. It's probably because it's the only thing you can do, right? I heard what Kirishima told me." Midoriya felt like he was on the verge of tears, even more so when one of Bakugo's hands found its way near his neck. The smell of his scent had become overwhelming by now, and it was taking a toll on Midoriya and his omega. Bakugo's face got closer to his, and Midoriya felt like he had to follow a silent command. One that told him to stop breathing. "You really are as useless as you sound." An omega that just turns into a pathetic crying mess when the situation becomes too much, Bakugo hissed in his ear. Midoriya knew his tears started flowing by now. And once they started, they only got worse as they fell down freely. I'm not useless. Midoriya wanted to say it with confidence, but his overwhelming emotions prevented that. You say that, but look at you. You aren't doing anything to defend yourself. You can't. Just a little Deku. Midoriya pushed through the hiccuping that started and ignored the snot running out of his nose. I can know that you won't hurt me though. Another mistake. Bakugo let out a loud growl. You don't think I'll hurt you? Are you effing hearing yourself right now? I'm an enigma. Violent, bloodthirsty freaks that can't handle people like you. Because you're just too effing delicate and we're too effing feral that apparently we don't seem to get the same treatment you motherfuckers do. You got to live a happy life and do whatever the F you wanted when we had to watch our own parents sign our lives away when we were 13. Midoriya watched the way Bakugo's chest heaved heavily as he spoke. The Omega willed himself to look into the eyes of the Enigma, only to see pain and hurt. Enigma hurt. Hell please. Midoriya was unsure if it was wise to listen to his inner Omega, but before he knew it, his shaky hand was already moving up to touch Bakugo's face. The Enigma only growled a little, so Midoriya decided to just pull his hand down and hold onto Bakugo's wrist near his head instead. Go, Dad. I want you to leave, Bakugo said, though Midoriya could see the tears bubbling in his eyes. Why? Midoriya said, his voice hushed and as gentle as he could make it at the moment. You're going to leave anyway. You're gonna hurt them more than you know it. Quit. Quit whatever job you have here. Kirishima and Todoroki are gonna be a mess if they get too attached just for you to leave them behind when you move on to bigger and better things. Midoriya hesitated once more as he processed everything. Bakugo wasn't angry at him. He was angry at the world. He was angry at his parents for giving him up so freely, for abandoning him. He was mad at the facility for treating him and all the enigmas as less than human. He was probably scared to get attached to Midoriya. He was probably projecting his own feelings as well when he talked about Shoto and Ijiro. Bakugo was probably trying to scare him off so Midoriya couldn't get close to him. Bakugo, Midoriya murmured carefully as he went to cup the Enigma's face slowly. The blonde didn't make any sort of move against it. In fact, Midoriya saw how he leaned into his hands. I'm not going to leave. Why you guys? Midoriya said firmly, yet kept his voice to a minimum. I know you haven't had the best life. I know you're scared. I promise I'll try to stay by your side until I can't anymore. That seemed to make the dam break. Soon enough a tear fell from the Enigma's face. Then the next and the next. Bakugo looked like he was forcing himself not to, but Midoriya reassured him that it was fine. Enigma not happy. So, give hugs. It might have been a long shot, but Midoriya was willing to prove to Bakugo that he was going to be there for them. How could he let fear get in the way if all these enigmas were just innocent, damaged kids on the inside? He had to be brave for them. He had to be someone they could rely on. So, his hands trailed further up and went to the back of Bakugo's neck. He hooked his arms around slowly, looking for any resistance from Bakugo, just to find none. Midoriya continued and gently tugged the blonde down towards him. The little nudge seemed to be all the confirmation that Bakugo needed to plop himself down on top of Midoriya. A little oomph came out of Midoriya when the Enigma did it, but he didn't mind. Bakugo probably really needed the hug, so Midoriya just let him be. The Enigma pulled his hands up to clutch at the sides of Midoriya's arms. There were a couple of minutes of silence before Midoriya spoke again. Bakugo, do you really want me to leave? The blonde shook his head where it lay near the crook of Midoriya's neck. Okay, he murmured, then I won't leave. I'll try to stay as long as the facility will let me stay here. Bakugo lifted himself from Midoriya and sat himself on the floor next to him. Don't call me that, just call me Chu, the Enigma announced as he turned his head away. Catch Kaken? Midoriya asked. Hesitantly. No, it's Katsuki. The blonde defended, though Midoriya could see the embarrassed blush on his face. Midoriya smiled a little. I don't know, I kinda like Kaken. Kaken grunted, whatever works for you. He crossed his arms over his chest while Midoriya sat up off the floor, standing up afterwards. You're probably gonna call me that anyways, Izuku. I think it's fair you call me Deku then, Midoriya answered as he wiped his dry tears away. Kaken hummed. Midoriya tried to fill in the silence that followed by showing Kaken the things that he got him, though Kaken decided to pick Midoriya up when he was midway through getting his book bag off and in front of himself. Midoriya squeaked and wanted to plead that Kaken let him down, but at the same time, he didn't want to upset the Enigma. He was set down on Kaken's mattress thing and the blonde settled down next to him. Midoriya glanced over and the Enigma took a moment to bare his neck. I'm sorry for being a d-dashed. No, it's okay Kaken, Midoriya assured. No, 'cause Kirishima and Todoroki are gonna kill me for making you cry, the blonde announced and came close to lean in and rub his scent glands on his wrist on Midoriya's shoulders. It was a comforting gesture, one that close friends or family do to help. It wasn't as casual as arm scenting, but it wasn't as personal as the neck, something that would usually be used by mates. The scent made Midoriya feel warm, relaxed, and safe, and he easily melted as Kaken made sure to solidify his scent. When he was done, Midoriya opened his eyes and smiled at the Enigma. Thank you, he said before he turned to dig into his bag. I have little gifts for you, he mentioned as he started to pull out a shirt he got for his meeting with Kaken. I gave Ijiro and Shoto one of these already. If you want, then I can scent it for you like I did for them, Midoriya offered. He looked over to see Kaken staring at the shirt like he wanted it, and only a few seconds later did he nod his head yes. In turn, he nodded his head back and set it aside. I'll scent it after I show you everything else, Midoriya mentioned. And that's how he ended up with a purring Kaken. Midoriya already knew he was more than happy with the gifts that he got for him, and the blonde was especially happy with the all-might items he got for him. After that, Midoriya mentioned that he would have to leave soon, which Kaken was not happy about. The Enigma pouted a little and asked if he really needed to go see those idiots, and Midoriya giggled a little and said that yes, he did have to go see Shoto and Ijiro. I have gifts for them too, Midoriya reasoned. That made Kaken frown more. You bought them gifts? Well yeah, I had to make sure you get stuff for all you guys, Midoriya gave a little smile. Kaken grumpily accepted the answer. Soon enough Midoriya was on his way to deliver Shoto and Ijiro their gifts. He hoped that they would like them as much as Kaken. What are you doing? Midoriya glanced down where Kaken lay near his right thigh. The Omega was quick to learn that the Enigma was more like a listener like Shoto, but not as much of a talker as Ijiro. Studying, Midoriya replied, scrolling through his online textbook on his phone. Kaken mumbled. Well, can you stop? Midoriya put his phone down on his lap with it still open, casting a questioning glance at the blonde. For what dash? He was ready to ask, but the Enigma started to maneuver him around as soon as his gaze went to him. Midoriya was left laying flat on the mattress, his phone being taken from him gently before he looked down to see Kaken snuggling and making his way up to put his head on his chest. Gimme attention, Kaken demanded, closing his eyes as he settled down. But Kaken, I won't have enough time to study, Midoriya answered softly. Even so, he still put his hands through the other's hair. The Enigma rumbled almost as soon as the Omega started to give him bits of attention. Kaken had been like that for a couple of days now, whiny and needy. The blonde was actually really affectionate, something that Midoriya had to get used to but also remind himself that these Enigmas were just a bit touch-starved and just wanted some positive attention. Midoriya was likely the only one that could do that for them, and Midoriya had to have his mind get used to the idea that all of it wasn't any more than a little affection that they needed. It's not like they cared all that much for Midoriya. He's not that important, he had to remind himself. Study? Why do you need to study? Midoriya let a little fond giggle. Kaken, you know why. I know you know why studying is necessary. Yeah, but you already have all the stuff you need in that brain of yours. To emphasize his point, Kaken brought one hand up to shake Midoriya's head a little by gripping his curls. Midoriya let out another laugh as he reached up to take Kaken's big hand out of his hair. I think you overestimate me. The Omega went to push the Enigma's hand down lightly. I really do need to study though, Kaken. An unhappy grumble came from the Enigma as he tried to snuggle into Midoriya more, not making any move to get off or away from the Omega. But you're so, Sinhai. The last bit of his voice was muffled as the blonde turned to bury his head in Midoriya's chest. Midoriya let out a sigh. Kaken, he couldn't even get out the rest before the Enigma let out a louder upset grumble. The green-haired male knew getting the Enigma away from him was probably out of the question, so he opted to go for an alternative route. Well, can you at least not lay on my chest so I can dash? Midoriya didn't even get to finish before Kaken hurriedly scooted his way down before resting his head on his tummy. A big happy rumble came from the blonde before Midoriya cut it off midway, face turning red. He had to wrestle Kaken's head off his tummy because the Enigma was insistent on using it as his pillow. The blonde hissed a few times and grunted unhappily as Midoriya's smaller hands tried to force him off. The last straw was when the Enigma got a little aggressive and actually nibbled on the pudgy skin in retaliation. Kaken! Midoriya had to ban Kaken from cuddling the rest of that day. The Omega frowned as he stared in the bathroom mirror and gathered the chub in his hand, observing the now purplish mark. He hadn't shown Ijiro or Shoto when he visited them afterwards, but they were quick to notice that Midoriya was hurt by the few small bits of his body language, which resulted in him not showing them but rather them either pulling his shirt up a little to search for the bruise, Ijiro, or literally squishing parts of his belly for a couple of seconds to find the bruise before Midoriya couldn't take it anymore and just showed him himself, Shoto. Shoto had odd ways of finding out information. Midoriya remembered the one time where the Enigma used a roundabout way to ask Midoriya what his favorite color was, for some reason. Shoto was really sweet and caring though. Midoriya was thankful for that. The Enigma even insisted that he could try to ask the guards for food when he realized Midoriya was hungry. Or when he noticed Midoriya was uncomfortable on the pillow, Shoto laid on his side and let Midoriya sit up against him. Midoriya had to learn to let them take care of him, too. He was okay with just taking care of them and giving them the positive attention that they so obviously needed, but soon enough the three Enigmas got used to him and became eager to take care of him as well. And Midoriya had no choice but to go with it. He knew it would be both hard and rude to tell them and for them to resist their natural urges as Enigmas. One of those being to take care of and protect people like Midoriya. Omegas. Midoriya could tell in the way they couldn't help it when they rushed to help him with whatever they could as well as show displays of affection through long hugs and even carried Midoriya across the room sometimes, mostly Shoto. There was an issue with scenting and with them wanting to scent him, but Midoriya unfortunately had to explain why they couldn't do that. Though Midoriya noticed how persistent they were. Like when Midoriya eventually had to explain to Ichijiro and Shoto what exactly happened with Kaken and the bruise, both Enigmas asked, Ijiro begged, to get cuddle time like that. Specifically laying on his stomach. And they both, oddly enough, stayed like that the whole visit. Well, there was a time where Ijiro had started to subconsciously rub a small circle or two on Midoriya's sides with his thumbs. The Enigma didn't even realize he had done so as Midoriya told him through the Enigma's rumbles and purrs. Another thing about Ijiro was that he actually made a little space for Midoriya if he wanted to use it. His own personal spot in the room. It made the Omega happy, especially with the little bits of fabric there. It was like Midoriya's own little nest. A nest, he always wanted a nest. But more than that, maybe he just wanted to be normal. His Omega was the only thing itching for the thought of a nest. If he was normal like a beta, or perhaps even an alpha, then maybe he would be happy. Happy that he wouldn't have to resist his instincts or just have instincts that were dulled down significantly. He could have been happy with a life like that. But maybe some people weren't destined to be happy as some are not destined to be successful. Midoriya tried to ignore the feeling. He really did. Ever since Ijiro unknowingly planted the thought of a nest inside Midoriya's brain, the Omega couldn't stop thinking about it. Shinso had noticed how he had become on edge as well, the Alpha trying to do small things to try and cheer him up. The purple-haired Alpha even tried to make him Katsudon, though it ended up not as grand as the Alpha had hoped considering he forgot a major step in the process. Midoriya laughed it off and felt a little lighter at his friend's attempts to cheer him up. Though everything went a bit downhill when he decided to meet up with Shindo a couple days later. They were out and about, Midoriya following the Alpha around aimlessly. The place they were in was crowded, which Midoriya most definitely didn't like, It was embarrassing when Shindo had somehow ended up beside him. Oftentimes the short alpha would get too close to his personal bubble and accidentally graze something with his hands like Midoriya's thighs. Midoriya apologized every time, but thankfully Shindo didn't seem uncomfortable. In the middle of their outing, Midoriya had to excuse himself to the bathroom after his stomach started hurting. Maybe he ate something bad? Hopefully it won't last very long. He still had to go to the facility later to spend time with Kaken, Eijiro, and Shoto. He basically saw them daily except for maybe the weekends or when his schedule got messy. He rushed to the bathroom when he felt an uncomfortable feeling pool in his stomach. He felt his temperature rise from the sudden fluctuation in the pain that had suddenly hit him. His heart rate rose and he felt a sense of dread fill him when he finally connected the dots. He panicked as he rushed into the stall and slammed it shut, uncaring of the attention he might have brought. Soon enough, he was met with the sight of blood. How did this happen? He's sure that his preheat wasn't supposed to be until a week and a half from now, to which he explained to the facility beforehand that usually he would have to go visit his sick mother every month and would be gone for maybe a couple of days. But that was supposed to align with when his heat was, though now it came early. Thankfully for him, he had items in his little bag for times like this. There was never a time where he didn't bring supplies with him because he was that afraid of getting caught. Who knew what would happen if he were to be identified as a male Omega? Midoriya, sorry but something came up. I have to go home. 11:32. Shindo bomb is typing. Read 11. Midoriya didn't have time to wait for a response as he pocketed his phone. He tried to take the least amount of time possible in the bathroom even though his insides felt like they were fighting each other. He hated having a yuchers. He rushed through the crowded area as he left the bathroom, going on his phone to look for a bus route to take him closest to his apartment. Or sheet. He would have to pack a bag so he could stay over his mom's house for the duration of his heat. His mind was going a million miles a minute trying to think of things from what to pack, what excuse he would make up for Shinso, and how to get to his mom's house in the first place. Though his biggest mistake might have been forgetting about the 3 enigmas at the facility. It had been 3 days. 3 days without Izuku there. Todoroki ran his hands through his normally well-kept hair. His enigma was growing hostile and restless. He couldn't sleep all that well, especially now that Izuku's scent had started to fade away slowly. He knew Bakugo and Kirishima were also having a rough time, especially on the first day when Izuku never showed up. They came to learn that Izuku had a personal emergency that he had to deal with and would be out for a couple of days. Now, Bakugo, Kirishima, presumably, and himself weren't stupid. They knew that it was Izuku's heat that likely kept him away. But the thought of not seeing him for so long had Todoroki on edge. The 4th day was worse, their breaking point. They were all at lunch. The 3 of them tried to make the focus on anything other than Izuku so that they wouldn't lose themselves. It was difficult since Izuku was now such an important aspect of their lives. They eventually fell into a conversation about him as Todoroki presented a small little keychain item that Izuku had accidentally left behind. It still smelled of him considering the Omega would sometimes fiddle with it in his hands during his visits with Todoroki. The little keychain would then rub against the scent glands on his wrists. Though it seemed like they lost track of time. So much so that they didn't hear the guards calling out for them so they could be dismissed. All it took was for one of the alphas to grab Todoroki's arm roughly, likely a new guard judging by the fact that no one else would dare be stupid enough to do that, and then the keychain had slipped out of Todoroki's grip, falling into the goop that the chefs there tried to call soup. It was ruined. Izuku's scent was snuffed out by the horrible-smelling food. Todoroki's eyes went up to look at Kirishima and Bakugo, who were also trying to be dragged away from their table. A snarl ripped through Bakugo first before the ash-blonde Enigma used all of his force to shove both of the tiny alphas off of him and into the ground with great force. The alphas didn't even get a chance to whimper before Bakugo's hands sparked with threatening explosions caused by his ability. Then was Kirishima, who had nearly sliced the guards' heads off when he used his hardening. Todoroki could tell both had fallen into a feral state based on the looks in their eyes. They were just as distraught over the keychain just as much as Todoroki was. Bakugo screamed words that were barely understandable while Kirishima was only able to communicate through loud hisses and growls. Soon enough, Todoroki felt himself slip when the alpha behind him started to tug again. His hands flared up with fire and ice before he began to paint the walls red with the blood of the guards thanks to Bakugo and Kirishima. They must have worked themselves to exhaustion. When there were no more alphas left, alive at least, they tried to move on. Most of their bodies weren't left alone until they were mauled to the point of being unidentifiable, a true testament to the anger and pain that they felt without Izuku there. It's like their enigmas never wanted to stop unless they found Izuku. They had to find him. They wanted to find him there even though they knew he was away. Todoroki only briefly remembered during their rampage that they were trying to get past a heavily reinforced wall. Maybe Omega is there, a mix of his brain and Enigma chanted. Or maybe it was something along with exhaustion and forced unconsciousness considering the aching feeling Todoroki located in his side when he awoke. His neck usually ached due to the collar they all had on, so Todoroki didn't pay any kind to that. A tranquilizer his mind supplied. What he did notice was that his room was bigger. Well, actually, it wasn't really his room anymore. His eyes met Bakugo's until Todoroki broke his gaze to see Kirishima still unconscious. Bakugo looked set off, yet a hint defeated as he messed with the muzzle on his face. They finally FNG did it. Those BSTRDs muzzled us, Bakugo gritted out. It was obvious that it was a bit difficult for him to speak. The blonde's hand went up to fiddle with the muzzle, only to have no luck with getting it off. A main reason being the cuffs that were now placed on his wrists and hands. Todoroki looked down and took note of the fact that his hands and fingers were likely too big to fit through the slots of the muzzle as well. Why do you think they put us together? Todoroki managed to mumble aloud. Probably because they're stupid as shit. Or just for closer monitoring since we went feral, Bakugo huffed. Todoroki took a moment to reach up for his own muzzle, face already feeling irritated from the cold metal clinging to his face like a second skin. Giving up after a minute, he made more conversation. How long do you think it's been? Since we've been out? Probably more than a day considering the nurse fuckers tried to come in and shoot more shit into us. They gave me the cuffs for getting violent with the nurses, Bakugo rolled his eyes. At the same time that Kirishima groaned in discomfort, Todoroki and Bakugo had only glanced at the redhead waking up before the blonde continued, Deku better get here soon. Aizu? Kirishima slurred as he sat up. Not here, Todoroki supplied before asking, did they say he should be on his way? Well, I heard them yapping some shit about calling him up earlier. Dumb Fs almost refused to and said it was too dangerous for him to visit, but I made sure they called him. Otherwise I would have ripped their throats and clawed a hole through them. Bakugo furrowed his eyebrows as he glared at a spot on the floor. Todoroki noticed how upset Kirishima seemed and had to wonder why. He voiced his curiosity out loud, to which Kirishima explained, what if he thinks we're bad enigmas? What if he doesn't want to be our mate? He's not gonna want us if dash. Kirishima. Fanji, relax. Demon, you just woke up and you're already yapping, Bakugo snapped. But dash, Kirishima whined. We promised him we wouldn't go feral anymore. Now we're just liars to him. Todoroki remembered making that promise to the Omega. Todoroki almost started to get worried like Kirishima was before he remembered, well, we didn't. He said he would come back. It's been almost a week and he's still not back. Well, like I said, he better be back soon, Bakugo grumbled as he flopped over to lay down on the huge mattress the blonde must have made when they were asleep. It was composed of 6 regular mattresses and sat in one of the corners of the big room. They all laid on it as they tried to get their minds together after their meltdowns. Otherwise, Bakugo continued, we might have to break out of this shitty place and hunt him down ourselves. Kirishima perked up at that, sitting up, and use our dash. Yes, Todoroki cut in sternly. Don't say anything. They might pick up on it with some hidden mics. Nah. I busted all the cameras and sheet while you guys were asleep. They thought they were trying to be sneaky, but finding the sheet was too fucking easy. Even the hidden stuff still had a whiff of their gross scents on it, Bakugo sighed. I want another one of Izuku's shirts, Kirishima then lamented at the mention of scents. Yeah, Todoroki agreed, we just have to try to stay as calm as we can for when he gets back. We don't need him to be scared of us when he returns. Yeah. When he gets back, Kirishima repeated. The world still looked blurry in his eyes. Maybe the heat that clouded his mind and flowed through his body is what made him wake. He felt overwhelmed with how his body burned yet felt cold all at the same time. It's like he always felt colder every time his heat came around, the feeling growing more intense the longer he was left alone and unmated during his heat. The more he thought of it, the more he would cry, he and his inner Omega so upset at the thought of being alone for the rest of his life. It's not like he would find someone. Unless he was able to become a billionaire or something, he was definitely going to come home time and time again to an empty home and bed. He knew losing weight would only help marginally. He was still plain looking and ugly. His only saving grace was his kind personality. He gripped the bedsheets under him as he let out a small pained groan. Stupid cramps. He always hated them. He hated having a uterus. He hated being a male Omega. At least if he were a beta he wouldn't have to hide. At least if he were a female Omega, he wouldn't be looked at as some weird freak of nature. Tears fell onto the sheets below him as he turned about in his bed. He just wanted to be himself, to be happy and proud of who he was. He hated hiding so much. He hated being scared all of the time, fearing someone might find out he was a male Omega and try to take him away or kidnap him to sell in Omega trafficking rings. It wasn't fair. No matter how much he hated the pain, he secretly hoped that one day he could have kids of his own. He wanted to have someone to look after and care for, but he, no matter how hard he tried, could never envision himself with an alpha. They were just too mean and overly harsh. They were too cold and uncaring. Midoriya had experienced that firsthand. A shaky exhale filtered through his lips as he curled in on himself more to try to dull down the pain the cramps brought. His heat was even worse this time around, especially considering his heating pad had broken, which would mean that he would likely have to save up to buy a new one. He saw his phone light up before he heard it vibrate. He picked it up, hoping that it was Shindo, seeing if the man had accepted his apology after he had to leave. Midoriya only saw the alpha's reply yesterday, which was that maybe they should give each other space since Midoriya really liked space. It left a pit in his stomach and Midoriya had to stop himself from crying and he pushed down the lump in his throat when he first read it. But the notification wasn't a text, it was a call. Though not from Shindo. It was an unknown number. Midoriya was ready to toss his phone aside when he let the phone ring until it went to voicemail, but he didn't expect for whoever was trying to call him to leave one. Midoriya, we need your help over here. Your projects are going haywire. They're restless and we have no other options. Call me back as soon as possible. This is an emergency. Midoriya recognized that voice. It was Emiko. But why was she calling him from some random number if she called him using the work number beforehand? Midoriya readjusted himself on the bed before he went back to click on the number that left him the voicemail. It didn't take longer than a second did someone to pick up the phone. Yes. You aren't dead, Emiko sounded from the other line. Would you be able to come to work today? Or as soon as possible? Why? Midoriya asked, pausing for a moment to huff through the pain. Is there something wrong? Well, if you listened to the voicemail you heard that your personal projects aren't going well. They aren't personal projects. They're people. Afraid to say what they really are? Scared someone might pick up on this call? Midoriya hissed back. He couldn't help his ferocity from coming out, especially when he was in his heat and people he cared about were being badmouthed. This is all funded by the government, Emiko mentioned. Midoriya felt his nose wrinkle in disgust. That's where all my tax money is going? To think that the government was encouraging that sort of experimentation and inhumane behavior just left him upset. Not only did it leave him angry, but also sad because if the government knew about it and supported it, then essentially there was no way for Kaken, Shoto, and Ijiro to truly be free. Yes. And all those years you spent paying that money is gonna go to waste soon if 091, 092, and 093 don't get their shit together, Emiko huffed. First they go on a rampage and then they get all hostile and mopey. We even tried to place them in the same room but they aren't cooperating. No showers, no eating, no drinking, no sleeping. At this point, they're gonna be too weak or too dead for us to do our research properly. Well, Midoriya hesitated. I can't exactly visit right now. I did some more research on you, Emiko hummed through the phone. Her tone became eerie and cold, and I'll have you know I enjoy doing my research thoroughly. Midoriya felt his breath hitch, something akin to fear settling within him as she drawled, like she was purposely building up some sort of suspense. And it worked. Midoriya was on the edge of his seat. Research? Midoriya tried not to let any fear leak into his voice. We cleared out their rooms. They needed and demanded supplies from their own room. The mattresses, the clothes. The scented clothes, she said instead. I know your little secret, Midoriya Izuku. Your personal leave wasn't very convincing. So unless you want to deal with being on the black market, then you better get to this facility now. Nothing else was said as the line got cut and Midoriya was left with deafening silence. The F you mean? Bakugo hissed as well as he could with the muzzle on, snarling at the woman who had walked into the room so confidently, now cowering before the three of them. I'm here to help. She squeaked out, you're like alphas, right? They said that my Omega scent would help. And I've got the best, brings alphas to their knees as dash. Well, we're not alphas and we're not interested, Kirishima snapped. Bakugo could see his stance was threatening. You're lucky you got to talk this long, Todoroki deadpanned. Tell them we don't want you. No, you three probably just need a little lovin', huh? The female Omega smiled awkwardly as she made a hesitant step forward, very obviously flinching back when all three of them had snarled at her. The door that the female Omega came through suddenly opened again. Bakugo would have escaped that way. If not for the doorway being too small for someone who was 8'6". At least that's what the researchers said when they last measured his height. Though also mainly for the fact that the collar around his neck would have sent pain all throughout his body, something his weakened state definitely could not afford right now, especially with intruders. Two other girls walked in, announcing something about how they shouldn't worry, because now they didn't have to share. When they still weren't happy about them, especially since they were in their FANG den, a male beta walked in. If you don't get Izuku in here right now, we'll make sure you don't leave here. Intact or maybe ever, Kirishima roared, like the words were being roughly torn from his throat. Panic began to bubble within Bakugo. His thoughts began to get to him and anxiety started to cloud his mind. He's been trying to fight it as have the other two, but they were all aware that they all felt some sort of feeling of dread at the thought of never seeing Deku again. Get the F out. Bakugo breathed heavily, chest heaving as he tried to continue. He meant to give them a warning, and he knew that Kirishima and Todoroki were more adamant on doing that as well, but the next moment Bakugo was actually able to see and process his surroundings. Blood was splattered against the huge steel door that the three of them usually went through to get out. There was a dent or two in it as well. Bakugo could only guess the reason for that was how hard they had thrown the now four limp bodies that laid at the bottom of it. The three Omegas and Beta. It was like he blacked out and only came back just now. Though it was obvious that he had something to do with the dead bodies on the ground, judging by the blood on the cuffs covering his hands. One glance to the side told him Kirishima and Todoroki were in on it too, seeing the blood drip down Kirishima's arm and the way the bodies seemed slightly burnt. The blonde was slightly taken aback when he saw that Kirishima fell to his knees crying out in the open, "Where is he?" He could see the panic and dread flow out of the other Enigma. Did he not want us anymore? A stutter of breaths caused Kirishima to have to stop himself before speaking again. Did he leave? Is that why they sent those BS artists in? Anger was hidden underneath all the grief as well. Never anger towards Deku, but to the people keeping him away. Bakugo looked to Todoroki, seeing him stare at the opening of the door that Deku would have to enter from. Emotion was a rare sight to see on his face, but Bakugo saw that Todoroki was in the same state as Kirishima. You three are so picky and difficult, a cold voice filtered through the room. They likely installed speakers Bakugo didn't spot to begin with. He's certain that all of the cameras and mics were gone. He could only assume that they only knew the four people were dead from the puddle of blood under them. It probably oozed out under the door. The woman's voice came again, "You don't know me. I'm Midoriya's boss. You'll never see me. Though you also won't see Midoriya again if you aren't willing to cooperate." Where the F is he? Bakugo yelled out in the room, only half remembering that they couldn't be heard. We've been more than patient with you, so you should be more patient with us. Such a shame more people's lives cut short. But I suppose we don't have to pay them now. The woman sounded eerily nonchalant about the ordeal. Her voice was the last thing Bakugo remembered before large amounts of shocks were sent through the collars. Normally they would be able to toughen it out, but now it was like they had no choice. His vision blurred, black dots dancing about while his ears rang. His body felt warm and heavy with the pain coursing through him. Well, if dash. They gave them new collars. Guess the BS stewardess are FING lucky these ones actually work. It took less than 20 minutes for him to get there. When he finally managed to get ready and head out, thankfully his mom was gone, he found himself face to face with those alphas from the facility. The ones that he saw his first couple days when he visited Shoto and Ijiro. Get in, one of them smiled. Though awfully sweet, Midoriya noticed. It sent a chill up his spine as he shook his head, politely declining the request. No thank you, he murmured with a small gesture of his hands. There was no way that he was going to get in a truck full of alphas while he was in heat. Or even at all. That was just a disaster waiting to happen. Especially if he didn't apply his scent patches right. His hand subconsciously rubbed over the patch on his neck, barely holding back a whimper of pain at the action. It wasn't a question or an offer. Get in, one of the guys pipped in. A surge of panic went through him before he tried to take off running. Unfortunately, with his heat and how fast the alphas were, he didn't get very far. He wanted to scream out, but he knew that he couldn't for two reasons. One was because he knew he would get into trouble if it was reported and the alphas caught him. Two, he knew that if the cops did end up being caught, Midoriya would still be forced to go with the alphas due to their ties with a government-run facility. A hand harshly pulled him back and Midoriya couldn't prepare for how he flew back and hit his back on the pole. He was expecting to be pulled into the alpha when he was grabbed, but whoever grabbed him let him go and made him stumble into the hard pole. He hissed in pain before he was being pulled up to his feet after falling. Sorry, I thought I was gonna have to pull you harder, big guy. Guess you're a bit weak right now though, huh? He saw the sly smirk on her face. She was the female alpha that bumped shoulders with him that one day. Her curly turquoise hair bounced as she stood upright, getting into his personal space as she stepped closer. I knew there was something about you. Her voice was deep. And she sounded as if she was trying to be stuck as she finally got as close as she could to him without their bodies pressing together. Midoriya looked down at her slightly, with her being 4 inches shorter with her 6-foot stature. He couldn't help the whimper that filtered through his lips when she took his chin with one of her hands. Responsive are we? She crooned. Stop that, one of the male alphas warned, purple eyes wide in fear. You're gonna get us killed. But he's so cute, she responded, giving Midoriya a look he definitely didn't like. Midoriya knew if his patches came off then he would reek of distressed Omega. His heat couldn't allow him to think right, though, not knowing which of the 5 alphas he could gravitate towards for help. He felt the inkling of warmth shoot through his body, the same one he would get when his heat started to get heavier. He fell back and into someone he was pulled into. Come on, into the truck we go. He only caught a glimpse of her apricot-colored hair. His vision got fuzzy as he was guided to sit in the truck. His inner Omega whined, both stressed and overwhelmed from being surrounded by the alphas and their heavy scents. He couldn't sit without pain hitting him, whether that be on his back or stomach. He's sure tears were already falling down his face from the mixed emotions, but he couldn't process his surroundings anymore as the world around him slipped away into the darkness. Kirishima awoke with a start. He was on high alert, eyes darting around the room for any traces of green. Yet, nothing. Though in his observations he noticed that the 4 bodies that were previously in front of the door were now gone, blood being cleaned as well. Properly cleaned near the front door, but things were sort of messily cleaned off of things like their own hands and belongings. They made sure not to get themselves dirty as much, in fear that Izuku might not like it or be scared of them if they smelled of blood. His eyes landed on Bakugo, who was up. The blonde Enigma didn't look like he didn't want to do much. Or rather, lack of sleep and eating looked as if it were catching up to him as it was Todoroki and Kirishima, but he looked like he wanted to fight it. Kirishima sighed, rolling over to lay next to the blonde. He tried to get comfortable, but with the muzzle and the throbbing pain that the shock from the collar left earlier, it was near impossible. They couldn't do much. The most people could really do here was go to the library, the library with the most limited section to choose from. Which is why sometimes Kirishima would ask Izuku if he could play on his phone if the other was working on his laptop, which the guards only let his laptop in when he, Todoroki, and Bakugo threatened the guards to let the Omega after Todoroki brought it up. The dual-haired alpha mentioned that sometimes Izuku couldn't stay because of homework he had to do on a laptop. So what if they threatened the sheet out of the guards to let Izuku do his homework? It worked, didn't it? And plus they all got more Izuku time. Borrow my phone? Izuku's head tilted to the side. Well, I don't really learn a whole lot here, you know? And I figured since you're busy and all, I should do something to distract myself. It's like I'm doing my own homework with you. Kirishima beamed up at Izuku. He loved looking up at Izuku from this angle, head laying down on the mattress, just close enough to where the top of his head touched one of Izuku's big soft thighs. He wasn't able to convince him to fully lay on it, but he was gradually getting closer. Okay, Izuku gave a small smile as he fiddled with his phone, a small thing really. Especially when his huge hand dwarfed the thing as he carefully grabbed it. Kirishima went on to dive into his research on omegas. Every time Izuku would have work, he would sit there and happily read more about omegas. Things about how to care for them, behavior, things like instincts and heat. Maybe he did try a couple of the soothing tricks he read online on Izuku if he found him especially stressed. It made him so happy that he crooned when Izuku nearly melted into Kirishima's hug one time. Mainly because Kirishima read about slowly pumping out soothing pheromones and tracing a finger up and down his back. Omegas loved that kind of thing. Now the information seemed a bit null. If they weren't going to be able to see Izuku after this. He couldn't think about that. Izuku was coming back. He had to. But what if he didn't? What if he got bored of them? What if he hated them? What if... Omega. Omega. Mate here. Mate. Kirishima's Enigma stirred awake right when the scent hit his nose. Bakugo must have smelled it too, because he saw him shift as well. The redhead turned to Todoroki when hearing a curious growl come from him. Soon enough heterochromatic eyes were opening and Todoroki shot up. Izuku! He murmured softly. He looked like he was still trying to fight off the drowsiness. It was the only response Kirishima could give, barely being able to hear Todoroki over the beating of his heart. The scent of Midoriya mixed with the rich smell of heat got stronger and closer until the door finally clicked open. You're an a-hole, you know that? Midoriya grit out. He writhed in pain on the floor. And you're at my mercy, Emiko drawled. Her heels clacked against the floor as she walked towards him. She bent down, her eyes locking with his when he was finally able to peek them open from being sealed shut. Though I'm not as cruel as to throw you into there when you're like this and they're like that. Like what? In heat? Or in pain? You're not hard to figure out. Midoriya had to cut himself off with a painful gasp. He curled in on himself and tried to finish, You're selfish. It's not for me. Not because I'm scared or in heat. You're keeping me here because you don't want them rampaging again. So you are aware. You have an effect on those monsters. Monsters? Midoriya was livid. All I see are scared kids that were taken away from their families. And all they can do is hide behind this facade that they've built up over the years. The green-haired male was able to lift himself up into a sitting position, at least. He opted to lean forward a little both to get in Emiko's face and put pressure on his cramping stomach. They didn't ask for this, he hissed. You know why they hate you? You treat them like monsters when they're just. Do you understand that? They could have been great people, off to college with family and friends supporting them. He leaned forward and got in her face, his Omegan fangs exposed. They aren't the way they are because of their second gender. It's because of psychos like you. It's not nature. It's nurture. Take a DMN psychology class and maybe you'll understand. Nature versus nurture. Though I do like playing devil's advocate. Is it not in your nature to help others? Care for them as you do those projects? Is it not in their nature, just as alphas, to protect? To get what they want? Sometimes doing whatever it takes. Emiko hummed and reached over to twirl a finger in his curls. That's why I had you up here. I wasn't as cruel as to let you get P-Argin and T by them. If there were complications, you might have a severe drop. But now, I'm not sure I'm above that anymore given your attitude. The next moment, Midoriya was being tugged up off the ground by both his arms. It happened at Emiko's command, take him down. He wanted to scream, to cuss her out, to cry. The alpha pheromones that suffocated him on either side made his throat close up, preventing him from speaking a word. Now he was being dragged by two of the alpha guards. He's at least sure that they don't know about his secondary gender. Emiko called them in from what looked like a wristband of sorts, so they couldn't have been in the room during the conversation. And he's sure that if they knew, he wouldn't still be walking with them because of what they would do. Midoriya has seen it so many times. Unmated female omegas that would be whisked away in the bar the moment a hint of heat could be smelled from them. Meanwhile, Midoriya would sit alone at the bar, head in his palm as he waited for something, anything. Even someone offering to buy him a drink even though he hated it and couldn't legally drink any until another year. He was always left in the dust, a feeling he hated. But now all he wanted to do was be left alone as soon as he heard the door click open. He knew he smelled distressed, especially to the enigmas that could smell through his scent patches, but now he had to try and reel in that fear and his tears. He had to be strong because he knew that he needed some kind of defense. Not only that, but he knew how weak the three were now, especially with how they haven't been taking care of themselves. Midoriya could only swallow his fear for the moment. As he was pushed inside of the room, it was then that he realized the room was much bigger, and that it housed all three enigmas. He didn't get much of a chance before he was being lifted up into the air and held tightly. Izuku, he heard his name being whispered in his ear, so full of emotion yet the voice was tight, as if trying to stop itself from breaking. We missed you. Midoriya could tell it was Ijiro, but his voice sounded so sad. We missed you so much. It hurt. Something wet hit his shoulder. Suddenly the pain on his back from being squeezed too hard was numbed when he realized Ijiro was crying. Looking past his shoulder and meeting eyes with Shoto and Kaken, happy tears looked to be silently falling out of Kaken as well. Shoto just looked relieved and gave a small smile. You're okay, it's okay, Midoriya murmured, gently messing with Ijiro's spiky hair for a second. His attention drifted when he felt something tugging at him. He didn't even realize he had been closing his eyes, but he opened them to the sound of Kaken, quit hogging him. A moment after he was in the air again before he was pulled into someone else's chest. A big hand messed around with his hair and he heard loud chuffing. Kaken's scent wrapped around him like a blanket for a minute or two before he was being let go and lifted up again. Shoto held him gently, and Midoriya knew he couldn't argue when the enigma started scenting him. The one thing he noted was the muzzles they all had on, including the cuffs Kaken had on his hands as well. He reached out to Shoto and gently touched the metal thing. They did it, his voice stayed low. He was at least able to reach his thumb through the spaces in the thing to be able to wipe the happy tears off of Shoto's face. His weren't as abundant as Kaken and Ijiro's, but it still surprised Midoriya that Shoto cried. You knew. Shoto stopped his scenting what he could achieve anyway, and looked him in the eyes. His voice wasn't accusatory nor was it harsh. It was just a simple question. Midoriya looked away. They wanted me to do it in the beginning, but I told them I didn't want to. I never wanted to take away what little freedom you guys had left and Midoriya had to swallow the lump in his throat. He didn't need to get choked up right now. He was here for them. They weren't here for him to be sad. You can try. Shoto trailed off and he felt himself being set down on the floor. The enigma bent down but ended up sitting on his knees. Even then, Shoto still came up to his chest. Midoriya's breath hitched seeing the enigma like that in front of him. He trusted Midoriya so much. It was alarming when Midoriya was just a nobody. His hand was grabbed lightly, so delicately like Shoto was afraid to put any sort of pressure. Though he did put a slight bit when he guided Midoriya's hand to a part of the muzzle and pressed down. A fingerprint scanner, Midoriya realized. One that would be fit for him. Compared to the enigma's big fingers. The thing beeped and Midoriya was quick to get to work, taking Shoto's muzzle off of him. He didn't waste time going over to Kaken and Ijiro to do the same thing, ignoring the heat that slowly started to fill his veins. First was Kaken. His was a bit tricky to get off with his HNDCFFS as well, but Midoriya managed. And when he was finished with Ijiro, he turned to ask if they were all okay, but he was hit with a flash of heat. Pain shot through his stomach and he lost his balance, only to collapse back into Ijiro. An involuntary whimper came out of his mouth. "Oh Izuku, I'm sorry we forgot." Midoriya could barely process that it was Ijiro when his cramps were bothering him so much. The shout from Kaken got his attention again, and soon enough Midoriya realized he'd been taken to a corner of the room where a bunch of clothes were piled up. "Blood?" was all he heard. The question must have been directed towards him because Kaken repeated, "Deku, why do I smell blood?" Heat flooded Midoriya's face, and not because of his cycle, but rather from embarrassment. He sounded flustered yet in pain. "Bakugo!" Ijiro hissed, "It's not manly to ask that." Midoriya only realized then that the thing cushioning his back was not clothes but Ijiro himself. A finger messed with one of his curls for a moment. "Are you okay like this, or do you want this corner to yourself?" "I'm fine," he barely managed to get out, but he had to take a minute to gather himself without his words slurring. "You guys, don't worry about me. You need to rest." "And it looks like you do too," Shoto hummed from somewhere in front of him. A few seconds afterwards, he felt something nudging at his sides. It made him want to squirm away. Though after a mumble of words from above him, he felt something else rest on his tummy. He wanted to run, but as soon as he felt heat generated from what looked like Shoto's hand on him, he easily melted and shut his eyes. "Someone's tired," he heard Ijiro lightly tease from under him. The Enigma had since placed his head on top of his curls, and Midoriya couldn't help but feel oddly safe. "Get some sleep," he swore he heard Ijiro whisper. The way that he was tucked into Ijiro and how he could see blurs of Shoto and Kaken snuggling into his sides made him also feel special. Even if he knew of what they could do, even if he knew this tiny state of bliss was temporary. Light murmurs around him and soothing touches were the last thing he remembered. "That's right, just go to sleep, Deku." Contrary to his soft tone, Bakugo was ecstatic. Deku was back. He was safe. He was here. The blonde took another moment to nuzzle into the Omega's side. He was so cuddly. He was so soft and chubby, and it drove Bakugo wild. Omega's so good. So healthy. So good for pups. Something ruffling his hair made him scowl. He knew it wasn't Deku's hand. Deku would be softer, gentler with his touch. He knew Deku's hand, and this bigger one was definitely not his. He looked up to see Kirishima looking at him. The furrowing of his eyebrows mixed with how his lips were pinched together Bakugo that the Ravenet was only slightly annoyed. Though the look in his eyes let Bakugo know the possessiveness and hint of warning brewing within him. "Don't you try anything, you're banned from the corner and I'll cut off your D-dashed." His voice was cold, void of warmth. So much different than Bakugo was used to. It sent shivers down his spine, but he played it off with a roll of his eyes, cheeks squished against Deku while he grabbed hold of the freckled hand that was closest to him. "I wasn't gonna do it. But can you blame me for thinking when he's right fucking here? All pliant and ready for us." Bakugo didn't care all that much when a croon passed his lips. He couldn't really help it when he was finally able to pull the scent patch off of Deku's wrist. "He does look precious," Todoroki agreed. Bakugo almost didn't catch the way half and half was rubbing Deku's stomach with his left hand, the one that his fire ability was focused on. The blonde closed his eyes and picked his head up a little so he could lay partially on a freckled hand and his squishy side. "He smells really stressed. Must have been for a while if it made him this exhausted." "I was reading," Kirishima began. "Izuku lets me borrow his phone sometimes. I read heats make them go under a lot of stress and strain. They'll feel exhausted from the cramps that they have. Which is why I said the heat helps with cramps. And you, Bakugo, should listen to this so you don't blurt out rude stuff." "Since when the hell was I rude?" Bakugo snapped. "I'm not gonna say shit that Deku doesn't like. But you made him uncomfortable. The blood was his. Yeah, but all Omegas go through PRDs during or before their heats because their body is basically preparing for a baby. So he's fine, his tum probably just hurts right now." Kirishima sighed and Bakugo grumbled when the guy shifted around, because that meant that Deku moved around since he was laying on top of Kirishima. The blonde would have made his own counter-argument even if he was in the wrong, but a whine of pain from Deku made them all pause. Bakugo and Todoroki both shot shark teeth aglare. I was just moving him. Bakugo glanced up as Kirishima trailed off. Then suddenly Deku was being sat up in Shitty Hair's lap. Todoroki and Bakugo were forced to retreat from Deku's sides and they looked up to Kirishima as he stared with his eyebrows furrowed. Kirishima paused a moment before moving one of his hands across Deku's back, getting another whine from Deku. They didn't get to yell at Kirishima before the back of Deku's shirt was being lifted up. Bakugo moved over to get a look and cussed at the same time half and half did when he shuffled over on the opposite side. "Those motherfuckers," Kirishima growled. A long strip of irritated skin was on Deku's back, a reddish. It couldn't be anything other than a bruise that was still forming. Bakugo could see the hints of purple and blue that started to bloom. "We're ripping all their demon throats out," Bakugo snarled. Maybe his heat wasn't the only thing making him stressed, then, Todoroki murmured. Bakugo could hear the disgust and rage in his voice, even if it wasn't too noticeable. Bakugo could smell how Deku's scent started to take a different turn. It was just getting back to its calm and relaxed smell, but now it was starting to sour. He could see the discomfort in Deku's face as well. A deep sigh came from Kirishima as the raven-haired male lowered Deku's shirt. Bakugo guessed they all came to the same conclusion about calming down for Deku. It looked like the Omega picked up on their deathly sense. "I'll go see if they have any food for us." Half and Half was the first to get up as he announced it. He looked like he was reluctant, but they all did need to eat. And now that they knew Deku was safe and with them, they could do so. "I'll watch him," Shitty Hair offered. Bakugo watched as he leaned back into the pile of clothes that all three of them scented for Deku to have his own nest. The Omega didn't do much but shifted around a little on top of Kirishima, laying on his side a little. "You can go take a shower, Bakugo. I know you're probably itching to take one now." Almost reluctantly, the blonde started to gather some items for the shower. His heart thudded only his chest and the sound only made its way up till it was beating loudly in his ears. Panic was hitting him, he realized once he packed up his items for a shower. One small look to Deku minimized the feeling. He was here. He wasn't going to leave anytime soon. He would have to trust that Kirishima and Todoroki wouldn't let him. But based on how secure Deku looked in Kirishima's hold, Bakugo was sure the Omega wouldn't be leaving their side. He wouldn't. Not ever. Deku's never going to get rid of them. No one will get in their way. And if they do, all three of them are going to make sure whoever did will have a fate worse than death. Starting with whoever the F Deku's boss is. Wearily his eyes opened. Something in him realized that something was wrong right away when, through bleary eyes, he couldn't place the room he was in. His body wanted to move as his brain went into overdrive trying to piece everything together. Heat coiled in his stomach before springing out painfully. The pain was what got him to shoot up from his spot and clutch his stomach. Panic got to him when he smelled his own blood, causing him to push himself up. H&N, he tried. The realization hit him when he looked down to see Ijiro's eyes blinking open, Shoto's two-colored eyes staring wide-eyed, and Kaken's red eyes glaring at him with a pout on his lips. The blonde-haired Enigma had grabbed his forearm before Midoriya could get up. "Where?" His voice was rough but laced with the quietness that came from just waking up. Or maybe he hadn't slept? Midoriya didn't see his hair tousled like Ijiro's and Shoto's, who had clearly been asleep. "Bathroom," the Omega mumbled sleepily, wincing a little as he pressed into his tummy, as if doing so would will his cramps away. Get up, idiots." "Oh, you don't dash." The words were on the tip of his tongue but Kaken beat him to it. "You're still in your heat. And if any of those BS-yards wanna try something, they're FING dead." Midoriya couldn't really argue with that and opened his mouth to say so, only to yelp when all Kaken could warn him with was a "come here," before he was being scooped up and carried towards the door. Midoriya knew there was no way to get out of Kaken's hold, especially with how clingy and stubborn the blonde was, so he just sighed and leaned against his chest. Shoto ruffled his hair a little while Ijiro got really close to his face after they had to stop to let Shoto talk to the guards about opening the door. Midoriya stared and tried to back his head away a little, only for Ijiro to squish his face and boop his nose. "You're so cute," he heard the Enigma croon. He couldn't open his mouth to respond when a sharp intake of breath stopped him. He stiffened up when Kaken rubbed his scent gland on his wrist against Midoriya's side. Eventually, they were able to get the guards to let them all out of the room. Midoriya heard some very colorful words from Shindo that he could only assume came from Kaken. When they got to the bathroom, Midoriya felt horrible, seeing the condition that it was in. The bathroom looked absolutely horrible and reeked. The showers didn't seem to be faring any better. It was like they were being held prisoners but without doing any crimes, only being locked up because of how they were born. The whole dilemma made Midoriya emotional, and with his heat and his cycle, his emotions sprung out with a sob after he exited the stall. He was glad that he was able to pull himself together for as long as he did, but his last straw was when he turned on the sink to find brown water. And maybe bursting into tears in front of the three enigmas wasn't such a good idea. Izuku, what's wrong? Ijiro hushed. He was the first one to get to his knees and give him a hug. Shoto and Kaken followed the action until Midoriya was secure in a big hug. Is it the sink? Did you get hurt from it? I can rip it off the wall, Shoto asked. He tried reassuring Midoriya by rubbing his face against the Omega's own. I can threaten the guards for better water, Kaken chimed in, making soothing growls and croons to help. No, Midoriya sniveled. He was ready to wipe his tears, but he wasn't faster than the enigmas to get to it. Then what do you need, Izu? We can't do anything if we don't know what's wrong. Shoto's voice came softly, the enigma's head on his shoulder. Midoriya could feel three protective and soothing scents wash over him as they stayed in the hug. It made Midoriya relax, pulling him away from being upset and pushing him towards a content feeling. It was like his worries were ebbing away as his body started to become heavy with sleep again. A yawn came with his words as he tried to respond. Nothing. The hold around him loosened and Midoriya could have sworn that he heard a huff of a laugh. Mood swings? He heard Kaken ask. I'm sorry, Midoriya mumbled guiltily. No, you're okay. You can't help it, Ijiro reassured gently. Soon enough the same voice came closer and Midoriya felt the ground beneath him leave again. Though this time it didn't smell like caramel and firewood, but rather Ijirio's scent of freshly cut wood and what Midoriya could only detect as freshly baked chocolate chip cookies. An odd combination, but Midoriya wouldn't have Ijiro having any other scent. This fit him all too well. Midoriya could imagine Ijiro as a huge outdoorsy person, but at the same time, Ijiro was great at making him feel warm and happy, like freshly baked cookies. Midoriya leaned into his chest as his eyes fluttered closed. He tried to keep himself awake till they got back to the room, but when he was in his heat, sometimes he couldn't help how his body reacted during his heat. The next time he woke up was from pain. He knew he didn't even get to sleep that much, feeling the way his eyelids still felt heavy, like they wanted him to go back to sleep. Midoriya could only guess it was nighttime based on how much colder the room felt. A whispered, "Hey," startled him. His eyes found Shoto and he was alarmed to say the least. What are you doing awake?" Midoriya whispered, "You look tired still. You guys probably need a lot of rest because you didn't sleep. And you probably need a lot of rest because of your heat." Shoto, Midoriya whined. This wasn't about him, it was about them. He tried to give it a shot and gave the Enigma a small pout to get an answer from him. Surprisingly, the Enigma huffed in defeat as he tilted his head away. "I'm on watch duty." "Watch duty?" Midoriya parroted, "But you guys don't normally do that. You guys had separate rooms before but slept fine." The dual-haired Enigma sighed and Midoriya watched him wobble a little from side to side because of how tired he was. Shoto had been sitting up. We don't want to wake up and for you not to be there." "Oh Shoto," Midoriya teared up a little, "I promise I'll never leave without saying goodbye. You don't have to worry about me leaving right now." The Omega tugged at the sleeve of Shoto's beat-up shirt. "Now come on, lay down." Hesitantly, the Enigma had done so, but before he had taken the time to scoop up more blankets from the other half of the room and add them to their pile. Midoriya waited for the other to settle down, Shoto's head finding his way snuggled up into Midoriya's side. Normally Midoriya would have a problem with it, but he had since come to terms with the fact that these three didn't care how he looked. So, Midoriya just plopped a free hand on Shoto's head and started to sift through the two-toned hair, going on until he heard purrs and chuffs from the Enigma, similar to how Ijiro and Kaken already were making the same content noises. His pain partially forgotten, Midoriya managed to let his eyes close with the content Enigma noises around him helping lull him to sleep. "You're back from your mom's house?" Midoriya was startled to say the least. Shinso always found a way to sneak up on him somehow. "Yeah," Midoriya replied, watching as Shinso turned around to their kitchen area to pour himself more coffee. With the distraction, Midoriya took the chance to fiddle with his sweater's shoulder areas, making sure the scent patches on his shoulders were still hidden. They weren't huge, but they could still be noticed if someone was actually looking for them. He was still a little shaken up from what had happened back at the facility. With Emiko knowing that he was an Omega now, he felt as if he was walking on eggshells. He felt trapped, like if he did anything out of line, then Emiko would either force him to stay at the facility forever or feed him to the wolves and let him fend for himself as the government made his Omega status public to the world. And if that had happened, then he might end up in an Omega trafficking ring and be sold for some lousy amount like 2,500 yen or something, $20, because of his appearance. Though that price would likely be more than quadrupled because of his rarity. And truthfully, living with Shinso had become difficult because of that reason. Not because Shinso was a bad person. Midoriya knew that the purple-haired alpha was nice and kind to Midoriya. Though Midoriya knew that people became greedy with money. And as a rare male Omega, who was fairly young, Midoriya knew that people would pay generously for him. He knew that greed could change even the nicest people. "Is she feeling all right then?" Shinso asked, coming back from the kitchen to hand Midoriya a cup of his favorite tea as the others sipped on his coffee. "Yeah. She just, needed a little help," Midoriya mumbled, stuttering over his words. Silence fell over them and Midoriya took the silence to try and calm his trembling hands. "Hey, the green-haired male looked up to see Shinso with a small, rare smile as he scratched his cheek and looked off to the side. "Would you, I read something about a new boba shop opening up near the campus. Would you want to go Friday?" On instinct, Midoriya was about to respond that he had plans with Shindo on Friday like he normally does, but the words died on his tongue when remembering the last interaction that he had with the other alpha. Sure," Midoriya answered as he got up to see if there was a snack he could have before he had to leave for his next class. "Midoriya?" Shinso called again. The green-haired Omega turned around to look at the alpha as a sign for him to continue. "Can I tell you dash?" The voice was cut off by the fire alarm going off in the apartment building. Midoriya and Shinso both knew it was a drill, but the freckled male still headed over to rush into his room to grab his book bag and items for class that he knew he was going to need. He swiftly tugged at Shinso's sleeve as the alpha barely got his keys for the apartment in his hand before the tall Omega was guiding him out. Midoriya tried to give Shinso his attention again as they started to head down the stairs. Midoriya only barely got his words out over the blaring fire alarms, but when he did manage to get Shinso to hear him, asking if he could finish what he was gonna say, Shinso waved him off. Finally, they had gotten outside and away from the alarms, so Midoriya tried to ask again. "Well, I can talk to you about it later. After your class," Shinso offered. Midoriya felt bad. "I have work after my class." "Work? I thought you didn't have work today." "I wouldn't have had work," Midoriya thought bitterly. He thought back to his conversation with Emiko after his heat had officially been over. It had taken a lot of convincing to the Enigmas to get them to stop clinging on to him, but with the promise of bringing them more scented stuff later in the week, they agreed. It was then Emiko who arranged for Midoriya to come to the facility every day for at least an hour every day. The order frustrated Midoriya, because he had a life to live. School work that needed to be done. All of the things that he needed to do were already overwhelming enough, but she had to add to it. "My hours got switched around. They need someone to go in every day but only for an hour or so." "DMN. Okay. I can order takeout for when you get back then." Midoriya beamed. He was so thankful to have a roommate as thoughtful and as nice as Shinso. Now he felt a little bad for thinking so little of him earlier. He held onto the straps of his book bag before he bowed slightly. "Thank you, Shinso." He gave the purple-haired alpha a wave goodbye too before he had to head to catch the shuttle to campus. 2 days had already passed and they still didn't get back to the chat they were supposed to have before the fire alarm went off. Shinso didn't know exactly when Midoriya had gotten so busy, but it was hard seeing the beta so stressed. Midoriya was always so bright and bubbly, but for the past week or so there was something off about him that Shinso really wanted to get to the bottom of. The alpha was glad when Midoriya walked in today after his class and beamed at Shinso, greeting him with a big smile. He wasn't so happy hearing the reason why, though. Shinso almost had a heart attack. First of all, the one day he decided to be out of his room, Midoriya had snuck up on him while he was on his laptop. Shinso had never been so quick to shut his laptop. There was no way that he could let Midoriya see what he was searching on the web, especially the ones that entailed how to properly court a beta. Shinso had been trying all that he could and decided to try and rip the band-aid off on Friday. His plans changed when Midoriya announced after Shinso's scare that apparently Shindo had been talking to him again. Shinso FNG hated that guy's guts. Not only was he overly cocky and arrogant, but he was overly cocky and arrogant around Midoriya. No way in hell would Shinso want Midoriya to be exposed to that. His blood boiled whenever he heard the mention of the other alpha, even more so when he found out that he had been taking advantage of Midoriya. At first, he had backed off because he thought that maybe Shindo was just Midoriya's type and that's why the beta had stuck around. Maybe in secret, the alpha would show a different side of himself that was more caring and doting towards him. Because Shinso knew the other alpha's intentions. He knew that the end goal was a date, or in this case, a hookup or friends with benefits. He definitely paid enough attention to see how grabby the other alpha was and the looks he gave to Midoriya's body. But then, Shinso overheard rude phone calls, saw the texts when Midoriya had his phone laying around, and through that, saw how much Shindo guilt-tripped him or was just a FING hole to Midoriya. So of course, the purple-haired alpha did his research. As much as he hated talking to people, he had to ask around about Shindo, for Midoriya. He started off by contacting some of the people at the party or meeting up with them on campus, talking to them about the boring stuff before bringing up Shindo and the parties that he hosted. Somehow he had wormed his way into another party that Shindo had hosted just this past weekend. One that Midoriya either wasn't told about or had passed on in favor of taking care of his mother. Shinso had come to find out that it was the former when he saw Shindo with an arm around his apparent girlfriend. The purple-haired alpha had to stop himself right then and there from going over and ripping the other alpha apart. He didn't have the heart to break it to Midoriya, especially when the beta looked so happy when bringing up the other. So when he brought him up today, Shinso had just nodded and sipped on his coffee, concluding that he would have to tell Midoriya about Shindo before Saturday, when they were supposed to hang out again. Friday came and Shinso had the opportunity to take Midoriya to the new boba shop. He also had the opportunity to tell the beta about Shindo. I don't understand. Shinso sighed and looked to the side, as if something on the window beside him would help him find his words. Shindo, he's using you. I've talked around with the people at the party you brought me to. I even went to one of his parties this past weekend and he didn't invite me. Midoriya sounded upset. I thought you knew, Shinso replied, shaking his head a little before he continued. He just wanted to get to the point already, but I saw him there and Midoriya, he has a girlfriend. Out of all things, didn't expect Midoriya's face to light up. Really? He asked as he slammed his hands down on the table and leaned forward. I'm so happy for him. Was she nice? Did you ? Shinso simply stared as Midoriya started to ramble excitedly. The alpha wasn't sure if he should be relieved that Midoriya didn't seem heartbroken, or even interested in Shindo, or if he should want to rip his hair out. Because why was Midoriya still hanging out with such an a-hole if he didn't like him like that? Midoriya, he cut him off. He's using you. He's only hanging out with you so that you can be his side piece. He doesn't care about you at all outside of that. Midoriya's face hardened at that, and Shinso had to stop and wonder if he said the wrong thing. But Midoriya had to know, he couldn't just leave him in the dark about this stuff. You're lying, the beta's voice came out half angry, half sad. Shindo would never, he wouldn't do that to me. He might be rude at times but he dash dot. The green-haired male looked back and forth between his hands as they laid resting on the table. Shinso felt a pang of hurt when he saw green eyes start to water. Hey dash, Shinso tried to reach for his hand, only for Midoriya to retract his hands and pull them up to his chest. I'm leaving. That's all he got out of Midoriya before he was left alone in the boba place, not knowing if Midoriya was mad at him for his accusation or at Shindo. Midoriya had just gotten around to clearing his head about what Shinso had said. They went to the boba shop in the morning yesterday, which meant that in the afternoon he had to go visit the Enigmas. He was thankful that it was a rather calm day there. Kaken, Shoto, and Ijiro didn't mind just laying around and enjoying his company as he turned on a movie for him to watch on his laptop that he brought. Showing them one of his favorite movies really lifted his mood, and today they seemed to respect his boundaries more now that he wasn't in heat. He didn't mind laying close to them, but full-on cuddling was a big no for now. He honestly didn't like when people were so close to him and touching him because of how overly self-conscious he was. Which is what made Midoriya reconsider what Shinso had told him yesterday, because there were multiple times tonight where Shindo had gotten too close for comfort. It started when they were at the bowling alley. Shindo had suggested the place since it was the only sport Midoriya could play. The alpha made the suggestion of a gym first, which Midoriya would have thought was a playful jab before, but now he wasn't so sure anymore. Because now that he thought about it, Shindo never made plans with him and involved all the buddies that he had. Shindo also always tended to bring them to places where there weren't a lot of people, and Midoriya thought that it was so that they could have privacy, but, wow, only 2 pins? Shindo asked as he got up to take his turn, this doesn't even require any running and you still managed to mess it up. Shindo, he tried to give a gentle reminder, something he did to let the alpha know he was being a bit too harsh. It's just some sheet with my dad that's been both airing me. You know, being sick and all. The alpha barely got out over his shoulder. Your dad? I thought it was your mom that was sick. Midoriya had to speak louder for Shindo to hear over the music and other noise in the bowling alley. He paid attention to the alpha and definitely noticed the way that he froze before answering. I did say mom. You probably need to get those ears checked, huh? Shindo gave a small laugh that came with the light-hearted joke, but it only did the opposite on Midoriya's emotions as something heavy settled in his stomach. That was the first sign. Then they went to Shindo's dorm, and Midoriya's hopes were brought up because maybe Shindo decided to finally introduce him to his friends. Only, they had to sneak into the dorms because apparently it was past curfew. Midoriya knew that it wasn't true, since he had been in the same dorm building last year and they didn't have curfew. Shindo brought out alcohol, which Midoriya couldn't even imagine how he had gotten some in the first place, especially since they're both underage. He refused and wanted to leave, but Shindo made him stay, going down the hall to ask one of his friends something. A few minutes turned into almost an hour, and Midoriya spent most of it idly scrolling on his phone. Within that time, he texted Shinso if he was able to pick him up when he could, and thankfully his roommate agreed. Though Shinso said he couldn't be there for another 15 or 20 minutes, and Midoriya just had to keep playing on his phone. Shindo had stumbled back into the dorm room a couple minutes later though, obviously a little more than tipsy. Maybe Midoriya would be able to use this moment as an advantage. Shindo had come over and gotten into his personal bubble. It made Midoriya panic and bring up what he had been dying to ask all night. Are you really just using me? The words tumbled out quickly, just in time because Shindo had pulled away and stared. Using you? He repeated. Like, I heard you like me and you were dash. Like you? Shindo scoffed. Midoriya flinched back at his tone. The alpha moved closer. Are you that full of yourself that you think that anyone who looks in your direction falls in love with you? I mean, I get that it's not hard to notice a whale in the middle of the sidewalk, but maybe you should look in a mirror. Newsflash. You're FING ugly. So don't try flattering yourself thinking that I would like you. But learn to speak right. Maybe that'll upgrade you to being lonely with a dog instead of a million cats when you're older. Midoriya could tell that Shindo had more to say, but the Omega couldn't bring himself to stay any longer to hear it. Soon enough, he was sneaking out of the dorm since apparently Shindo didn't want to be seen with him. Some part in the back of his mind tried to reassure him and tell him that maybe it was the alcohol that made Shindo say all of those things. But at the same time, the alcohol made him say all those things. Sometimes the truth spills out when people are under the influence, and Midoriya thought maybe this was one of those times. He didn't know where he was running when the cold air outside hit him. All he knew was that he had to get as far away from Shindo as he could. When the air that he was breathing in finally felt like it was stabbing through his insides, he stopped to catch his breath. Coughing from trying to breathe and get out his sobs, he ended up falling to the ground next to a bush out in the dorm's garden area. His phone started to ring, but he couldn't be bothered to pick it up. Bad Omega. Bad. No alpha likes us. His Omega started to spiral and Midoriya couldn't control the tears that fell down his face. The only good thing that he could make light of was that his Omega wasn't near dropping, just in a really shitty situation. Noise barely caught his attention before he realized that the noise came from someone nearby. He looked up with wide, watery eyes, trailing his gaze down as his green eyes met deep purple. Shinso had crouched down in front of him, the alpha pausing for a second before tearing off both scent patches on his wrist to reveal a lavender and vanilla scent. Midoriya barely had time to process what was going on, his mind still reeling from what happened. The sounds of his phone had ceased, he noticed, and Shinso had started to let out soothing alpha pheromones as he took a seat next to Midoriya. Midoriya was so glad that Shinso knew that he just needed someone. Not to talk, not to vent to, just someone there. The alpha scooted over and wrapped an arm around Midoriya's shoulder lightly, so that Midoriya could push him away if he was uncomfortable. When the Omega didn't move, Shinso's touch became firmer, but still gentle. Midoriya let out a shaky sigh as he leaned into his friend, head on his shoulder as they both looked to the night sky when they still had no words. And Midoriya was content with that, trying to put himself back together as they watched the stars. And he knew in the back of his mind that Shinso would be there. He would be there until the sun came up and the stars were gone. He would be there for as long as Midoriya needed. He would always be there. Midoriya felt so horrible after that. He didn't even go into work today because of how upset he had felt over the whole thing. He was actually thankful that it was Sunday because he probably would have skipped his classes too. Of course he had gotten a call or two from Emiko, even getting voicemails to ask where he was at and when he was coming in. Honestly, he shouldn't even have to come in, but knowing Kakanai and Shoto, alarms must have been going on in their heads. Midoriya knew that they had abandonment issues, which is probably why whenever he was gone for too long it would trigger a reaction within them. Or maybe, he thought, because of the abandonment issues, they developed a sort of separation anxiety relating to Midoriya? And from what Midoriya could tell, it's been progressively getting worse. First, he would only need to go once or twice a week. Then it turned to 3 times, then skipped to 5, and now they had gotten to the point where, 3 months in, Midoriya was going there every day. He might as well live there instead of his apartment. His suspicions were only confirmed further when Emiko actually texted him and demanded him to answer. She said that his projects were becoming hostile again and wanted to at least see a picture of him now to make sure he was okay. They likely heard through one of the alpha guards or something that he was sick. Except he wasn't actually sick. He just said that so he could get Emiko off of his back. No, actually right now he was in a big loose hoodie that he wore when he wanted to be warm. And he would have sent a picture if not for the fact that his eyes were all red and puffy, there were tears streaming down his face, and snot was threatening to come out his nose. He couldn't take a picture right now. He was scared how they would react. Maybe they would just be relieved that he was fine and ignore the messy hair and crying. He couldn't risk it, though, especially if it would result in them going feral again. So, he steadied his voice and sent them a simple message, addressing the 3 and saying that he was alright so that hopefully Emiko, or someone else most likely, would show the 3 the recording. When that was done and over with, he felt a little hollow pit in his stomach, like the beginning of him starting to become hungry to the point of it being a distraction. Which was fair since he hadn't eaten all day and it was the afternoon, but he still didn't want to get up to make anything. 1, because he was sad. 2, because of his chat with Shindo yesterday. He was always self-conscious about his weight. He would forego a snack or meal sometimes because of it, but he never outright refused to skip 3 meals already. Dinner from last night, breakfast today, And lunch now. He just couldn't bring himself to eat anything. Shindo had quite literally called him a whale, so Midoriya knew that he wasn't overthinking anymore whenever he would beat himself down for being fat. Some argued he was big-boned or chubby, but he himself knew he was way past that point. Apparently everyone else knew too but didn't dare to say anything. All he could do was stare at his ceiling, phone tossed to the side as his mind flipped through any and all memories that could be used to make him feel even worse about himself. He was considering going to sleep just so he wouldn't have to listen to his mind anymore, just to be startled a bit at the light knock by his room's doorway. It was Shinso, who likely just got back from work. "Hey, got some snacks on my way back here. There's some onigiri, anpan, and some taiyaki. They'll be on the counter," Shinso mentioned, jabbing his thumb behind him to indicate where the stuff was at. "K. Thank you," Midoriya mumbled. There was a small pause in lieu of Shinso's response before the alpha spoke. "Well, I'm heading to the store because I just noticed we're out of stuff. Wanna come with?" All Midoriya did was shake his head, and he knew that it was good enough for Shinso. "Do you need anything then? Want anything?" "No," Midoriya said this time as he rolled over. "I might go to sleep. I'm a bit tired." He heard the purple-haired alpha hum before he said, "All right," and closed Midoriya's door for him. Midoriya actually did end up going to sleep, and he woke up to the smell of something smelling delicious. Despite the nagging in his mind that wanted to pass on going out to investigate, because he knew he would definitely eat whatever Shinso was making if he got that close to the delicious smell, he pulled himself out of his bed. He let out a yawn and stretched before he went to check his scent patches to make sure they were fine. After replacing them, he slipped on his slippers and made his way to the kitchen. Well, he was on his way there when he nearly ran into the alpha. Midoriya blinked down at him, eyes trailing down further to see the apron he was sporting. "Oh," Shinso began, "I was just gonna grab you. Food's done." Shinso, he already started his protest, but the alpha was quick to shut it down. "You need to eat. I already made enough for both of us, so you might as well have some when it's warm. I set up the TV too. It's in the living room." And Midoriya nearly cried with what he found. The living room was all nice and cozy. Cleaned up, warm temperature, his favorite show ready to be played on the exact episode he left off on. Looking further, he noticed the delicious-smelling food was sukiyaki, a really good comfort food that Midoriya found himself eating sometimes when he was sad. And to top it all off, there were actually some nesting materials. They weren't omega nesting materials, but instead ones made for betas. It was becoming more common for betas to nest sometimes due to being raised by omegan parents. And Shinso must have figured that was the case for Midoriya since his mother was an omega. He could sense Shinso was trying to gauge his reaction from the way he was standing behind him, and Midoriya turned to him to say thank you, only for it to come out as a sob. He couldn't stop himself from leaping forward and hugging the shorter male. The alpha gave him a hesitant hug back before they parted. "I figured, that you deserve a break day after all that." Shinso scratched the back of his neck like Midoriya knew he often did when he was nervous. Midoriya couldn't thank him enough, even as they got settled on the couch to start eating and watching the show. But not before Midoriya was able to set up his nest on the couch with the materials that Shinso had gotten him. There was a plushie tossed in there too that made his omega purr. In all honesty, he's never been able to nest in fear of being viewed as an omega. He had tried to make one in his closet before, but eventually the anxiety became too much and he tore it apart after a week. "You're really good at that," Shinso idly pointed out as Midoriya was putting the final touches on the thing. "I think you did a good job." Midoriya's heart felt warm and heat threatened to creep onto his face at the alpha's praise. This is probably one of the first times that he had actually been praised for doing something other than from his mother. And now the enigmas too. "Thank you," he mumbled as he sat back on the heels of his feet. "I don't have a whole lot of experience with them, so I'm glad you think this one is decent." "It's great, don't worry about it." Shinso gave that small smile that Midoriya had only seen when they were in their apartment together. He's actually pretty sure that Shinso has never smiled at school. He redirected his attention as the alpha paused. "Would I be able to?" "Oh!" Midoriya exclaimed with realization. He repositioned himself on the couch in order to make room for Shinso in the mini-nest. He gestured to the couch, but not before Shinso had gone and gotten a big blanket to share. It was one of Midoriya's favorites. It was a light gray one that was soft to the touch. They left it in the living room in case they ever had a guest that got cold. But most of the time it was just used by them since they never really had guests. This time, it smelled heavily like Shinso, likely because the alpha used it yesterday to curl up and watch his favorite reality TV show. Despite what happened yesterday, Midoriya started to feel happy and content with what he had now, smiling as he picked up his bowl and Shinso clicked play on the remote. It wasn't long before Midoriya's belly was nice and warm from being full, even more so after Shinso had grabbed the snacks from earlier off the counter for them to eat after the 4th episode in. Around that time, when Shinso had gotten settled back down, Midoriya wanted to lay down a bit. So, he took a risk and leaned against the alpha, still curled up in the shared blanket. He knew it wasn't a huge risk. There had been plenty of times where the purple-haired male offered his shoulder for Midoriya to lean on when he was tired. The sun had set and the sky was already dark, leaving only the TV as the light in the room since there was none coming from the windows. "Thank you for today, Shinso," he murmured with a small nuzzle to the alpha's arm. "You're welcome." Midoriya heard the small sigh come from the side of him, and he turned to look into Purple Eyes. "And," the alpha continued, holding his gaze, "just call me Hitoshi. You better get those pests under control." It was the first thing Midoriya was greeted with when he arrived at the facility the next morning. Emiko practically dragged him into her office before he could even reach the elevators. She hissed the words at him when she harshly let go of his collar. Midoriya could only glare at her as she continued to yap at him about being so irresponsible. "And you even took the diamond muzzles off after we've been trying to get those on them for years. Can't believe you've been here for what, months? And they still have their tantrums. You're here to train them, tame them, not make everything worse." The Omega watched her with an irritated expression as she paced the room. "Was there actually anything you needed me for, or did you just need someone to yell at?" Shock overtook the Beta's features, but Midoriya watched as the expression clicked back to anger in an instant. "Don't get snappy with me. You know as well as I do that I'm the one in charge of your paycheck. And you know as well as I do that I can find someplace else to get my paycheck, but you can't give mine to anyone else, can you?" Midoriya's emotions have been on a drastic influx ever since Saturday with Shindo. Midoriya felt moderately better after yesterday with Shin's Hitoshi, but that didn't help the fact that he was still on edge. Emiko just scoffed and pretended like something else had happened for the subject to change. "Well, those beasts took my phone and won't give it back." Midoriya felt his eyes go wide in confusion before he furrowed his eyebrows. "How did they get close enough to your phone?" The Omega found out it was because the Enigmas had taken the phone to repeatedly listen to the voice message that Midoriya sent to Emiko when he was sick yesterday. He didn't notice right away, mostly due to the fact that he was bombarded by the three as soon as he walked through the door. Ijiro was rubbing his cheek against his, Kaken held him tight in a hug, and Shoto took his hand to rub his face into. "Why do you smell like that? Is that me?" The Omega's eyes darted down to look at Kaken, who was holding him up in the air so that Midoriya would be positioned higher than him. He didn't quite like how close Kaken's face was to his belly that way, or the fact that the blonde's arms were holding him up dangerously close to his rear, but Midoriya couldn't find the words to say anything about it or continue his inquiry. Because the way that Kaken growled out his own question made Midoriya's fade into something more of a whisper, and Shoto and Ijiro didn't seem to like the way he smelled either, judging by the look in their eyes. Now normally I wouldn't be so rude and Izuku, sorry for the language, but why the F? Do you smell like a happy alpha? He tensed when Idrio's usual happy tone was laced with something similar to malice. Like a silent threat to make him say the truth. And if he didn't, then there would be consequences. The voicemail of Midoriya telling them that he was fine and that he was only sick was the only thing that filled the silence in the room. Shinso's scent must have gotten on him from spending so much time with him yesterday. They did end up falling asleep on the couch together, and Midoriya didn't really bother to think of that when he rushed out of the house this morning. I ended up falling asleep with my roommate." "What?" All three Enigmas shouted at the same time. Midoriya couldn't defend himself anymore because he was being swooped over to the pile of mattresses in the room. He yelled in alarm when he was dropped onto the thing so suddenly. The three enigmas became a blur to him when he was being rolled over constantly across the mattresses. He halted to a stop all at once and picked back up. That's when he realized that he was all swaddled up in a blanket. Shindo was the one holding him now, and he was plopped into the enigma's lap. Ijiro and Kaken were quick to follow as they flopped down on the mattress. Midoriya barely had to sniff the air to smell what seemed to be a possessive alpha. But it was 10 times stronger. So does that mean enigmas can be possessive? You're ours. You go back there and get a new FING apartment now. You're ours to keep. Only ours. So that son of a beach alpha either moves out theirself or we're keeping you here till you do. You can't just court us and go and find an alpha, Shoto of all people growled in his ear. Midoriya looked to see Ijiro rubbing his scent glands on him aggressively, small growls coming from him as he did so. The Omega was a bit baffled when he heard a mutter from him that sounded like, "That beach." Overwhelmed, he let out a whine with the bubbling feeling of panic blooming in him at how dangerous the enigma's scents were becoming. Something struck a chord in him too at how upset the other three were. How angry they were with him. Because they were, weren't they? His Omega didn't take kindly to it, remembering barely 2 days ago when he made Shindo angry and upset with him. Stop it, the pleading whine came out. He was scared that tears might fall from his eyes from the way they were getting blurry. He didn't know when, but growls diminished and the collective angry scent became one of worry and comfort. Caramel and firewood, wood and baked cookies, and marshmallows and cold winter air started to become softer and lighter, wrapping up around him like the warm blanket he had surrounding him now. Growls became grumbles, but Midoriya looked to see that the three were still scenting him all that they could. Don't? He tried to nudge Shoto's hand off of him by leaning his head into his shoulder. We don't want you smelling like an alpha, Ijiro explained when Shindo was at a loss for words. We're not scenting you technically. It's the blanket. You don't like to be scented. We need some kind of illusion that we are scenting you for our instincts, Kaken grumbled. Izuku, Shindo murmured softly after a minute, nuzzling his face into his shoulder briefly, you're not taken, are you? Midoriya understood now. The three were likely angry at the thought of Midoriya having a mate. The prospect of something that they thought was theirs suddenly being taken from them must have made them distressed and jealous. But considering their background, distress was likely displaced as possessiveness and anger because of their lack of exposure to healthier feelings. No, Midoriya answered. His throat no longer felt tight and he blinked away the blurriness in his eyes. Hitoshi is an alpha, yes. But I've known him for 2 years now. He's my roommate because I trust him. I smell like him, but not because he scented me purposely. We were watching a show because he knew it would help me feel better. He helped me all day yesterday when I wasn't feeling well. The Omega didn't want to tell him that he wasn't actually sick. If they reacted that harshly to Hitoshi's scent alone, then who knows what would be in store for Shindo if he so much as mentioned him. Even though he doesn't like Shindo much anymore, he would fear for his safety if any of the three enigmas were to find out about him and what he did. You can't have anyone else help you? He could hear the pout in Ijiro's voice, which helped lighten up the mood. It indicated that the three would lay off Hitoshi and trusted Midoriya's choice. For the most part, at least. No, he smiled a bit sadly in response. Hitoshi is my best friend. My only friend. And I would hate to lose him. I wish we could help. Shoto's voice sounded above him as he plopped his head onto Midoriya's curls. There was a palpable silence that followed, creating an odd atmosphere in the room. The Omega decided to break it and offered to take his laptop out of the bag the enigmas tore off of him before they rolled him in the blanket. His go-to with them was sometimes just watching a movie or something to pass the time. His time was spent being wrapped up in the blanket while watching the movies. The other three wrapped him back up in it after he had set up the movie to play. So he was left leaning against Shindo while Kaken and Ijiro clung to his sides while laying their heads on him. He didn't have that much of an issue with the cuddling since he had something in between them. Later he woke up to another movie playing and heard purring, chuffing, and small croons around him. He jolted a little when he realized that he himself was purring as well. Which was really odd since he didn't usually do so. Maybe it was because he finally let himself be an omega instead of posing as a beta. Whatever it was, Midoriya would figure it out later. He would rather just enjoy being wrapped up all cozy and warm in his blanket cocoon. Eating lunch by himself was really common. Sometimes Hitoshi's schedule wouldn't line up with his, or they were both too busy studying for their schedules to line up that well on school days. So most days Midoriya would be eating in the dining hall by himself. He would just grab his food and pick a corner to sit at while he played on his phone. Oftentimes he would become upset, seeing people hanging out with their friends and talking of fun parties that they went to. Something inside of him yearned to be like those people. Fun, bubbly personalities that got along with everyone they met. Then his eyes would turn to see couples having dates at the dining hall and his heart would hurt with loneliness. When he was younger, he would always dream of having someone for all they were and for someone to have him for all he was. His heart yearned for the type of love his mother and father gave each other. Sweet, gentle, unconditional love. That was before the divorce though. The way they acted with each other before that set the bar high for Midoriya and his own love life. Yet, no one seemed to be interested in someone like him. Kaken, Eijiro, and Shoto, he wouldn't last. He was just a phase that they would get over. He was the only Omega that they've had contact with, so it was probably natural for them to act the way they did whether they realize it or not. So Midoriya believed their relationship was more out of pure instinct than love. And Hitoshi, he always felt something for Hitoshi. Their bond grew stronger and Midoriya found himself realizing that he wouldn't know what to do with himself if he lost Hitoshi. It would be like losing his mother in a sense. Midoriya still hasn't been able to delve into all of those deep, nasty feelings yet, so he wasn't quite sure how to feel about Hitoshi. Because now his idea of love was all broken and twisted, so he didn't know exactly what it was anymore. He didn't know how to place the feelings that he had. Not that he could achieve love, anyways. Because he would look around the dining hall more, looking closely at the couples to see how beautiful everyone was. And he was just ugly. Flawed freckled skin, messy hair that didn't want to stay how he wanted it to, and how overweight he was definitely reminded Midoriya when he looked in the mirror every day as to why he was single. He would tear up and cry in his room sometimes when he saw people happy. His worst breakdown was probably when Hitoshi was confessed to. The Alpha didn't accept, and Midoriya knew he would be happy for him no matter what. For some reason the fact that he rejected the person made Midoriya hurt more than it would have if he accepted. Because Midoriya was jealous deep down. Why did Hitoshi get confessed to? Midoriya never in his life got confessed to or even flirted with. Why couldn't he be chosen for once? It was selfish. But Midoriya would even be happy with someone who he didn't like confessing to him just so he would have confidence in himself. Just so he could have a reminder that, in someone's eyes, he was worth loving. All he wanted was a happy ending. A ping on his phone pulled him from his sad fest. Or rather, it made it worse. Shindo bomb, can we talk? Shindo bomb, please? 12:26. As much as he wanted to, Midoriya was never one to say no. Midoriya, sure. 12:28. 12:28 chapter text. Midoriya tried to steel himself. He was doing really well, actually. He only gave short, curt replies and didn't even offer a smile when they met up. Midoriya, I'm sorry, the man pleaded for almost the 10th time. Shindo had gone on and on about how sorry he was, but it still didn't change what he had said that night. Midoriya had to think if that's what the Alpha thought of him all that time that they were friends. If he felt that way, Midoriya thought, then why would he bother being friends with him to begin with? Shindo had a lot of other friends that he could surely entertain. He glared at the Alpha in front of him, a sad look in those eyes that he hasn't seen before. Sure, he's a little sympathetic towards him, but Midoriya still felt really hurt by the whole thing. Shindo, he sighed as he stood up, having finished the muffin he ordered. He picked up the wrapper and turned to leave. I already told you that I dash. You were right, he said suddenly. The words tumbled out so fast that it made Midoriya listen to all of it before he could leave. I was wrong. I didn't mean to say all that stuff, but the Alpha sighed and Midoriya turned to face him more. He guessed he would hear what Shindo had to say. He's already here. The truth is dash. The words looked like they were stuck in Shinso's throat. Midoriya snapped with impatience and found that maybe he didn't want to stay after all. He hissed, "The truth is you're a bad free dash. I like you." Shindo blurted. The simple 3 words made all anger fade from Midoriya's face, being replaced with confusion and something stirring in his chest. His heart felt like it leapt in his throat. He could only stare as what looked like a tear fell from Shindo's eye. "My family my whole life has been against same-sex couples. And when I found out I liked you, I guess it made me angry and upset with myself. Because I'm supposed to like girls, that's what my family taught me. And I guess that anger with myself projected onto you when I got drunk." Midoriya's mouth could only flap open and closed in shock, especially with the bombshell that Shindo dropped after he explained his actions. "I'm sorry, but I've been able to sort through my feelings. And I wanted to ask you for permission to court you." Blind sinker. He's being confessed to. Being asked to be courted, no less. Someone is finally interested in him. Someone actually wanted him, they actually wanted to be with him and love him. Midoriya would no longer have to sit on the sidelines and watch others go on little dates, because he would be on his own. He would later learn that his rationale was blinded by his desire for a relationship of some kind. So maybe that's why his heart sped up at those words. Not from the interest from the alpha, but the idea of it. The idea of what a healthy, loving relationship would bring and how Midoriya wouldn't be lonely. He didn't want to be alone anymore. Maybe that's why he said yes. "Keep it between us," is what he was told to do afterwards. Shindo had made it clear that his friends or family couldn't know because of what he said about same-sex couples. Midoriya didn't mind. He was still all too happy about the fact that someone wanted to court him. On his way back to his apartment, he sat in the train, all giddy from the small flower Shindo picked for him when they got out of the coffee shop. Shindo offered it to him with a smile and Midoriya was overjoyed by the action. Even when he got to his apartment, and even in his class later, did he sit there daydreaming and fantasizing. A life with a doting alpha was one that he might not have thought of before, but lately his omega had been acting up an awful lot. Something akin to baby fever even struck him a couple of times and he had to stop himself from thinking about that too much. He was still in college and he couldn't think about any of that right now. Besides, he couldn't technically have a kid without being outed as an omega, so all of that was a no-go anyway. So he sat in his lecture hall, a dopey grin on his face while he dreamed of being held in a warm embrace, laying on a bed with someone behind him, their face nuzzling into his neck where mating bites lie, the things looking as if they were still relatively new. He'd only closed his eyes for a second, he thought, but then the images and feelings came to him in abundance. The person behind him still had their face near his neck before a low, happy grumble came out. Toasted marshmallows and cold winter air hit his nose. Then firewood entered, followed by something like melted chocolate. A hand came up to his hair and he melted into it, but grew confused when he realized that the hand was not one of the person behind him. His eyes peeped open and he was met with a blur of beach blonde hair and crimson eyes, face looking soft and content. He felt himself jolt outside his dream, his body itching to escape the dream while his mind kept him confined in it. The bed dipped and the man, Kaken, Midoriya realized with a start, sat down and continued to comb through his hair. "Dinner's almost ready." The voice was deep and rich, coming out like a purr. Out of the corner of his eyes by what Midoriya thought was a bedroom door, he saw another figure saying something about dinner. Midoriya didn't quite catch who it was or what they were saying, because he woke up in an instant when he had to catch his head from falling forward on the table in front of him. A thrum of fear shot through him at almost plunking his head on the table while the professor was lecturing. He would have drawn attention to himself, in which the fear provided him a way to keep himself awake the rest of the time. That and the fear of being lost in the dream if he ever went back. Why did he dream about them? Shindo had just asked to court him, so why wouldn't his dream be about him? He actually had a chance for something romantic with Shindo, so why did he imagine such a domestic NTMT scene in his head with the enigmas? They were so doting and it made Midoriya feel so special in that moment, but he had to shake the idea out of his head. Even if it did seem nice, he can't think that way. Those three only needed him to be calm. He was their friend and nothing more. He couldn't ever be that way with those three. Because if they were somehow able to be placed in a setting outside of the facility, Midoriya is sure that he isn't the omega of their dreams. They were bound to find someone else, someone that wasn't Midoriya. He knew about his small feelings for them, too, but he didn't want to acknowledge it any longer than he had to. Thinking about it too much made his heart hurt. Because he knew it would only be easier for him to harbor his feelings until his internship was complete. And then after that, Kaken, Shoto, and Ijiro would forget all about him. So he blocked it out and thought about other things as he looked to the board to continue taking notes. Good morning and good night texts were something that were far and few between, but Midoriya still enjoyed them when he saw them appear on his phone, nonetheless. Hitoshi noticed it as well one day. "You're in a good mood," he pointed out one morning, sipping his coffee with a raised brow. Midoriya hummed around his yogurt that he was having for breakfast. Not the best option, but it was something small. He knew Hitoshi would kill him if he left without eating at least something. And no, unfortunately toast didn't count. Even though the alpha only had coffee every morning for breakfast, the hypocrite. "My mom sent me a video of something she saw. She said it reminded her of me." He covered up the fact that it was the morning text Shindo sent. And technically he was telling the truth. His mom did send him something, but that was earlier. "Okay then," Hitoshi commented with an unconvinced lull in his voice. He finished up the last sip of his coffee before rinsing it out in the sink and tugging his coat on. Midoriya noticed. "Where you going? Your class doesn't start till 3 today." "Work." The green-haired male felt his nose crinkle up in confusion along with his eyebrows. "Work? You've been going to work an awful lot lately though." "I could say the same to you," Hitoshi countered before he picked up his phone. "I'm gonna drop by the store after for something. You need anything?" "No. Thanks though." By Hitoshi, Midoriya sent him off with a smile and a wave. "Bye Izuku," he returned the goodbye before he left. It was something that they agreed on after Hitoshi said for Midoriya to call him by his given name. Midoriya figured it would only be fair for the other to use his given name as well. Speaking of, looks like Emiko texted him again to have him come into work today. Midoriya sighed and went to go get ready. Thankfully his class was an online one, and after that, he would be done for the day. Well, in terms of classes, it likely wouldn't be done for the day until he had to pry Kaken, Shoto, and Ijiro off of him before closing time like he often had to do on these types of days. Hopefully they would be sleeping or something by the time Midoriya did have to leave. It was actually really nice and peaceful. He brought his laptop with him again this week because he needed it for his online class. It had been 2 weeks since Shindo asked to court him, and he couldn't have been happier. Shindo had gotten him a card or two along with a small flower or two. Midoriya was a bit off-put by the gym membership card, but he took it in stride when he saw the happy look on Shindo's face when he presented it. Maybe Shindo was just being thoughtful? Or at least maybe he thought that he was. Midoriya saw it as a little slap to the face, but he figured Shindo didn't mean any harm from it. They had even gone back to their fun phone calls and texting about other stuff. Though he did a little rethinking when Shindo took him out and told him to wear something comfortable. Midoriya did, and he told Hitoshi that he was going to work. That was only half true. He was going to go to work after hanging out with Shindo, not right away. He was pretty excited when Shindo had him meet him somewhere close to downtown. Maybe he finally wanted to flaunt him a little? Maybe he wanted people to finally see them with each other for a little bit? That's what Midoriya was hoping. Though hoping never got him anywhere. "Izuku." Ijiro sounded a bit frightened when Midoriya walked into the facility. And Midoriya could kind of understand where he was coming from. Midoriya didn't exactly look the most pleasing right now. Damp curls clung to his forehead, and he knew that his cheeks were probably flushed red from how much he was trying to breathe right now. He knew he probably should have taken a breath or two before coming in here, especially knowing how the other three would react, but he really needed to change his scent patches. Midoriya was practically wheezing from the strain of running here on time. Emiko told him that if he was late again, then she would cut his paycheck slightly. Though the run here wasn't what made him how he was right now. Ijiro was the first to get to him, and the Enigma moved his hands around Midoriya, ready to pick him up. Though Midoriya just pushed him away with a breathless whine, "I'm all sweaty." He leaned away from Ijiro with his eyes forcing themselves to shut from how exhausted he was. He felt a surge of panic when he leaned too far and he was falling, but it was only for a split second before he was being pulled back up. Once he was standing, Ijiro scooped him up easily, despite Midoriya being so tall at around 6'4". The other three were just that much taller. And stronger. He was being held in the way where his body pressed against Ijiro's, and his head hooked over his shoulder. The collar there irritated Midoriya a bit, but he didn't voice that thought out loud. He just tried focusing on taking deep breaths, opening his eyes again when he felt something push his curls off of his forehead, seeing Shindo there. Ijiro was rubbing circles on his back and reminding him to breathe. Somewhere out of the corner of his eye, he saw Kaken rearranging the nest they all shared in the corner of the room. Midoriya was sluggish and barely registered the feeling, but when he did, he was alert. It wasn't until after he got his breathing semi-back, and when they were starting to settle on the nest. "Your hand is really cold, Shoto," Midoriya murmured, enjoying the coolness of his right hand. Midoriya thought it was a bit funny that it was the hand that was on the side his white hair was on. Like snow. "Oh right. That's a good idea," Ijiro hummed. "Roki, put him on your right." Midoriya was soon being maneuvered off of Ijiro's lap and draped over Shoto's right side. The Omega squirmed a little, wanting to get off because of how heavy he might be, but Shindo trapped him with his arm and made him stay put against his side. His very cold side, might he add. But it was really nice, especially against the heat of Midoriya's skin. He just about stabilized himself a good 10 minutes later and had his cheek resting on Shoto's chest, ready to fall asleep like that when Kaken's voice startled him awake. He didn't even notice, in his haze, that Kaken and Ijiro went to go get food when the guards allowed them to go out for their lunch. Of course they always had to put their muzzles on now whenever going out, but Midoriya would usually unlock it for them when they came back, or they would take his hand and press his thumb carefully to the pad when they needed to. Like now. Kaken just slipped off the muzzle when he placed Midoriya's hand back down, and that's when he started talking. What happened? It wasn't a question. It was a command. Midoriya squirmed a little, but Shindo thumbing his cheek made him less nervous, like it was just a natural reaction. I just got back from the gym and dash. Why? Shindo cut him off. Was he blind? Or has he never gone to a gym before? Midoriya was sure that one look at his body would be reason enough to tell why he would be at the gym and why he would need to be at one. Not that he ever planned to, but Shindo made it clear earlier that there would be no way for him to get out of it. Because I need to work out? Midoriya mumbled hesitantly. Why though? Who effing made you go? Kaken questioned next. He sounded a bit hostile when he spoke. Myself. Midoriya cut himself off. He wasn't exactly sure what these three were thinking, so he thought it would be best to leave anyone else out of it. Midoriya curled his lips in on themselves when he paused to think of the right words to say. Too chubby. I thought I should just try to look better. Bullshit. Kaken immediately spat. I like this though, Shindo said at the same time, his hand ghosting over Midoriya's belly before pulling it away. At least these three have gotten a little better at boundaries. I don't see an issue with your weight, he added. Kaken continued to voice out his own thoughts after. That's effing bullshit. You're effing tiny. Compared to you guys, Midoriya mumbled, you guys are giants. Not talking about just being short, Kaken rolled his eyes. In my opinion, you need to pack on a bit more. Midoriya felt his face flush. What? Was he joking? There's no way that anyone in the world thought that Midoriya would be considered tiny, even as a joke. But apparently this wasn't a joke, because Kaken stared at him, face serious as he crossed his arms across his chest and gave that grouchy look he usually had on his face. He was serious. Dead serious. The Omega realized, and the implication left him flustered, leaving his brain to revert to what it always had when he was embarrassed. It thought for him to hide, so he turned his head and dropped it down to the side of Shoto's chest and tried burying his head between Shindo and the clothes in the nest. You're just saying that? Midoriya's voice was muffled. No, Ijiro must have heard because he started to protest. If we didn't think that was true, why do you think we always try to offer you food here? Because you're just being nice. Midoriya groaned half into Shoto's side and half into the clothes. At some point, their voices started to become muffled too when they started to convince Midoriya that they were being genuine, and soon enough Midoriya felt a yawn stirring up in him when he started to curl himself up next to Shoto. He could have sworn he heard something that sounded like a kiss when something lightly tapped his shoulder that was still visible, but then again, maybe that was his imagination. Maybe it was him hoping that he would be able to have something like that. A sweet, unconditional love. Maybe the kiss was just part of his imagination. Some part of him thought that maybe it would stay there, along with all of his dreams, wishes, and happy endings that he knew he would never have. The stupid beta thinks I'm courting him. Could you imagine? A laugh fell from him along with his other little friends. Shinso didn't even mean to catch the conversation, but now he's glad that he did. It didn't take much to figure out who the BSTRD was talking about, especially with the way the others spoke about the beta in question. One of Shindo's frat friends barked out a laugh. What? No way, dude. He's really convinced with that? He's more gullible than I thought. A couple fake dates to the movie and that's it? Man, I didn't know someone could be that desperate for attention. He doesn't know about your girlfriend, does he? Nah, he thinks I'm all for him. Shindo smirked proudly, like he won a FING trophy. It made Shinso sick to his stomach. While he was normally a stoic, cool-headed guy, the conversation made his blood boil. It's like he was treating being able to court Midoriya as some sort of game or joke when it wasn't. It wasn't a game. It was a privilege to court Midoriya, and Shinso couldn't believe that this a-hole was the one doing it. Shinso stayed put despite his inner alpha itching to get out and shred the BSRD to bits. What? He didn't let you hit without dating? How else did he think he was gonna get laid? Being himself? Didn't hit yet. The gym dates are paying off though, Shindo snickered. By that time, Shinso had enough. He knew that if he didn't get out of there soon, then he probably would have gone off on the dark-haired alpha and tried to get a punch or two in. The worst part was that he couldn't even reject the idea of Shindo doing what he had done, because he saw the evidence in front of his own eyes. He thought that he was being a bit weird for noticing Midoriya's eating habits and slight change in weight, but now he knew the reason for it. Shindo was only trying to make Midoriya look better before he made his move to F him, before he would probably abandon him and find another side chick. And as much as Shinso wanted to do something, he can't really do anything. He tried to warn Midoriya before and that didn't end well. He really had no other options than to just sit back and wait. He would just have to support Midoriya as much as he could and help pick up the pieces when they were broken. Imiko, I know. I did what I could and I gave them each a blanket with my scent on it yesterday. Well, that doesn't cover for you not being here. You're being paid full-time and you only have to be here an hour a day every day. That's not much. I know. Midoriya sighed and let his pencil fall from his hand and onto his paper. He raked his hand through his hair. I have to study and I have 2 exams today, not even including finals next week. I just need a day or 2 and then on the weekend I can likely go for a couple hours. Midoriya. They have separation anxiety. Your scent isn't going to do much but trick their enigmas into thinking you're there. I'm sure they're at least smart enough and not dependent on their enigmas enough to know for themselves that you're not there. I might have gotten more new hires, but that doesn't mean that I can have them killed right away at the hands of those 3. It's one day, Imiko. They couldn't have gotten much worse from last time. I was out for 4 days at the very least last time, so what's one day? It won't even be 24 hours, Midoriya argued. Then Imiko made a frustrated noise on the other end before she started shouting commands at the poor workers in the facility. Midoriya would have felt bad if not for the fact that those people in the room were just as bad as Imiko. They researched and experimented on Kaken, Ijiro, Shoto, and all of the other enigmas in the facility like they weren't even people. It always made Midoriya sick to his core. They're banging on the door again, Imiko muttered into the phone, voice boiling with anger. I'm going to allow them to use this tablet once, because you think your schoolwork is more important than people's lives. You better answer the call when I hang up. It'll be connected to the tablet. Get them under control. There was more commotion on the other end before Midoriya was met with silence. He sighed and took the phone from his ear, looking at his screen. He tossed his phone on his desk for a second and leaned back, messing with his hair a bit more as he tried to gather himself. Emiko just set him off so much. Why did she have to just throw this stuff at him? He just wanted a job to help his mom pay for her medical treatment and for his college funds. Soon enough his phone buzzed again and he shut his eyes and took a deep breath before he picked up the phone to look at the caller ID. A video call with an unknown number. Bracing himself, he picked up, only to be met face to face with one of the alpha guards in the facility. One of the ones that picked him up during his heat. Oh, it's the cute beta boy. You've been avoiding us. It was the one with the turquoise-colored hair and the multicolored eyes. She looked a bit flirtatious, but Midoriya figured that it was probably just her personality. Still, it didn't sit right with him knowing that there were people that knew that he was an Omega now. People that he didn't even know the names of could probably easily tip someone off that he was an Omega and get a hefty amount of money for just that. He was only slightly relieved when the tablet had been taken from her and one of the other girls from the group had grabbed the camera. She was one of the shortest of the group, the one from one of his first days meeting the Enigmas with the short poofy purple hair. She was one of the nicest out of them, but something about her still rubbed Midoriya the wrong way. Soon enough the tablet was facing a ceiling after Midoriya heard the familiar click of large doors opening. The screen was soon spinning and the ceiling looked blurry until he saw the familiar color of pale blonde hair. What the hell did those fuckers send in this time? Guys dash, Midoriya wasn't even able to get that out before he heard a collective happy yell of his name, and Deku from Kaken. Izuku, come back please, Shindo pleaded. Izuku, we need you, Ijiro begged at the same time. You better get the F over here, Kaken's voice sounded strained. I can't. I have to study dash. Then we can be quiet while you study, Ijiro cried. We'll shut up, Kaken mentioned. We'll be good, Shindo added. So they were really determined to get him back to the facility, weren't they? As much as seeing them upset made Midoriya hurt, he really needed to focus. And he couldn't focus if he had 3 enigmas trying to coddle him and wanting his attention every minute. He especially couldn't risk losing half an hour of studying time from having to get on the train to go there and back to campus for his exams. Miss out on study time. Besides, I have to stay close to campus. I have exams. I promise I'll try to be there as soon as I can. I can stay on call, but I'm going to be studying, okay? He heard a whine or two, but the 3 eventually agreed. Midoriya was just glad that Hitoshi was already at one of his classes, so he didn't have to hear Midoriya talking to seemingly no one. He really didn't want him asking either, because Midoriya knew that Hitoshi knew that he only talked to his mom or Shindo on the phone. And to Hitoshi's knowledge, he and Shindo weren't even friends anymore. And Midoriya wanted it to stay that way, especially with what Shindo told him about not being out yet. Speaking of, the Alpha got a bit upset at the fact that Midoriya couldn't hang out with him at all this week or the next. When Midoriya tried to reason with him, the Alpha just dismissed it. Midoriya just had to hope that he didn't hurt him by saying he couldn't hang out. Deku. He heard his name being called out from his phone that he forgot was still propped up against his desk so the others could see him. It had been a good hour or two and he was surprised that the 3 were still there. He looked to see Kaken speaking. Are you going? Oh dash, Midoriya looked back down as he put the rest of his notes back where they belonged. Yeah. I have my first exam to go to now. Just make sure you come back, Kaken mumbled. Good luck. Ijiro pipped in. Shindo just waved at him. You'll do great. Ijiro cheered him on with a smile. It made Midoriya smile in return. Okay, Kaken. And thanks, Ijiro. I hope so. Bye to you too, Shindo. I'll see you guys later. He had to end the phone call after a couple of minutes, with the other 3 dragging on their goodbyes for as long as they could, it felt like. When he set his phone down, he turned to his closet to get ready. Well, more like tossing on a different pair of joggers and a sweater for the exam. He studied in his pajamas given he started to study after waking up from his 3-hour nap. Well, here goes nothing. Midoriya wasn't surprised to get to the facility and be exposed to the Enigma's affection. What he was surprised about was the fact that he fell asleep there. And didn't wake up till the next morning. He woke up with a start, like his body knew that something was wrong. He looked at his phone, only to panic when realizing that his exam would be in an hour from now. He scrambled up, untangling himself from the mess of blankets that Shoto, Ijiro, and Kaken had wrapped him up in when he came back tired from his exams. They made him feel all warm and cozy before Ijiro messed with Midoriya's phone to play some nice music. Ijiro must have found Midoriya's sleep playlist or something, because soon enough Midoriya had fallen asleep. But right now his focus was getting back to campus, going to his apartment and changing into different clothes, changing his scent patches and tossing his current clothes in the wash before going to his exam. He felt himself for his phone before he left, but couldn't find it anywhere in his pockets. With a quick, frantic look around, his eyes landed on Kaken, his phone in Kaken's much larger hands as the blonde glared at it. "Kaken," he whispered frantically, trying not to wake up Shoto or Ijiro, "I need my phone. I have to dash." "Who is this?" "What?" Midoriya was left confused by the tone in Kaken's voice. Usually his voice was softer and not as rough and brash. "You never mentioned him. Is this another alpha?" "Your roommate's name is Hitoshi." Kaken huffed and showed Midoriya his own phone. One quick glance made Midoriya read the name as Shindo, making his heart leap to his chest, but another sweep of the screen showed him that the text read Shinso. He forgot to change his name in his contacts. Kaken must have been upset with the purple heart Midoriya had next to Hitoshi's name. Oh, Midoriya's eyes went wide in realization. He never told him that he wouldn't be coming back for the night. The alpha must have been worried sick. Shinso Hitoshi. That's his name. Kaken's glare only seemed to darken. "You call him by his first name." It wasn't a question. It was a statement. "I told you he was my friend. A close friend. Now Kaken, I need my dash." Midoriya was just close enough to grab his phone when he reached for it, but Kaken gripped his forearm and tugged. It made Midoriya shoot forward and almost lose balance as his hand landed over Kaken's heart. He felt the way it beat fast under Midoriya's hand, and only seemed to speed up the longer his hand stayed. The Enigma's face was near his ear and Midoriya waited with bated breath when he felt the warmth of his breath hit his outer ear. "Just come back. And remember that you're ours. No one else's." At the word ours, Midoriya could feel Kaken's heartbeat quicken under his palm. They stayed like that for a moment or two until Midoriya tried to pull away, just to be held in place. It didn't take much to realize that Kaken wanted a verbal confirmation, so he nodded and whispered, "Okay, I promise I'll try." The grip was released and Midoriya was handed his phone. Soon he was out the door, feeling Kaken's gaze stay on him until he was out of sight. With finals came the end of the semester. And while Midoriya was happy to be going on summer break, he knew he would miss Hitoshi. They renewed their lease for next year, in which Hitoshi would be staying at the apartment over break, but Midoriya was heading home. He wanted to spend some time with his mom and help take care of her. She wasn't doing so well and Midoriya wanted to spend as much time with her as he could. He knew he would still be obligated to go to the facility over summer break, but he would rather spend an extra 15 minutes getting there every day than to not see his mother at all. That was besides the point. Right now he wanted to spend some time with Hitoshi before summer. He didn't want to worry about anything else at the moment. No worrying about finals for a day or two while he got to hang out with Hitosai, no Imiko to worry about, no worrying about anything while they just went and hung out. He forgot how easy it was to hang out with the alpha. It was so fun and so relaxing. It was like he didn't have to worry about how he acted or presented himself, because he knew that Hitoshi wouldn't judge him about anything. Though something in the back of Midoriya's mind burned when Hitoshi offered to buy ice cream for the both of them. "No," Midoriya stopped him. I couldn't. I can't pay you back." While the offer was nice, he didn't want those times at the gym to go to waste with Shindo. It was already bad enough that he had to ruin his diet whenever he went to the facility and Ijiro, Shoto, and Kaken would give him food he couldn't refuse. Quite literally. Especially from Kaken. Lately the Enigma has been persistent with things like that. "Well, it's my treat," Hitoshi countered, walking up to the counter to order. "Come on, you got this far through finals week. We both deserve something. And since cats aren't allowed in our apartment, getting ice cream is the next best thing." The comment made Midoriya laugh a little, giving Hitoshi a time frame to order. And he hated that Hitoshi was right. It wasn't cat cuddles, but the ice cream did help him relax and de-stress with all that came with studying for exams. Actually, Hitoshi caved in and actually drove them to a pet store so they could look at all the animals. So technically they got the best of both worlds. Midoriya was a bit sad when at the end of the week they had to say their goodbyes. Midoriya would likely visit when he could over the summer, but for now, they said goodbye. Hitoshi had just helped him bring the last box inside the house and Midoriya walked Hitoshi back to his car to bid him farewell. Well, I guess I'll see you later, Hitoshi. Alright. Just don't die while I'm gone, the purple-haired alpha mentioned with his monotone voice. Midoriya nodded and waved a small goodbye. He was ready to turn around till Hitoshi tugged him harshly, bringing him in for a hug. The alpha hooked his chin over his shoulder. I mean it, alright? If you need anything, call. I can drive the half hour here if you need me to. Just stay safe and out of trouble. Midoriya only took a second of being frozen in shock before he had built up the courage to embrace Hitoshi back tightly. Okay. They stayed like that for a bit before they parted and Hitoshi was getting into his car to leave. Given it was summer break, it gave Midoriya a lot of free time to spend at the facility. His first time there during the summer, he brought a bunch of stuff for them to do since he had time to plan something out. Everything was going fine. He was showing Shindo how to fold the origami again when he was shoved down to the ground. Midoriya was more disoriented than he was hurt by the action, looking up to see what caused him to fall. Shindo pulled him up and that's when he heard it. The reason why Kaken was seemingly off for the past week or so. Why he was being so clingy and affectionate this week. All Midoriya could do was stare back at red eyes, almost black from how much the pupil had eclipsed the red. The sound and shouts around him were fuzzy as he felt himself being tucked into Shindo's arms protectively while Ijiro was holding a flailing Kaken back. Then Midoriya realized that the blonde Enigma was being held away from him. Midoriya heard a loud whimper cut through the fuzzy noise he was hearing when Kaken's body had gone limp. The doors were open and Midoriya spotted a dart on Kaken's side. Then another. And another. And another. Ijiro looked reluctant too, but he let Kaken be led away and onto a cart to be taken somewhere else. Loud screaming was almost at the forefront of Midoriya's mind till it broke through and he heard it at full force. He didn't realize it then, but when he felt the tears falling down his face and the screams get quiet after the doors closed again and Shindo and Ijiro went to comfort him, he realized then that he was the one that had been screaming and yelling hysterically. He was being held in a firm hug by Shindo and Ijiro until his screams dulled to sniffles and his yells were only hushed, hiccuped words. Where did he go? Midoriya choked. They took him to his old room, Shindo explained while he smoothed out his hair to comfort him. He almost got to you. He's in his rut right now. You can get our ruts? It was hard to talk through his hyperventilating, but he had to know that Kaken was going to be okay. Not as often as alphas, Ijiro confirmed, but we can get them. He'll be okay, calm down pumpkin. Ijiro spoke softly, he'll be fine. The last thing he remembered was shaking in their arms, waking up later curled up between them in their shared nest. They must have purposely placed him in the patch where Kaken's scent was most abundant. Midoriya only turned in the next to bury his head into the fabric more before he felt one of them scoot closer to him in their sleep. Something in his mind whined at the realization that Kaken wasn't there and he wouldn't be for a while. All he could do was push the thought away. He was only worried about a friend, that's all. He can't get caught up in his feelings with them again. But he just hoped Kaken would get better soon. You've been using his phone a lot lately. Kirishima only hummed at Todoroki's remark, lazing about the room while the other Enigma was messing with the nest before Izuku arrived. Bakugo was still in ruts, so Kirishima doubted that Izuku would visit the blonde before he came here. Or maybe given his self-sacrificing self, he would try to visit Bakugo. Kirishima waited until Todoroki shuffled around a second more before giving his response. I was looking for a job. That made Todoroki stop, the dual-haired Enigma showing the slightest bit emotion on his face from the way his eyebrows crinkled in confusion. A job? For Izuku? He works here and he can't dash. For us, Kirishima shifted in his spot to sit upright, we all know the three of yous could break out whenever. We never gave it a second thought, but Izuku, we can't be with him forever if we're locked up in here. And maybe he would give up some things to make sure we're okay, but I don't know if he'll want to give up his dreams just so we don't have to suffer. As far as Kirishima knew, Izuku didn't have any plans after college. But at the same time, Izuku had only 2 years left. Or really 1, since he was going into his junior year after the summer. The only reason they actually stayed in the facility in the first place was because of the free food and shelter that they were provided. Sure, it wasn't the best, but what else were they supposed to do? If they broke out but didn't have a reason or plan, then they were screwed. No one would be willing to hire someone who didn't even complete middle school. Plus, they wouldn't have anything to start with either, nowhere to go. But with Izuku? They had something to work towards and someone to look to for help. They would want to put in the extra effort so that they could have a life with Izuku out in the real world. They could take him on dates and have a home with him where they could wake up every day with him by their side. They could escape with him and protect him from everything that could ever hurt him. They could all care for him when he's sick and be there when he's sad or angry, happy or confused. They could all make sure that he's theirs. They can make sure that no one dares touch him and that no one would take him for their own. Izuku could be their little housewife if he wanted, so that the Omega could sit there and be pretty while the 3 of them were out taking care of anything and everything that would worry Izuku. They would all come home to plump him up more and worship him like he deserved. They would make him breakfast, give him sweet kisses and buy him all of the nesting materials he could want. And for those who wronged him? Well, Izuku doesn't have to know whatever happened to them. But Kirishima and the other 2 would burn to their brains the deep satisfaction of hearing the screams of those people. To be paid back for the tears and hurt they caused Izuku through anguished screams and mangled limbs, paying their debt back 10 times over before they're disposed of like yesterday's trash. Does Bakugo know? No. Kirishima was pulled from his head, but I think he's been reading up on some stuff to help with everything at the library. Saw him looking at some cookbooks and studying some school stuff. Do you think learning more would help when we get out? Kirishima only let out a little nod before Todoroki turned to finish his work. Maybe we could ask Izuku to teach us some things when Bakugo gets back, he suggested, resenting a blanket. As he said so, that wasn't a bad idea. It would also be a good way to bond with Izuku as well. And he remembered the fact that Izuku learned better when he talked about what he was learning, so maybe it would be good for Izuku too. Kirishima only hummed at the remark, looking back over to the pile of worn-down books Bakugo managed to snag from the library. They weren't supposed to have books outside of the library, but given how scared shitless of them everyone was, all of them got to get away with a lot of the stuff that other enigmas wouldn't. That was mainly due to their abilities. He could feel the way the heat crackled in his palms before he released the tension, aiming towards the heavily reinforced door that all the rooms seemed to have. Whatever the hell they used on the doors must be some next-level sheet if it was resilient to literal FING explosions. Usually, he would stop after maybe 20 minutes, 10 minutes on a good day, but now was the worst day imaginable. He'd been working at the door for maybe an hour or 2 now, trying to put at least a dent in the DMN thing. Because if his palms felt hot, then his veins felt like they were on lava from the feeling of being away from his Omega for so long. He hadn't seen Deku for at least 2 days now, judging by the amount of meals that had been slipped under his door. The ones that were still at his feet as he set off another explosion to the door. He felt his breathing was ragged, sweat dripping off him while his inner Enigma whined and thrashed at being away from Deku. They could have at least let him have something that was scented by the Omega instead of leaving him in his old room that now smelled nothing like Deku. When he first got in, it wasn't as bad since there was still a faint smell of him, but now it faded and Bakugo was trying to claw his way out of the hellhole. While in the back of his mind he knew a plan like the back of his hand that would allow him to get out of this dump, his dumbed-down rut state had pushed that to the back of his head. Plus, the guards and DMN beta researchers didn't need to know everything about them. Bakugo would like to have at least one good trick up his sleeve in case anything happened. To Deku, in particular. Though those freaks felt like they had all the control over them, really, it was the other way around. Unfortunately, Bakugo couldn't fight them when they caught him off guard. At first Bakugo thought this rut was only worse than the others that he's had because of Deku being around, but now that he realized it, his rut had only been delayed with him around. Thinking it out as much as he could with a hazed mind, Bakugo clicked together that maybe it was the result of those DMN betas injecting him with that sheet a while back. Maybe it was meant to delay ruts or at least have an effect on them. Based on that, it's likely that Kirishima and Todoroki will have similar ruts. And he really needed to get the F out of here to warn them. Otherwise they might do something to Deku he wouldn't like. Demon IT. He roared out with another explosion. His instincts flared up at that moment, a combination of the heavy growl that mixed with his words and the scent of what could only be Deku. The smell always reminded Bakugo of better days, even if they weren't better in his book back then. Bakugo always hated the rain since he was a kid, but now he loved it. Because Deku's scent was how it smelled when you step outside on a rainy day mixed with damp pine cones. And Bakugo remembered hating those days because that meant that he would have to stay inside and do boring stuff like sitting around all day. But if that were him now, he would run outside and smell the air to even get any sort of feeling of Deku being with him. Panic settled in along with something like a frantic feeling as he let out a loud whine. His heart beat faster when the thought of not being able to see Deku again crossed his mind. Because what if because his rut was delayed, it would be longer? Then that would mean that he would go longer without Deku, and if he was without Deku, what if the Omega didn't want him anymore because he couldn't be there? If he thought Bakugo was a defective Enigma for having ruts for too long? He was hyperventilating and could only let out small broken whines when the scent got farther. He couldn't even yell or call for the Omega because of how his muzzle had hurt him. After he yelled, he realized his mistake when he felt the cold metal dig into his skin enough to draw blood. The collar felt oddly tight as well, digging into his neck that made vocalizing difficult. His skin felt weirdly taut, as if it was too small for his body, and his insides felt as if they were burning. Tears mixed with blood and it felt as if all the energy had drained from him. He fell against the door, feeling food being smushed under him and commotion beyond the door as consciousness slipped away. Eyelids fluttering and one last whine slipping out, his senses collected the smell of rain and the click of a door opening. Tension left his body, his Enigma finally satisfied at the smell of his Omega. He was relaxed enough to fall asleep. Feral isn't really a word associated with Omegas, ever, really. That was a word associated with Alphas, or, as he came to find out, enigmas. But now, Midoriya was just about 3 seconds from being associated with that word. He was being held back by he didn't even know how many Alpha guards right now. They might have outnumbered him, but he was faring pretty well against them due to his taller stature and much bigger build. It might be one of the only times he was thankful that he was plus size, because it was helping him gain more ground. Not to mention his anger also helped with that. He felt his Omegan fangs being bared at them when they pushed him back and away from the door. Midoriya knew Kaken was being held in. He was being escorted down the hallway as usual by the Alpha guards. He had some items that he scented and wanted to give to Kaken. He definitely didn't trust the Alphas with them, so he was going to deliver them himself by slipping the clothing through the lunch slot that all of the doors had. He wasn't afraid, even if Kaken did break out. He knew the Enigma would never hurt him in any way, and would try to restrain himself. But when Midoriya heard those pleading whines, it was like something was set off and he went to open the door. Only he was shoved back by one of the guards. Which led him to now. "You better calm down before I make you," a voice hissed near his ear. "Let go." Midoriya let out a growl he didn't know he was aware of making as he tried to elbow and shove the Alphas away. "He needs help." His voice ripped through the long hallway, and the sound was the only thing Midoriya felt he could focus on. He heard others shouting by the Alphas. They were shouting at him and at each other. And among them, he heard one of them order that they get 092 and 093 to calm him down. The Omega didn't care for an alternative solution to get him away from Kaken. He needed to get to the Enigma, and now. He turned to the Alpha near him with his fangs bared before head-butting him so that the Alpha would lose grip of his arm. From there, he was able to get 2 more of them away from him so that he could break free from the others that were still latched on. Then they latched on again when he got a little too close to the door. It lasted a couple minutes, tussling back and forth before he was able to break free again and rush toward the door, briefly noting 2 tall figures in his peripheral. Just as he was about to stop himself from his track of going towards the door because he was going to get Shoto and Idrio to keep the Alphas at bay, pain coursed through him. As he hit the floor, a whimper fell from him. He blinked when his eyes started to blur, only to realize that it wasn't just because something was in his eyes. Semi-familiar growls filled his ears, deep, deadly ones that shook the floor, ones that could only be made by enigmas. Midoriya could only call out weakly, pain bursting from his neck that made his voice weak. Sho, Eiji, Kaken? Help. He only had the energy to roll over, blurry eyes making out the color red dripping onto the floor. Oh, that would explain why his face felt warm. Unfamiliar hands tried to hoist him up and he could only let out a barely their growl before. Seeing Izuku go limp on the ground almost made them go feral. They would have if not for the tranquilizers being aimed at them next. Either you take him and leave 091 or we're gonna end up doing things the hard way. One of the alphas holding one of the tranquilizing guns ordered. Todoroki could see the way his hands were shaking, though. As much as the anger wanted to take over at the moment and his enigma was thrashing to be let out, he managed to pull himself together and give a side glance to Kirishima. Only a small nod came from the black-haired enigma before Todoroki calmly moved over to retrieve Izuku. Once he did get a hold of him, he stomped his right foot on the ground in order to freeze the guards in place, taking Izuku's limp hand to press against the door to Bakugo's room. Todoroki heard the telltale noises of the tranquil guns being shot at Kirishima, standing up when the door clicked open to see that the other had used his ability as well in order to harden his skin and repel the darts. Todoroki at least knew that the guards weren't dumb enough to shoot him with Izuku in his arms, especially if those tranquilizers could potentially hit the Omega. He knew that they were stupid for using even one of the smaller doses on Izuku in the first place, but Todoroki knew that the others knew that if they fired anything at Izuku again, they would all be dead. So, he walked past them with Izuku in his arms, picking up Izuku's bags that he dropped. Soon after he was on his way back to their shared room. He cradled the Omega to his chest, leaning down to press a small kiss to his head only after he entered the room. "I'm sorry we let you get hurt," Todoroki whispered into his curls after he disposed of the bags gently on the floor. He sat at the edge of the nest, with Izuku caged in his arms. He brought his hand up to the needle that was still in his neck, the one that left a nasty bruise in its wake. As much as Todoroki wanted to be angry, he had to be mindful of his scent now that Izuku was around. The feeling of the needle weighing in his palm on the way back did not feel good, neither did the fact that Todoroki knew he would have to remove it as well. At least he knew how to, given the amount of times the tranquilizers were used on them, they were all more than familiar with how to get them out. Though, it didn't make it any less painful, especially with the now sensitive skin around the thing. And Izuku had his on his neck. Todoroki, Bakugo, and Kirishima never had theirs placed there because of the collars they had, so this one would definitely sting. Todoroki was trying to brace himself to pull the needle out when Kirishima walked in with Bakugo in his arms. The blonde looked a little worse for wear when Kirishima went to set him down on one of the mattresses they left in the corner. Likely because of the blood Bakugo still had on him, they didn't want to dirty the nest. The door slammed shut and Todoroki looked up to see Kirishima sighing angrily. What the F is wrong with them? Is he okay? What makes them think it's okay to use a tranquilizer on an Omega? That could kill him. He should be fine, Todoroki addressed first. It was one of the smaller, weaker ones that they used to give us. He held his breath before he convinced himself to take the needle out of Izuku, his enigma yelling at him when a whine came from Izuku. Hurting Omega. Stop. He could see the way Kirishima wanted to move forward as well to comfort him, but Todoroki spoke. Look to see if he has any bandages or tissue in his bags. He's bleeding and so is Bakugo. They both need to get patched. You two never listen, do you? Todoroki and Kirishima both subconsciously growled at the female voice, immediately recognizing it as Izuku's boss. The Diamond Beach. While I'm thankful that you spared my employees, I'm not happy about you defying orders. The woman's words were sharp and cold, so think about what you've done and clear your minds with a little nap, Right as the speaker inside of the room clicked to indicate that it was off, Todoroki almost doubled over in pain. He knew he had to move away from Izuku, though, and with shaking arms, he put the Omega next to him on the nest. No, they couldn't, they had to stay awake for Izuku's safety. Bakugo was still in rut, and if the Enigma woke up before them, then Izuku could dash. The collars on their necks continued to send out heavy shocks before they weren't able to take the pain anymore. Through tunnel vision, Todoroki saw Kirishima collapse, and it wasn't long before he did the same. He tried to turn over, uncomfortable with the way that he was sleeping. Though, the muzzle on his face prevented that. His face felt gross with the thing on, dried tears and blood mixing together on his face, and the thing was digging into his skin, like it had tightened while he slept. Same as his collar on his neck. Bakugo was fully prepared to go back to sleep and deal with discomfort, only for his eyes to shoot open at the smell of rain and pine cones. His Enigma came to the forefront and wanted to take over so badly, but Bakugo pushed it away. He didn't want to scare Izuku away. He didn't know why he was here, especially with Bakugo in rut, but the blonde was happy because that meant that Deku trusted him enough to not hurt him. So, Bakugo held himself back. Looking around as he sat up, he realized that he was in the regular room now, and Todoroki and Kirishima were in the room. Todoroki was on their shared nest and Kirishima was on the floor, some blankets and pillows around him. As his eyes brushed over everything, he finally looked to see that Deku was looking back at him, a small smile on his freckled face. His gaze looked soft and happy, making a chuff come from Bakugo involuntarily. "Hi Kaken," Deku hummed, taking the piece of cloth he was holding to his head off. Bakugo's heart lurched when he saw the blood on the white cloth. And looking further, he saw a huge, nasty bruise on the side of the Omega's neck. What? Hurt Omega? Bad Enigma. Did he really lose control like that? Being too rough to the point where he knocked Kirishima and Todoroki unconscious, hurt Deku, and tried to mark him? He didn't realize he whined until he felt a hand on his own. "Kaken? What's wrong?" Deku's voice was soft and he moved closer. Bakugo couldn't find the words. He was horrible with FNG words. All he could do was look at the cloth and back to Deku, hoping he would understand. And it took a moment, but Deku seemed to understand when he could see the light bulb go off in the other's head. His green eyes only widened in a second with realization before they softened again. Deku took Bakugo's wrist in his own two smaller hands before he scented the spot above Bakugo's scent gland. His scent was calm and soothing, like one on a peaceful rainy day in spring. "Oh Kaken," he began, sitting upright as he moved closer. But Bakugo didn't let him, fearing that he would hurt Izuku. Especially if an especially intense wave of his rut had hit. He was only able to keep himself at bay because he was in a more coherent state. "You didn't hurt me," Deku claimed. And it was enough to distract Bakugo so the smaller could move closer and look to the side of Bakugo. Then, all of the pressure on his face was released with a click. Bakugo sighed in relief, but it was short-lived when that meant that his muzzle was off, and that meant that he could end up marking Deku if he wasn't careful. Dread and panic settled in, but Bakugo didn't allow it to show as he schooled his features. "Deku, you should leave. Now." The green-haired Omega only hummed, tossing the bloodied muzzle aside before looking back to him. "You need to be cleaned up first," Deku murmured. "I know you're not going to like it later when you don't have anything to clean up with." And while that was true, Bakugo would rather be stuck with having the gunk on him than to potentially hurt Deku. Yet, the Omega turned to get another piece of cloth to clean with and poured some stuff on it. And it was so shocking, because how could Deku just turn his back on him, an Enigma in rut? Didn't he know how dangerous that was? And still, here Deku was, leaning close enough to where he was practically in Bakugo's lap like he wasn't in danger. He placed himself down where Bakugo made room for him on the mattress, between his spread legs. Bakugo had to resist the urge to grab hold of him when the chubby Omega was more than within arm's reach. He was sitting right in front of him, comfortable there, like he belonged there. And Bakugo's Enigma believed that to be true. "Good, pretty Omega. Omega mate." Bakugo grit his teeth together and ended up biting the inside of his cheek to hold himself back. He was better than that. He could prove to Deku that he wasn't a knothead like some alphas he knew before his time here. He could prove to Deku that to him, Deku was so much more than just an Omega, and that Bakugo respected him as a person and cherished him so much. So if Deku was giving him this opportunity to prove himself, then Bakugo would fight his Enigma so that it didn't come to the forefront. He would ignore it even if it made his body burn and hurt to keep it at bay. A small chubby hand rubbed at his face and Bakugo opened his eyes that he didn't even know he had closed. "Kaken, you'll hurt yourself doing that. Just relax. Let me help," Deku spoke with a hushed voice. Though Bakugo noticed that his voice was rough too, sort of hoarse-sounding. He had to wonder if that had to do with the huge splotch of a bruise that was on his neck. His thoughts were pulled away from that as soon as Deku started to clean off the blood on his face, being so soft and gentle with the way that he handled Bakugo. "It wasn't you. It was my fault. I was being reckless because I wanted to help you," Deku finally said after a minute or so of cleaning him up. He was just about done with wiping all of the blood off from what Bakugo could feel. He closed his eyes a minute into it, relaxing at the feeling of Deku being there and caring for him, letting the Omega's scent envelop him even if the smell was barely there. "You didn't have to," Bakugo mumbled, a croon falling out of him when the Omega's wrist passed by his face. Deku still had patches on, but Bakugo could still smell it through the patch. Sometimes Deku would laugh or smile whenever they crooned, but the Omega only had a sad smile on his face. "I did. If I knew that they were doing that to you in the first place I would've," Deku trailed off, his scent spiking into something almost angry before it was snuffed out just as quickly as it came. Deku sighed and shook his head, reaching over to grab some gauze and tape. He silently finished patching up some of the big and small cuts that came from the muzzle, and Bakugo only opened his eyes again when he felt Deku stop. Tears were threatening to escape his eyes and his lower lip wobbled. His hands were cupping Bakugo's face as they stared into each other's eyes. "Deku dash. I just wish things could be different." The words fell from his mouth in a blurted whisper. "You guys, everyone just took everything away from you and I wish they hadn't." Deku's hands slipped from his face and his arms found their way around Bakugo's waist instead, the Omega burying his face into his chest. Tears soaked his shirt as Deku choked out the last of his words. "I just want you guys to be able to live your lives like everyone else." Hesitantly, Bakugo hooked his arms around Deku to comfort the Omega for a short while. "I know," he tried to reassure the Omega. He was fine for a couple of minutes, sitting in silence while Deku tried to collect himself while he was crying, but Bakugo's Enigma decided to start talking. "Cuddle." Deku made a confused noise as he let himself out of Bakugo's grip. "Day you have to dash," Bakugo's words came out strangled. "Go." He gasped out the words before his Enigma was able to speak, words coming out firmer. "Omega, come here. I want a kiss." That was enough for Deku to understand as he tossed his items back into his bag. He looked like he was staggering. Bakugo wasn't quite sure if it was because of his pheromones affecting the Omega or the fact that Deku still had that wound on his head. The blood had since trickled down a little. As much as he wanted to have him stay and rest to make sure he was okay, Bakugo didn't trust himself not to invade Deku's personal space and smother him with affection. He knew by now that Deku would much rather like to have options and be asked if hugs and cuddling was okay. Some days it was, and some days it wasn't. Some days, Deku would want to set his own boundaries. But boundaries were not a thing in his mind right now. "I can't stay, Enigma," Deku addressed, making Bakugo let out a loud croon and chuff. "But I have some clothes that you can have. You can only have them if you agree to sleep though, okay?" Somewhere along the blurred lines that got a little hazy, Bakugo saw flashes of Deku laying a blanket over him and handing him the other scented clothes that Bakugo started making a mini nest with. He must have been preoccupied with that, because the moment he looked for approval from the Omega, he was gone. "Keys." Midoriya barely turned for a split second before the object was being thrown at him. He only had a moment to catch it with an unceremonious "huh" that came out of his mouth when he fumbled with the things. He sent a small glare to his roommate, along with a pout. He finally got the keys in his hand the right way and grumbled as he slipped the key into the lock. "Mine. You still caught them." Hitoshi's voice caught up with him, mixing in with the rustling of grocery bags. "And it's not my fault you always forget your keys and that you end up getting up here before I do." "You could just walk faster," Midoriya argued as he pushed the door open. "Your legs are just as long as mine." He pocketed Shinso's key before picking up the bags he left on the floor in front of the apartment. "Or you can, give me the keys like a normal person." Midoriya managed to slip his shoes off before Hitoshi replied. Hey, I'm giving you some valuable survival training. When the apocalypse comes and someone tries to throw something at you, you're gonna thank me when you finally have reflexes fast enough to dodge it. The random example elicited a snort from Midoriya as he set the bags onto the counter. Hitoshi had just kicked the door closed as they settled into the apartment. Yeah, maybe I should listen to you, he replied with a smile as he started to take the items out of the bags. He turned to Hitoshi to deliver his line. I'm sure a previous zombie apocalypse survivor has a lot more insight than I do. Oh, great one. Please lend me your knowledge. He moved over to shake Hitoshi's arm and groveled dramatically. The alpha only huffed and looked to the side. You're horrible. Which is why you gotta teach me so I can become better, Midoriya quipped back with a smirk. That only earned him a hand ruffling through his hair and messing it up. Hey! It actually looked good today too. What? Zombies might go after you if you look too well put together. You were already halfway there so I helped you some, Hitoshi shrugged. Midoriya was ready to supply another comeback, yet before he could start there was a familiar sound of his phone beeping. To that, Hitoshi raised an eyebrow. I thought you don't have any more classes today? Or was that last semester? Midoriya could only heave out an irritated sigh. No, I don't have one but dashed. He stopped himself midway through. He really expected for his phone to be beeping for something else, but to Midoriya's surprise, it was the complete opposite. Oh. He froze a little when he realized Hitoshi could have easily looked over his phone, so he gave himself a quick way out. I have to go. I just realized that I had a meeting with one of my study groups. And maybe that wasn't the best lie. It was only the beginning of the semester and midterms were still a couple weeks out, but thankfully Hitoshi couldn't piece that together before Midoriya was out of the door. While a bit excited, something unpleasant settled in his stomach. It was the feeling he always got whenever he had to lie to someone. It was the same feeling that settled within him when he had lied to the purple-haired alpha a month or so ago. It was after Midoriya had gotten back from the facility, after he was, now he knows, tranquilized. Hitoshi came back and Midoriya forgot to even text him that he was dropping by the apartment for the rest of the day and into the night, because right after he cleaned the blood out his hair, he passed out right on his bed. And the nap was so nice, while it lasted. Izuku! Midoriya woke up with fear from being jostled awake. His eyes were wide and he was on alert, only growing confused, when, through bleary eyes, all he could see was Hitoshi and no danger whatsoever. Judging by how dark the room was, Midoriya could only guess that it was nighttime and that Hitoshi had just gotten back from a night shift. Huh. He let out a confused noise as he tried to process everything. Especially when Hitoshi leaned in a little too close for comfort so soon after he woke up. When Midoriya backed away, it snapped Hitoshi out of whatever trance he was in, but the alpha still seemed a little shell-shocked. Your neck, was the first thing he said. His voice sounded a little strained, but nonetheless dripping with worry and concern. What happened, Izuku? That was one of the first times Midoriya had to lie so openly to Hitoshi about something. He had to tell the alpha that he and a couple of work friends went to a place where they have BB guns and that it cost money to buy armor, so they went without it. He did remember a kid from his high school telling a story like that, except she only had a bruise on her back. But he didn't know how that of all things was what he pulled out of nowhere for an excuse. And now, ever since the semester started, Midoriya has been lying about where he's been going sometimes. Because Midoriya knew that Hitoshi hated Shindo, especially after what the alpha had done. But he's changed, Midoriya's pretty sure, and the alpha even waited for him even with the huge gap in their relationship because of summer. Hello. Midoriya felt a shock run through him at the feeling near his thigh, and he startled for a second before he realized that it was Shindo who said that. The alpha attempted to pull him in with a hand on his opposite thigh, but Midoriya squirmed away from the touch. He mentioned boundaries to the alpha before, but there came a point where Midoriya realized maybe he was being annoying saying the same thing over and over again. Besides, the alpha was courting him, wasn't he? Shindo, Midoriya greeted back. Nice to see you again. He expected a smile in return, but for a brief second he saw a look of almost what looked like disgust on Shindo's face when he gave him a once-over. Though, maybe that was just in Midoriya's imagination, because Shindo had a smile planted on his face. Yeah, he nodded curtly. Hey, how about we walk around instead? Oh, Midoriya mentioned, feeling part of his mood deflate a little. He really thought that he did send Shindo a text about potentially getting food first, but perhaps that didn't send. Or maybe Shindo didn't get the chance to read it. Sure, I'm not all too hungry anyways. Overall, it wasn't bad per se. Midoriya definitely didn't like the fact that their date ended with a workout, but he knew that it was good for him. He needed the exercise, and maybe that's why he also liked hanging out with Shindo, because he made sure that he was on top of everything and gave him other food options to work with, kind of. He just wished that he had a change of clothes before he arrived at the facility. Arriving with smelly workout clothes was probably not what the Enigmas had in mind today when he visited, and Midoriya complained about it for them. Yeah, I know, he began when he walked in. The other three perked up, but at least gave him some time to settle down. They had at least gotten better at not smothering him as soon as he entered the door. I'm all sweaty and I'm sorry. I didn't bring a change of clothes. All icky, Midoriya announced, dropping his bag on the ground. Midoriya looked up to meet Kaken's eyes. The blonde was the first to be over by him. He silently gestured to Midoriya's bag, to which the Omega smiled and picked his back bag off the ground and handed it to Kaken. The Enigma chuffed and puffed his chest out before he went to go place the item in its right spot. Kaken claimed his things should go in a specific spot when he visits now so that they didn't have to tear the whole goddamn nest apart just to find a stupid thing of chapstick. It only happened one time. But Midoriya came to find out that Kaken enjoyed taking care of his things, so Midoriya couldn't complain. Well, you can wear this. Midoriya looked over and up to the sound of Shoto's voice. When the Enigma got close enough, Midoriya was basically looking straight up at the ceiling. Yeah. Another thing. After their ruts, since around the same week Kaken had his, Ijiro and Shoto had theirs, Midoriya came to find out that they had grown bigger and taller, dwarfing Midoriya even more. Ijiro had assured that it didn't happen often, but the information was still mind-boggling to Midoriya. Kaken stood a little over 9 feet, Ijiro was a foot taller, a couple inches over 10 feet, and Shoto stood in the middle, an inch or two shy of 10 feet. The Omega blinked up at the dual-haired Enigma before he processed what was being presented to him. Now, the clothing in itself was perfectly fine. It was Midoriya's own clothing, something cozy that he loved to wear, loose black joggers and a loose gray t-shirt with a maroon hoodie to go over it. Though, the implication that Midoriya would then have to change in the room with the three present. Well, that was a completely different story. His actions mimicked the embarrassing thought as he covered his face with his hands, looking down at the floor. Shoto. I can't. Why not? We don't want you to feel all gross. We want you to be comfortable, dude. Ijiro most likely gave a sharp, happy smile from his tone of voice when he said that. But Midoriya still didn't look up to confirm that as he whined, because, you guys are in here? At that, Kaken sputtered, well, we won't look, idiot. We have manners, you know. Thinking of all of his options, Midoriya sighed and gave in, a small whine in his voice. Oh, but you guys have to promise not to look. Please. He smiled a bit when Kaken grumbled but pulled the other two aside and faced the wall, yelling at them about how if they peeked, then their buttes would be blasted to next week. Midoriya had turned away from them as well, but he could still hear them bickering in the corner. He could hear Shoto's monotone voice speak for a split second before hearing Kaken's agitated complaints. Ijiro would say something in his usual cheery tone too, likely agreeing with Shoto because Midoriya heard the way Kaken started yelling at him too. With a laugh, Midoriya turned around when his sweatpants and gray shirt was on. He saw the way they all had their backs turned to him, their conversation still going on as they stared at the wall. Okay, he laughed when he was pulling the maroon hoodie over his head. I'm . His head went through the hoodie hole way easier than he anticipated when he had his arms raised above his head. Putting them down, he looked to himself and then the Enigmas, who by now were looking back at him. Oh, was all Midoriya could think to say. Because he was wearing Shoto's clothes. He's pretty sure by its smell, he didn't even know the dual-haired Enigma had hoodies to speak of. You fucking sly motherfucker. Kaken shouted before he tried to hit Shoto. But before he could, the Enigma stopped him. They started to tussle, which Midoriya has actually seen a lot of. It wasn't uncommon for them to play fight, but it usually had to do with the blonde starting it all. Midoriya was just watching, still drowning in the maroon hoodie when he was being scooped up. He let out a small yelp in surprise. I'm sure Todoroki doesn't mind you wearing that. Now let's lay down. You look like you need some rest. Ijiro smiled down at him. Now, he was used to Ijiro picking him up out of the blue sometimes, but the little nuzzle into his neck was new. Maybe it had to do with what happened with the tranquilizer. You hungry? Ijiro asked when he was settled down in the nest. Midoriya was placed next to him. When Midoriya hesitated the slightest bit, Ijiro continued, so that's a yes. We can see what they can bring dash. Actually, the Omega shot up from his spot and went to shuffle around in his bag as well as grabbing another paper bag off to the side. I brought you guys stuff. He started to take out the food items first, because he didn't want them to see the desserts first. I know it's not much, but I stopped by the store. I know how the food tastes here, so I wanted to get you guys something different. I just got some quick food, but maybe next time I can get something that's a little better prepared. And I got different drinks since I didn't know what kind that you guys would like. I have some treats for later if you, He trailed off and slumped into himself on the floor, stopping his mouth but not his hands as he continued to take the food out. He was rambling, wasn't he? What's the matter? Kaken pried. Midoriya looked over his shoulder before he turned back. Nothing. I was just rambling is all. Izuku, you ramble a lot and you know we never had an issue with it. So why start now? Shoto tried to coax it out of him. It wasn't long before the Enigma was at his side and sitting down next to him, gently taking one of the plastic containers out of his hands to get him to talk. He was being grabbed by the shoulder opposite to Shoto and guided into the Enigma's side, to which Midoriya unwillingly relaxed in the other's hold. Midoriya didn't say anything as he stared at the containers before him, Shoto's hand rubbing his arm in a comforting manner as the memories flashed in his mind. Muttering again? Thought you kicked that annoying habit during the summer? The last part was mumbled, but Midoriya could hear what Shindo said clear as day. His silence was all they needed to get the Omega up off the ground and over to the nest. Soon, he wasn't allowed to do anything while the Enigmas set up the food. Midoriya got his laptop out to watch a movie. They were in a very cuddly mood. Well, honestly, when weren't they? Midoriya had Ijiro laying behind him with Kaken on top. Shoto was sorting out some of the clothes that Midoriya just got for them today. Or rather, he sort of made them himself given the fact that normal clothes wouldn't fit on them. Their old ones didn't seem to fit, so Midoriya wanted to change that. He might not have much money, but his mother did teach him how to sew. He might have poked his fingers and have them now covered in bandages, but it was worth it. Midoriya just got done explaining just that, about where the bandages on his fingers came from, when Kaken said it. I love you, he murmured, nuzzling into Midoriya more. The Omega felt himself go rigid for a second before he relaxed again and sighed, watching his hand as Ijiro's bigger ones carefully rubbed around the bandages on his hand. The freckled Omega gave a soft, sad smile. That's not true. His eyes went up to his laptop when he said it, trying to focus on the movie in hopes it would stop himself from getting choked up. He watched the ash blonde lift his head up immediately, his shocked look immediately turning to a frown. It was the closest Midoriya's ever seen him to genuinely angry. Well, besides the time they first interacted with each other. Seems like it didn't take much for Kaken to let his walls down. What do you mean? I love you so effin' much. There was a bit of a growl in his voice, like he was threatening Midoriya to argue against him again. We all do, Kirishima added, one of his hands having moved up to plop down on Midoriya's curls. He gently ran his fingers through it, gently scratching every now and then. Midoriya closed his eyes for a minute at the sensation, opening his eyes to deliver his response. You're just saying that. I'm not saying your feelings aren't valid, but it's just a puppy love of sorts. I'm probably the first Omega you guys have seen since you've presented. To you, I represent what you could have in the outside world. I'm different from the other people here. I'm sure once you three get out of here you'll see what I mean. I'm just a little test run. You three only turn to me because I'm likely the only one who has shown you kindness since you've been here. But you'll all find someone better one day. I know that. It was a tough pill to swallow when he made the realization at first. But now he had come to terms with it and accepted it. He was just a stress reliever, a little safe haven for them so they could have something different and new to keep them entertained and happy. It was temporary love. And he was fine with accepting that now, only because he just wanted to see them happy, and if him being out of the picture someday was what made them happy, then he would gladly step aside. A pinch to his face made Midoriya squeak as Kaken made an upset growl. You better tell me who the F told you that, and you tell me now so I can send their buttes to hell. Please don't, Midoriya only half pleaded. Not because he knew that Kaken wouldn't do it, he definitely would, but he didn't need to have the blonde angry at someone over something so silly. Midoriya felt Kirishima's face being smushed into his curls before he turned his head so he could be heard. Well, the offer is there when you want it, he hummed happily. But really, I don't want anyone but you, Izuku. You're just too perfect. Perfect is too much of a stretch. His head was turned to Shoto when the Enigma's big hands grabbed hold of his face. Stop talking like that. Please, Izuku. The Enigma looked at him with such a sad and soft look. You are beautiful in so many ways. You're just so wonderful, and it's frustrating to hear you say you're not. Midoriya felt his throat tighten and tears sprang to his eyes. Panic was immediately evident on all of the Enigma's faces. What's wrong, Izuku? Shoto panicked as he tried to wipe Midoriya's tears himself. Though, his head was guided to rest on Eijiro's chest, and Kaken moved up closer in order to lay his own head on Midoriya's chest. Leave him, Eijiro growled as he held Midoriya's head close to his chest and gave a kiss atop his curls. Midoriya allowed himself to be held by Eijiro like that. It was comforting, but he also reached his other hand out for Shoto. Midoriya tried to voice out, but his voice died out as tears kept falling. I'm not any of those things, he sniffled. Please don't say things just because. Just because? Kaken snapped with a frown on his face. You think we're saying this shit just because? Do you really think we go around to every fucking person and tell them we love them? I know. Midoriya lost his voice as it got watered up from the overwhelming emotions. He let out a small hiccup which made Kaken sigh against his chest. The weight was lifted off his chest and placed on his legs instead. He must have closed his eyes, but soon enough they were opening at the feeling of gentle hands rubbing away his tears. Daizuku. Listen, Kaken's voice was careful, soft even. You might think we're just spouting shit, but we're not. It's not instincts or any of that nonsense that's making us say this stuff or do the things we do. It couldn't be anyone else but you. They sent in Omegas one time, Shoto chimed in. He said it as Midoriya's voice hitched from the hiccup he let out. They wanted to calm us down with some female Omegas and a male Beta, but they weren't you. We didn't choose them just because they were Omegas or a guy Beta. Because we only want you and no one else. It hurts a little when you say that. Midoriya looked up, his head leaving the confines of Kaken's hands when he met Eijiro's eyes above his head. There was a glaze over the Enigma's eyes, like he was getting a bit emotional. It hurts when you tell us you don't think we love you. Because we've been trying so hard to show you that we do. I'm sorry, he choked out, his breathing a bit off because of how overwhelmed he was with all that was said. No, you're okay, don't cry. Shoto tried to stop him from crying more, but once it started, Midoriya could never get it to stop. Even more so with everything that has been going on. He has to find an internship for his major now that he knows what he's set on. He has to deal with whatever is going on with Shindo, schoolwork, quizzes, exams, and his mom still being sick. It's like everything just started to pour out of him. Of them must have noticed that he was really starting to cry hard now, because he heard a faint call of his name being said. He couldn't be bothered to hear what else was said, though. Not when he was trying so hard to make himself stop crying and breathing so hard. He knew how upset the Enigmas got when he was even the slightest bit upset, and he was really trying to pull himself together. Especially because his scent patches were off and the smell of distraught Omega filled the room. It must be making the three panic. He listened to Kaken try and take him through some small breathing exercises. And Midoriya tried, he really did, but he just ended up getting frustrated and upset all over again when he couldn't even breathe right. So instead, he heard a sigh from the Enigma before he was being pulled forward and out of Ijiro's lap and into Kaken's lap, the blonde's arms wrapping around him. Midoriya wanted to pull away so he didn't soak his shirt with tears, but when he tried, Kaken just held him tighter and pulled him closer. The Omega just sobbed against the blonde's chest, doing as he said when Kaken encouraged him to let it all out. And for that couple minutes, he did. He could feel a hand rubbing his back, and for once he didn't let it bother him, the fact that someone was touching him like that. He didn't even think about the possibility of his body grossing Kaken out or anything like that. It's like he knew that the blonde didn't mind it. Somewhere along the line, he heard a whine come from one of them. He only learned who it was when Kaken let out a sharp Kirishima, like the blonde was threatening the other just with the use of his name. It was followed by another quieter whine. "I made him upset," Ijiro explained himself. To which Midoriya shook his head where it was resting on Kaken. "No, you didn't," the blonde relayed for him. "I think it might be stress or something else," Shoto murmured. At that point, he went rigid and tried to squirm out of Kaken's hold when the Enigma started to lay down with him still on top. He didn't want to make it hard for him to breathe if Midoriya was on top of him. It didn't seem like the other cared and just kept him there. When he did, Shoto and Ijiro took the spots beside Kaken, allowing Midoriya to see them if or when he wanted to stop hiding his face in Kaken's chest. And he did when Shoto spoke again, facing the dual-haired Enigma when he spoke softly, "Do you want to tell us about it?" He shook his head no as much as he could where he was, and he was thankful that he wasn't pushed to answer any more questions. He, however, failed to see the look that Ijiro and Kaken exchanged with each other. Ijiro started to mess with his curls, and he listened when Ijiro and Kaken started to talk, which turned into playful banter. While they did so, Midoriya couldn't stop looking into Shoto's eyes, as the other never looked away from his. Midoriya focused on how beautiful they both looked, each one having little speckles of the opposite color in it. For us. Midoriya blinked, seeing how Shoto's mouth moved, but he didn't even catch what he had said because of how distracted he was. He let out a confused hum, and thankfully Shoto repeated what he said without drawing attention to how Midoriya's face started to heat at the thought of getting caught staring. Well, Shoto was staring too, but that wasn't really the point. "Do you think one day you can cook for us?" The sudden question made Midoriya burst out laughing for some reason. Maybe it was because the Enigma asked of him to do the impossible. He knew how to cook somewhat. That is, if you counted being able to put something in the oven to cook for however long the instructions on the box said. Cooking wasn't really his strong suit, to say the least. Despite laughing at the question, he saw Shoto crack a small smile. "I'm sorry," Midoriya said anyway through his fading laughter. "It caught me off guard." He felt Kaken shift under him and thought for a moment that he was making the Enigma uncomfortable, only for a thumb to wipe at his stray tears and flick them off his fingers. "I don't know how to cook, Shoto," he finally explained. That led to a conversation of what things Midoriya knew how to do and what he would like to learn. It went on to Midoriya asking more about them as well and what they were interested in knowing more about, or what they used to at least like to do. Their conversation droned out the noise of the movie that was previously playing, as well as the telltale ding of his phone. "Unknown, I have the information you wanted,"